but it is what it is. Nice, nice. All right, let's finish this trail out. Take our time. Ooh, that was rough. Oof. Hell yeah, this is a fun trail. Just go slow if you haven't hit it before. It's a little more rocky than the last time I hit it, but oof, and rooty, but it's fine. Kicking up rocks, that fucking, excuse my language, that hurt. Hit my shin, but gotta keep going. We're not having fun, right? Almost done. That was a lot of walking though. Slow down around here because it's twisty and there's sticks and loose rock and random sniper rocks. Hell yeah. God damn. Woo. That is a fun downhill. That is.
Well, my camera's acting goofy, it seems. Having problems. Or it can just act slow as fuck. This is annoying. Ugh. So, we got most of it. I don't know why my headphones cut out. That was weird. Anyways, on to streaming. Let me unmute Pokemans and bring it up, which I did bring it up. And I will pull down that camera up if it lets me. What is going on? You know what MTB? Yeah, it went to OBS directly. Okay. Now, I don't know what happened. Everything was set up and then it just took a. There we go. We got soft spots because I don't want to be big. OBS back up because apparently it just went strictly to OBS, even though I. Anyways, how is everyone today? Don't know. That was that's gonna be my next video next Friday. I released one today. I will show you. Yeah, that was my next mountain bike video. If you want to go check that out, that'll be next Friday. I will share it on my social media, so go check them out there in the description below on YouTube and Rumble. And I'm pretty sure they're both on my Kick and on my if I can remember things. Yeah. On my Kick and Twitch profiles. Sorry, I'm doing things and not really paying attention. But I will. My newest. This isn't my newest video. That's my next week's video. This will be my newest video that I put out today. Go check it out. I'll put it in Rumble chat. This is on YouTube only right now, and I've been meaning to upload it onto Rumble as well, but I've been slow going on that. So go check out that video. If you like mountain biking, it's fun. It's fun to watch. That is a McKeldin area video. I can actually... There's not really a highlight to that area. I mean, there is, but I've definitely cut down the editing on it, though. The first two were like 40-ish minutes. 40-something minutes. Let's say 40 and like 40... Between 40 and like... Actually, let me look. Let me look again. History... Recently closed tabs. Okay. Yeah, the first one's 43, the second one is 46. Those two, the second one, which is a link I shared, is 46 minutes. It's the McKeldin area. That one I did edit down. The clip that you saw was from the next week's video, which will be a little bit less than a half an hour. I'm going to try to keep them under a half hour because it feels like that's a good way to go. If I can get them shorter, I will. There are some highlights that I do want to hit. I think the biggest thing I'm going to have to focus on is getting one good take on the trail. That way you all can see. So I'll probably have to do several takes on the trail just to get one good take put together. Because some trails are really long. That one just happened to be really short. You saw the bottom half of that trail. That is the Haunted Barn Trail over in the Patapsco State Valley Park area. It's off of River Road. There's a Gas Fields Trail, which isn't really a trail right now. It's just the grass is all overgrown. When I say gas fields, there's gas lines into the field. It's a big cleared out area, which is some tall grass. I actually saw some turkeys there the other day, which is pretty cool. A whole, like... What is a group of turkeys called? I can't remember. I think it started with an R. Rafts. They're rafts of turkeys. A raft of turkey. I saw a raft of turkeys. Was it Wednesday? I was going to go shoot, but I had some brake problems, like right at the beginning of the downhill. So at least it was at the beginning to where it was pretty flat, and I wasn't kicking my own ass while I was going down the trail. I'm not super big into, like, I'll be doing more mountain bike stuff for sure, especially right now because I'm trying to save up some for, like, get a whole bunch saved up for, like, the Christmas time and stuff. That you'll notice that that's like more like fall time when Christmas comes around and whatnot. And the reason that is because I'm trying to record as much and make as many videos, so I have one for each week of the year left over. Now I might amp up production after winter because winter is going to be hard to ride until about February because we have a very busy month, almost 2 months. We'll say almost 3 months, but it's like 2 months and a week. Because once Thanksgiving hits, it's going to be a rough time to record that kind of stuff because you need to do family stuff, obviously. So, but I will be streaming, like I said, on the weekends. I need to do a video. My first video was just like I would say it was like a short notice video. Like I was just like, you know what? I have a GoPro. I used it for more personal stuff than anything. I did want to do mountain biking videos a long time ago, so I want to now too, which I will be. I got to figure out the settings on the GoPro too. I'm still figuring stuff out. I'm going to do some research later. But yeah, I'm going to be working on a lot of that. I'm going to be working on a lot of Pokemon streaming. I do need to start streaming more, but it is what it is right now. What's Dustin doing? He's got his OBS camera up, it looks like. once he shows his camera, I will pull him up. But that was the Haunted Barn Trail in, like I said, the Patapsco Valley State Park area, South Branch of the Patapsco side and north. And it was off of a road called River Road. You hit Gasline Field, and then you go up a big hill, and then you go down and down. Was it down a hill? I forget because I came up it just to check it out, make sure it was okay. And there's Dustin. Okay. What's up, Dustin? Oh no! Until not until I hit.
It doesn't show me my mic volume unless you actually enter me.
Yeah. Anyways, so go. You'll see that video next week, and you can go check out my current mountain bike video. Dustin will probably be interested more in next week's video because it's at the Haunted Barn. The Haunted Barn Trail, which I'll be honest, if it's haunted, it's not very well haunted.
I will probably be downloading that video and going through frame by frame.
There's very little video of the barn, though.
Well, that's no fun.
Well, I mean, it's not like I'm there doing stuff at the barn. I'm mountain biking. I've been there a million times. I've never felt anything weird happen. I've never seen or felt anything weird happen.
When you upload the video, I will probably download the video, and I'll probably.
I mean, I have a bunch of footage of the barn, but it's not the finished. It's not in the finished video. I'm trying to keep them under a half hour, so I have to cut a lot of stuff out.
Oh well, I'm gonna need that footage.
Do you have OneDrive?
I sure do. I don't have a lot of. Well, actually, I do have a lot of space on it now.
I mean, I guess I could share it with. I could upload it to that and share it with you later.
I have 13
but
of 30.
I have GoPro. Did I put my phone footage in that folder? Let me check.
I just need.
I have GoPro and phone.
Just mainly.
I was gonna use my
phone footage, whatever portions that are close to the barn, and then I can get the mountain biking footage off of YouTube or whatever. But because even going up to it, shit might have got missed by the naked eye.
I'm gonna.
I've seen.
Oh, it doesn't want me. Not now.
So here's the.
I actually was just
Never
watching
mind.
one today, and I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that barn. That barn doesn't seem very haunted at all. It never has. I've been there a million times in my life. It just never has felt haunted.
I was watching one today. It was CCTV footage of a home security system, and they pointed out the entity or whatever that was moving, but nobody pointed out the entity that was sitting there, and I could clearly see it, like plain as fucking day. They didn't even talk. The narrator didn't even talk about that one. I'm like, are y'all missing something? Like, there's been a lot of times where I watch these videos and I completely miss whatever the fuck they're talking about until they point it out. But this one, I'm like, it's right there in front of your face. It's almost in the center of the screen. How do you miss it? Now, not saying it was an actual entity or anything. It could have just been, a camera
glare or whatever.
Right. But
something that isn't.
Right. Something. It was
something that wasn't normal.
Something that wasn't normal to the scene.
Yeah.
It looked
no,
like
I'm not.
Somebody was sitting in a chair while somebody else was moving, and no one was supposed to be in the house at all.
Yeah. Now, I'm not. I'm not afraid to go into haunted shit that is supposed to be haunted. And the only time I've ever been scared in a haunted place was actually Henrington. When those people came there. Do you remember that? And they were beating the railing.
It wasn't even
the reason it was. Yeah. They were beating a railing in what was it? It was the theater there. They had a theater there.
And it wasn't even because they were there. It was because they were making so much noise that we could get caught.
Yeah.
That was
no, because everyone, like when you're in a quiet ass area, it doesn't even matter where it is. You could be outside, or you could be inside. You hear a noise that doesn't make any sense. You don't know what it is. You're kind of scared for a second. You know what I mean? At least, like I've actually, since unless you're out in nature every day, you really don't hear doves often. Shit, sometimes they scare the fuck out of me. I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm like. Now, this past summer, it's been different. I haven't thought, like, I hear doves all the time now. It's just like, whatever.
I'm trying to see if there's anything allegedly haunted close to me.
I don't know. But we'll be doing a ride tomorrow. I'm not sure which trail we're doing. You can check out all those videos, really, because you do remember we have the Sykesville Monster, which is supposed to be a Bigfoot. Just saying.
There's a couple places actually close.
That actually happened in the 80s. And apparently, I was talking to a guy who does, who's like pseudo training to be a cop. Like he's a volunteer cop for Sykesville. And he was looking at the documentation for it. The FBI came. So there's at least an FBI link to it. Not like a link for internet, but like, you know what I mean?
I've got a couple places that are within 20... I've got 2 places within 20 miles of Lusby.
Well, Henrington's gone. I'm not really looking to go back to, I guess I could videotape it, because me and my son do ride around Sykesville a lot, and like we go over to like, you know, the Springfield area and all that stuff.
Right.
But I won't be going in the buildings. Whereas that barn, it's open. Like, there's nothing to damage, really, unless you want to be super destructive. So, there's no doors or anything. So, you can just walk in there and look around. There's nothing in there. At least I never saw anything. Like, sticks and shit. Some trash.
Summerseat Farm in Mechanicsville, which is only 11.3 miles away. I've got Blackwater National Wildlife Refuge.
Well, I do have a warm-up trail down at River Road. You've seen this place. I know you have. We've been back there before.
By a demon mule.
Like the animal mule?
Long ago, the beast was known to attack loggers and fishers.
That's fucking weird. I mean, donkeys are really aggressive. People don't realize that. Like, they really are.
It was a regular mule at one. It was a regular mule at one point. Well, not regular, but it was a mule. It was a regular animal.
No, mules, dude. Mules will fucking attack because they're like donkeys. They'll fucking attack. Yeah. They're not afraid.
Was known to attack.
They're not afraid of shit.
Fishermen. Locals hunted it and chased it to its death in quicksand. The spirit is said to haunt the 27,000 acres of the wildlife refuge.
I mean, we also have the Beltsville Goat Man and stuff.
The Cater House up in.
I'm more into like cryptids. Dustin's more into like the ghosty stuff.
I do like the cryptids too, but
I'm not saying you don't like cryptids. I'm saying you're more into it.
Yeah,
the ghosty stuff.
The ghosty wosties and the things you can't see.
Or aren't supposed to see.
Right.
I like cryptids because they're like folklore. That's the only reason why. They're just folklore. Like, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that as in that's what it is. It's folklore. You know what I mean?
That's just a couple places that are within 25 miles.
Dude, I mean, you've been to the place where there's like I'm sure you've been there. I know you've been there. You know, on River Road, there's that one turnoff that's like random as shit, and it goes up into someone's backyard eventually if you follow it all the way. Yeah. And there's those random like old foundations all over the place.
Oh yeah, kind of like behind our friend's house.
Yeah, kind of like that, but they were like about the same age, yeah.
Right.
Except for that one was actually like it had a whole wall and stuff. This one doesn't. These are just.
That one was also
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is a college, so. Huracan! But yeah, we're looking for a Jellicent. But yeah, that's my warm-up trail usually when I go by myself. Because it's a short uphill. And it flattens out towards the top. And it's a good uphill workout. Like, it's really, like, it's a little bit of an incline at the bottom. Then it gets real steep. And then it levels out pretty good up until you get to that person's yard.
Yeah.
And then you come back down. And then it's a comeback. And it's a good downhill warm-up, too. Because it's, like, a little rocky and, like, you know, not exactly flat. Not smooth terrain. You know what I mean? So it's pretty good. It's a pretty good warm-up trail. That's what I use it for anyways.
My mind was a little blown the last time I was down through there.
Through
Sykesville. Because I
Sykesville?
did not know that the High's Dairy Store, which obviously was a different convenience, you know, locally.
Yeah, you just turned a barbershop. That's new too. That's
right.
new.
I looked over, I was like, that's a goddamn barbershop now.
Yep.
I remember buying cigarettes there not too long ago. Now it's a barber shop.
Yep. I'm looking for a Jellicent again. Because they spawn here because it's raining. Stupid my only problem is Sharpedos.
I mean, not trying to get my hopes up, but at the same time, I'm feeling pretty good that I'm fucking out of the kitchen, finally.
Wait, you mean in the work?
Work-wise,
I was gonna say, I was like,
good. I'm out of the kitchen.
You're not a woman.
I think I went in there with some good knowledge. Considering my limited experience in screen replacements and cell phone repair, I think I went in there with pretty good knowledge. Thanks to you, in part, for giving me those couple of warnings about the home button and the terrible metal screws.
Yeah. Well, they're terrible metal. They're just not. When someone strips them, usually it's not the person. It's usually not the person working on the phone that strips it. It's usually the person before you that worked on it that stripped it.
The guy I was talking.
Usually when tightening it.
One of the employees was showing me, because they have a computer system that shows you step by step how to do everything.
Yeah.
He was showing me that, and he was telling me most of the time they get phones in there that were worked on by the mall kiosks, and they're the ones that...
Yeah, they're the worst. Yeah, they're the worst ones. I will say that. They are the worst ones.
And
there's a shadow of a doubt.
To me,
it's a fact.
To me, I don't think it's a skill issue. I think it's a speed issue. They're trying to do it so fast because you're in the mall.
I do need a horsey.
They want to get it done within, like, you know, a certain amount of time. Oh, a half an hour and you can get your phone done. Or what, 15 minutes and you can get your screen fixed. So it's a speed issue more than it is a skill issue.
No, I think usually what it is that people over tight. Most people are like me. They over tighten everything. I don't strip screws on. Like, I have to take. Like, I actually don't put any pressure on screws when I'm using for phones or laptops. Because if I do, I'm gonna start breaking. I'm gonna start stripping and actually breaking screws.
The viewers because know this, but I know this.
No.
When you try to kill a bug on plexiglass with a fucking bottle of tea and shattered the fucking glass.
And I just touched it. I didn't even like slam it. I didn't do any of that.
He just like that. It wasn't even like a punch or anything with the bottle. He literally just tried to smush it, and the whole
dude. Let me explain something to you. So, when I was working at a dealership, this guy needed a new head gasket. I broke the well, it wasn't a stud, it was a bolt, but I broke the bolt to the head to ties down the head. And they're like, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "Do you know how much fucking like strength you need to do that? Like, most people can't break a head stud that easy. Like, most people strip it.
I broke a hub
You
puller.
broke it." I'm like, "Yeah, I have retard strength."
Me and my dad broke a hub puller.
Oh yeah.
when I was trying to change the hubs.
Dude,
out on
I've broken
first,
countless lugs.
No, the
I've
actual the tool to pull the hubs off.
I know what it is. Yeah.
We snapped
I
the
know.
fucking bolt thing that puts pressure against the hub.
Yeah, I've done that too.
Snapped it, and the guys at the auto, because we rented it. You know, the AutoZone's got the free rentals for tools.
Yeah.
And they didn't even charge us for it because they were like, "How the fuck did you break that?"
Pretty easily, and not gonna lie.
The hub
Bolts are
wouldn't
easy
come
to break.
off. I don't know what you want me to tell you. The hub didn't come
Bolts
off.
are super easy to break. I break them all the time.
I didn't have fire. Actually, no, we did use fire. We used a lot of different things.
No, I've done that. I've done not the puller, but I've broken all kinds of shit, tools and stuff. Yeah, because I just go like today was a pain in the ass. I replaced the belt in the truck today so I could stop the squeaky squeaks.
The only thing I'm not excited for is parking.
That belt looked fucking horrible, dude. Oh my god.
That's
it was gross.
The only thing I'm not excited for this job is the parking.
Why?
It's in like it's in a strip mall type deal. Like there's a whole bunch of restaurants and other stores. There's a Harris Teeter on one side. Like I tried to park today and I had to walk like fucking halfway through the fucking parking lot just to get back to the fucking store and then back to my truck. Like
parking doesn't bother me. I park as far away from work as possible. My boss is at Microsoft. Used to hate, when I worked at the Microsoft store, used to hate it because I'd park on the top floor.
And then
the
nobody
parking
around
garage.
here can fucking drive or park, so...
Dude, don't even get me started on that shit. I park like a retard so nobody else parks near me. Just so the retards can't park near me. Like I have to at this point. Because I've had a lady... I had a lady, right? I was at... what was it? Walmart? First off, I always park towards the back because of this very reason. I have an old truck from the 90s. Its doors are heavy. If you try to... all the mechanisms are worn out. So if you try to hold it up to... Like, just leave it up to the spring thing to hold the door open, chances are you're going to lose that battle. That's why I park far away, so I don't hit cars. This lady parked right next to me with a bunch of spaces in between me and the rest of the fucking people that are parked there. And then she hit my door. And I don't care because my truck's old and beat up. But the lady was like, "You hit my door." I was like, "No, lady, it's the other way around." How do I know? Because you weren't here when I got here. And I haven't opened the door since. So, you're just a retard. I don't like you. Not a frillish insight. Not a jealousant insight. Nothing but fucking Sharpedos up my fucking ass.
How does that woman even have a job?
Who?
Another Max.
Kamala Harris?
No, another Maxim Beta video, and it's
I
somebody
know who that
making
is.
water. The black, one of the black, he's a black
Making
guy.
water.
Yeah.
They're
He's
crying?
black- No, she's making a water drink.
What do you mean a water drink?
She's apparently
Like something with,
flavored
like-
water is the new water, and everybody likes to share how they make their flavored water. And then you've got other people, because God forbid
Sounds
you
gay.
post anything and somebody not get offended or whatever, or argue with you. But you've got a bunch
Sound
of
gay.
people saying, "That's not water."
It's not. Well, I mean, technically it's not. It's juice at that point. It'd be watery juice. It's juice, though.
But either way, this one, she puts ice in the cup, and he's like, the ice melts and you have your water. End of video.
Yeah.
But no.
That's the way to go.
It gets worse. after the water, she pours in vodka. It's not water anymore. There's nothing about it that's water. And then
Just vodka with water in it.
And then she pours in some blue mixer and some blueberry and some vanilla, and she's like, I gotta add the edible glitter for motivation at work, and I'm like, how do you even have a job when half of that cup was vodka?
I mean, I could do my job drunk.
But you're not supposed to. It's against the rules and laws.
I mean, yeah, but like, I can still do it. I mean, I could probably ride a mountain bike drunk. It depends on how drunk I am, but.
I'm just confused on, especially after she made the video.
Haha. I'm chasing you now, Sharkpedo.
How do you still have a job unless your HR department doesn't look at social media at all?
Whoa, was her face visible?
Yes.
That's hilarious, actually. What retard does that? Apparently just seizures just pop up here. Didn't know that. Nice to know now. But I caught one for later. It is in the Pokédex. This part of the Pokédex that I'm working on. I need to start... Actually, I should stop running from the Sharpedos and fighting him because I do need to evolve that Wailder.
That's her. That's Max.
Oh, yeah. I know that guy. I know that guy, yeah.
And then that's her. Like, she's full...
Dude.
You could definitely... Like... Her HR department is gonna know it's her.
Yeah. Now I need to find a horsey. Well, I need to find a Jellicent. That's the first thing I need to find.
They also know you do your job inebriated, and I don't know that there's a job out there that you're allowed to do.
Hey, I need another one of you. I need you because I need your evolved form. I need to evolve you. I already have one. I want to evolve this one. It's raining, guys. Anyways, no, the biggest problem I've had recently with, dude, I'm gonna be completely frank. Like, everyone that I work with, it feels like they don't know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to at least laptops. They might know what they're doing with phones and tablets, and that's great and all, but like, we get a lot of laptop stuff.
I told the guy that's like my goal is to become a full technician, not just a phone phone screen.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be a full technician. I want to work on laptops,
but like,
cell phones.
So
I want to do soldering.
You don't know this because you've
use the hot air station. Like,
yeah.
That's the stuff I really.
No, I know.
Do. Mainly because
that's what I'm doing. But
I'm no fucking good with software. Like, I am awful with software. I have no idea what's causing my computer. I have a slight idea what's causing my computer to fucking freeze, pretty much. Like, it doesn't freeze, but if I open up task, if I leave it running and I open up task manager, it tells me there are no apps running. Like, none. Not even Explorer, nothing, no Windows processes, nothing. Nothing will open. I can't even. I have to hard shut it down by the button. Like, I can't even open up the fucking task. I can open up the start menu and then it just closes on me. I have an idea of what's causing it, but I'm not 100% sure if that's what it is. I just reset my computer and it works fine for as long as I'm actually on it.
Yeah, no, I'm like, you don't know this because you probably haven't worked on them, but like, every time a MacBook has a screen problem, they order just a screen. I'm like, I'm not doing that. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, first off, even if you're wearing gloves and all this other shit, first off, you didn't even get all the parts. I didn't mean to catch that, but okay. Because when you replace a MacBook screen, you need the screen, the layers of LCD, and the, what the fuck is that called? Oh, the rubber edge.
So they want you to.
They want me to save that rubber edge.
They want you to tear apart the old screen, basically. Save all the parts
that's what.
You
that's
can,
no. That you have to do that. So if you're
the screen.
Yeah.
Rather
so
than
like they never order the. First off.
Parts.
Yeah. So first off, one, the layers, the newer MacBooks are different, but I'm talking about like ones that were pre, I would say 2020, 2021.
Okay.
One, if you get anything in between those sheets, which by the way, they're not in a sealed container, you have to put them in like as a stack and keep them that way, wearing gloves and whatever else. You need a clean, to be honest, I mean, you could do it. Don't get me wrong. You can do it without a clean room, but the best way to do it would be a clean room.
Right.
And the fastest way to do it would be a clean room. Also, the rubber piece that the MacBook has around the screen, that just when you shut it, it stays off the keyboard.
Right.
That thing has to be replaced too, because you're gonna fucking cut it. Doesn't matter what kind of tool you're fucking using. It can be plastic, it can be fabric, string, doesn't even fucking matter. You're cutting that piece of rubber in some spot. You might get the whole fucking thing almost done, but you're gonna cut at least one spot at the end. Like, it doesn't matter.
And then you gotta put it together like a fucking puzzle.
So I say, no, just buy the whole thing. Like, just buy the whole screen assembly. Plus, they get a new webcam. Plus, they get a new, some other stuff inside of in the screen. Depends on how old of a MacBook you're talking. But, with that said, they always want me to do that. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
And if the webcam's still good, you can always hold on to the webcam part, and I'm sure somebody will come in, hey, my webcam's fucked up on my Mac.
No, because to get to the webcam, you have to do the same exact thing as the screen.
Fuck Apple.
Yeah, I will say this: the only thing Apple did well was the newer iPads, not the old ones, because the old ones are stupid. Because they're like separate. The digitizer and the LCD itself are separate, so that's fucking stupid. Whoever had that design idea is stupid. Same with Nintendo with the older switches. The LED is one solid piece. But the worst, and I will say the worst thing about Apple is their laptops. That's the worst. Laptop, and they're all-in-ones. Their all-in-ones are bad too.
Well, that's one good thing.
They're horrible.
That's one good thing about
to repair. They only fine devices. I don't really care, but like,
that's one
as far as like
the Joy-Cons on Nintendo Switch, the Joy-Cons, the insides of the Joy-Cons are pretty fucking modular.
The whole Switch is modular, except for the original ones with the screen, the original screens, and the lights.
Well, yeah, but the light's more like, to me, the light's more like a tablet setup than it is.
No, it's the same setup as the Switch. Like if you just make the Joy-Cons permanent on a Switch, yeah, it's the same thing. The only difference is the board's shaped differently because there's less subboards, and the battery is different.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. Nothing crazy. But no, like, it's pretty modular. You can swap out everything. It's not that hard. The Switch is very easy to fix for the most part. There are certain ones that aren't easy to fix. Certain issues that aren't easy to fix, like
I have Joy-Con in my Amazon save for later with Hall effect.
Wait, is it the big one? I mean, I didn't have the little guy.
I have
the big one?
Okay, I have Hall effect.
Halifax.
Yeah, I have Hall effect kits for the Joy-Cons sitting.
I mean, I'll probably do that with my Joy-Con eventually, but I'm not really that.
Well, I have to replace. I gotta replace the rail anyway, and one of the joysticks. So I figured if I gotta replace it already, I might as well just get the kit for both Joy-Cons and do them both at the same time.
Yeah, I would do them at the same time.
My Hall effect, because I love my Hall effect.
I need to get a controller that's that way for the PC for later when I'm playing, like, what do you call it, driving games and stuff.
They're so expensive. Fucking kits are one thing, but when you buy a controller like that, that's already Hall effect, it's so expensive.
No, it's not. It's like $50. I've seen it for like $50, $60. It's just as expensive or less expensive than the actual controllers. Now, if you're gonna put it in, yeah, it's more expensive because you have to solder that shit in, like straight up. So, yeah. Which I can also do, which is actually really easy. Actually, the hardest part of that whole thing is the shitty ass fucking solder everyone uses. I don't know what Sony and fucking Xbox use for solder, but it's all shit. Like, straight up. Like, it's the worst solder I've ever seen in my entire life. It's so just... It doesn't conduct heat well. It's just shit. It's garbage.
I saw a reel earlier. It was different weights, I guess, of solder.
Okay.
And...
I don't know what that means, but...
I don't... It said 20-something grams all the way up to, like, 68 grams.
Are you sure the G isn't gauge?
It might be. I don't know. They didn't explain the video very well. They just
I mean, I
showed
didn't
them melting. They just
think
showed
it
them
would.
melting the different solder, and obviously the fucking 60-something melted cleaner and faster than the other two.
Unless it's like percentage of the different metals that are in solder.
That's entirely possible as well. Like I said, they didn't explain the reel very well. There wasn't a lot of.
I mean, a 60 gauge solder, would melt with a soldering iron, no matter how big of a fucking tip you have on it, would melt horribly. So it's got to be something else than gauge.
Yeah, it had to be the weight of the metal, or what kind of metal was in it.
Or something like that. That doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
And what the fuck do I know, right?
Lincoln Park, Mike Shenandoah, and the other two remaining.
Yeah, I saw that.
Lincoln Park got themselves a new.
It was sad. I was like,
I'm not hating on them for new music, but I'm sorry.
dude, that girl can't sing. I've listened to like 16 different versions, like 16 different recordings of that, and she can't sing at all. And she tries too much to sound like Chester Bennington, and you can't replace his voice.
You can't
Unless there's that one guy from like Australia
if they were gonna do this,
who can do an impression.
If they were gonna do
A
this,
singing impression.
They needed to change the name of the band.
No, they just needed to make a new band.
Right, because I'm sorry, Lincoln Park is not Lincoln Park without Chester Bennington. They weren't shit. They were shit without Chester Bennington. Before Mike found Chester, Lincoln Park was going nowhere. Chester
I know.
came in with his vocals and his music. He wrote most of their shit. And his emotion, his vocals, his emotion, his music is what made Lincoln
It's
Park
like trying to make. Let me think of something. It's like half of the like metalcore bands that like change vocalists.
Right.
It's like, dude, you don't sound as good anymore. Like, you're just not as good anymore.
I'm sorry, you're not.
Because like even if there's a signature screen, even if individual vocalist can do a different, like, do several different types of screaming, you can just tell the difference. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Suicide Silence is like a perfect example of that.
Right. And
like like I won't listen to their new stuff unless it's instrumental. Like,
and I've heard.
And I know that's mean to the guy. I'm not saying the guy is a bad vocalist. I'm saying he doesn't sound like Mitch. Guess what? It kind of ruins the name.
I've heard kids on YouTube who really sound like Chester did. But they can't.
I mean, I can say that about a lot of things.
But they can't bring the emotion that Chester brought into it because the songs he wrote were about the shit he was feeling.
Yeah.
Like.
No, my biggest problem with it is you can't. It's not even like that. It's just the voice itself. Unless you find that one random ass guy in the world that even sounds remotely close to like him. Like Ace, that's what AC/DC ended up doing.
Right.
Like, that's the only reason why they could. That's the only reason why they pulled it off.
And people are defending her, and I'm like, you can't defend mediocrity, first of all.
Well, no. Look, she might be a good singer, but she's not good for. She can't sound like Chester Bennington. And she tries to sound like him.
She's not.
Now, if she sang like normal, like actually sang, like even for new metal,
Apparently she's
her own voice
apparently
and not like some random ass voice that she's trying to imitate, like Chester Bennington's, then yeah, I could see maybe okay. But like,
and they're like,
it would be a different band at that point. So what the hell's the point?
People are like, Chester's smiling down from heaven from this, and I'm like, first of all, I don't. That's not where I think Chester went. God rest his soul.
Well,
but,
if heaven is real, he definitely didn't go there.
right, he was a G. He didn't go to heaven.
No. Well, I mean, just the act of what he did.
Right, and then.
Or supposedly did.
And on top of that, I guarantee you.
I think they killed him, but I think someone killed him. But
he's probably rolling in his fucking grave right now. Trying to
if
hear
the
numb come out of her fucking mouth is just god. In the end, god awful. Numb. God,
like,
I gave her a chance. I listened to the songs from their first concert, and they played a lot of the classics. God awful.
What was I saying? Yeah, like no, you just can't like like
Bad.
you can replace guitar player, you can replace guitar player, you can replace a bassist, and you can replace a drummer, as long as they're equally skilled, which isn't hard. You can find equally skilled guitarists and drummers and all that regularly, right? You can't do that with the voice thing because the voice thing is very personal to one individual. You know what I mean? It's just stupid to even think you can.
And especially, and like I said, the emotion that he brought to each and every song, because it was basically about.
Well, she doesn't sound anything like him. One, it's a female. That's 99% of the problem. Even though, don't get me wrong, Chester Bennington wasn't exactly a manly man. He definitely sounded like a dude.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? She can't sound like that unless she starts taking shit's amount of test. And it won't even sound like a dude. It'll sound like a girl who's on test. Like, it doesn't sound the same. I've met girls on testosterone who like body build. Yeah, they don't sound like women. They don't sound like dudes. They sound like girls on test. That's what they sound like. Like, and they can do whatever they want. I'm not shitting on testosterone or anything like that. I'm not doing no. I'm not saying they're bad people. What I'm saying is they don't sound like a dude.
You just don't sound.
That's
the
it.
same. That's one piece of news.
Just like dudes who try to transition to be females, which doesn't happen, but try. They don't sound like chicks. Sorry, they sound close.
They actually,
really, what they sound like.
I feel like they sound closer to chicks than chicks do to dudes.
Probably, but the reality is that they still don't sound like most of them. If they sound like a chick, they literally are copying another chick.
Right.
Like a chick. They're literally they're mimicking their voice.
Or they just didn't have very much bass in their voice to begin with. And
nah, dude, I've heard some dudes.
A lot of that has to do with your vocal cords, not the amount of testosterone or whatever. Like.
No, I've heard dudes who don't sound like whose voices aren't very bassy, and like, even if they were to, I'm like, no, it would just sound not right. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't sound real. That's what it is.
Right.
Because it's not. You can get mad at me, but that's just the reality. Fucking care.
Apparently, moving on from Linkin Park, apparently,
Oh, did you see that one woke game died?
What, huh?
Concord? There was a woke hero shooter.
Died.
No, they literally took it offline.
Yeah.
It's a multiplayer. Like it's not. It's the woke version. It's a more woke version of what is that called? Overwatch.
Yeah, they finally.
That's what it is.
I did see that.
And they killed it off, and it was out for almost 3 weeks.
Yeah, it didn't. It did not last very long.
If not, maybe 3 weeks at max. But
it might have lasted. It might have lasted a little bit shorter than Dr. Disrespect's break.
Yeah, he came back. I'm not sticking up for him or anything, but like the the amount of ridiculousness I've heard out of this whole entire thing
God,
is just like,
it's
whatever.
ridiculous. He had two. He had
Well, no.
Apparently, he had over 200K viewers on his.
Well, I don't need. Well, the problem is we don't actually. The problem is like I'm not sticking up for him and I'm not defending him. But the problem is everybody automatically goes pedo. It's like yeah, but like inappropriate things to a minor could be like it depends on who you are.
Many different things.
Yeah, like it could mean he was a pedo. It could also mean he sent like stupid jokes that weren't appropriate to send a minor. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be sexual jokes. It could be
anything about drugs, anything about violence, or anything.
Dude, it could have just been advice on something, right? It could have been just advice on something. And to be honest, unless you're the kid's parent or a legal guardian or a family member or a very close like mentor, right? You shouldn't be giving kids advice.
Right. I mean, I'm not saying he
like,
was in the right for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it was sexual.
He was a pedo, yeah. Hell, he could have said a sex joke.
Right.
It didn't even have to be like sexual in the sense like, oh, I'm a pedo. It could have been just like the old hurricane joke before they let guy names be in it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like why? Like before? Okay, if you don't know, if you're young and you don't know, before like recent history, like I'd say the past 10 years, hurricanes were only named female names, right? And there was an old joke that went, why do hurricanes have female names? And people be like, why? And it was because just like a woman, they're wet, annoying, and can ruin your life. That was the joke, right? Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. That was the old joke of it.
Actually,
and the funniest, or something like that, yeah.
Apparently it was 1978 that they started alternating.
Well, they didn't do a very good job in the 90s or the 2000s.
No, they did not.
Okay? Like, at all. They didn't do it at all.
I feel like that's a
because I remember.
I feel like that's a Mandela effect.
I don't think it's a Mandela effect. I don't think the Mandela effect's real.
It definitely.
What is that? Okay.
It definitely was not. It was definitely. I remember seeing it in the early 2000s that it was like news. It was on the news that they were like, oh yeah.
Let's be honest.
Including male names in hurricanes and tropical storms. Like it was.
Let's be honest.
And it was recent.
Yeah. It was later than the 2000s. It was earlier. It was later than the 2000s. But when they started doing it, I mean, they might have said they were going to do it, but they didn't do it until like
they did not do it
the past 10 years. Trust me, dude. With how feminized America is, you really think Hurricane Katrina would have been Hurricane Katrina with the amount of damage it did? Fuck no, they would have called it Hurricane Ken. Fucking assholes. That's just the reality.
If they're really bad, they should just be Kens and Karens.
Well, they got to be at K for that to work. I still love the fucking video of fucking Kanye West with the Katrina what was it, like the call-in, remember when they used to do this call-in donation things? He was doing that with Mike Myers, the comedian, the actor-comedian guy who did Austin Powers and whatnot. And like he looks to Kanye to say something, and the first thing fucking Kanye West says is, George Bush doesn't care about black people. As wrong as as correct as he is, he's also completely wrong just because of the way he said it. Like he sounded so like it was like it was like a mix.
It's completely off topic.
It was like a mix between aggressive and like someone who has like no idea what the fuck they're doing. What they're doing, like where they're at, any of that. Like it was just like I'm gonna bring that up.
Kanye has been lost for a while.
I don't know about that one. I think he's kind of right about some things.
I don't
Not
know.
not
I don't know what
in the bad
caused
way,
it.
but in the way
I don't
that
know
I
what
think
caused
he's
it,
right.
but that man has been lost for a while. Like, even a broken clock can be right twice a day. But
How you spell Kanye? Oh, never mind.
K-A-N-Y-E.
Never mind. I figured it out because I searched it earlier at one point in time. This is the best
But yeah,
fucking video.
even a broken
No, this is the
clock
whole
can
thing,
be
isn't
twice,
it?
can be lost twice.
You spoke
can be
about it in
correct
2000.
But
Hold on.
that man, I feel
the
like
people
that man's been lost
are
for a
black,
while.
and even for me to complain about, I would be a hypocrite because I've tried to turn.
All right. Right here. Okay.
That
I'll
man's
share the
definitely been
screen.
lost
It's gonna be
for a while.
hilarious.
Yeah,
I don't know about.
He's
I don't know about that
been
one.
Lost for a while. Jim Carrey is lost.
I think Jim Carrey's a fucking retard, but I think he did too many drugs trying to do what's his name?
Any of his
The guy from Taxi. No, the guy from Taxi specifically.
I don't know. Mask was pretty fucking out there.
Yeah, but that was written that way anyways. You know what I mean? Like that was written that way. It wasn't like
George Bush didn't care about black people.
okay. This is probably the greatest fucking thing you'll ever fucking see because it's hilarious. All right, let me turn down the volume here. I don't want to blow anyone's ears out.
3 levees protecting New Orleans. The
That's way
landscape
too
of the
low. Okay. Let's go half.
Decent, but,
Oh, my end is low as shit. Holy fuck.
yeah, on this
All right, I'll do a halfway mark. I'll do the halfway mark in between something comfortable for me and something comfortable for everyone.
city has changed dramatically, tragically, and perhaps irreversibly. There is now over 25 feet of water where there was once city streets and thriving neighborhoods.
I hate the way they portray us in the media. If you see a black family, it says they're looting. See a white family, it says they're looking for food. And you know it's been 5 days because most of the people are black. And even for me to complain about, I would be a hypocrite because I've tried to turn away from the TV because it's too hard to watch. I've even been shopping before even giving a donation. So now I'm calling my business manager right now to see what is the biggest amount I can give, and just to imagine if I was down there, and those are my people down there. So anybody out there that wants to do anything that we can help with the setup, the way America is set up to help the poor. The black people,
no, they really fucked up with Katrina, though.
as slow as possible. I mean, this is Red Cross is doing everything they can. We already realize a lot of the people that could help are at war right now, fighting another way, and they've given them permission to go down and shoot us.
And subtle, but in even many ways more profoundly devastating, is the lasting damage to the survivors' will to rebuild and remain in the area. The destruction of the spirit of the people of southern Louisiana and Mississippi may end up being the most tragic loss of all.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
That was Kanye West.
Even Michael Myers is like, huh? Like, you're right.
That's the best part about it.
What?
Why did you say that? You're not wrong, but like, why?
He looked so uncomfortable the entire fucking time Kanye was talking.
And they cut it too because there's like a long silence of him just being like, essentially he'd just be like, okay, and then like goes on to the thing. It's so good. Now, it's funny to me now. It's not. It's at the time it wasn't really funny because actually what he said is kind of true. But the problem is he made it like
he was right
really
or wrong. It was just the way he you could tell even in that video Kanye just does not look like he looks lost.
Yeah, like I said to you, like he looks like someone who's lost and has no idea what they're doing in that video the whole time.
Like they didn't contact him beforehand, was like, hey, you want to do this? Nah, they were just like, hey, Kanye's here, let's throw him on air.
Yeah.
There
but
I don't think there was a script or anything. They were just like,
no, there wasn't. It's more free. They more freeball that because they're trying to just raise money. It's not like you just can't say certain things. I'm not saying he shouldn't have said it. I'm saying he just looks so confused. I'm like, why does he look like the whole scenario is weird.
Right. Even Michael Myers.
And he's not wrong. So the only problem with his statement that I had is that he doesn't seem to understand. It's not just. It's not. I mean, it's about race too, but it's not just about race. Like people forget this a lot. If you were in, didn't matter what race you were. If you were in. Oh, that is a random Gyarados. Okay, cool. But like, it's not what I was looking for. I was looking for Jellicent specifically.
That was just...
But if you were anyone with guns in during Katrina in Louisiana and they were helping you in New Orleans, they stole your guns, like straight up. And if you wouldn't give up your guns, they were allowed to shoot. And it was essentially a small. What is that called? What do they call that? Like it was like they call it something. I forget what it's called. Which I. No, it's like no.
As in
what do they call it when they shut down? No, what do they call it when they shut down like everything? It's like a totalitarian state. The conspiracy theorists call it this. I also believe, which is also true. I hate to tell anyone this. If Trump actually does win somehow, that's gonna happen in the United States. The whole country. By the way, like anyone watching, if Trump actually wins and like there's no way they can like cheat, they're gonna definitely do this. They're gonna lock down the whole country. So you can't do shit. Well, the problem is we also have the problem also is that if Kamala Harris wins, I doubt they're gonna do it, but there is at least a 10%.
They won't do it.
Yeah,
the same way,
there will
but
be a
they'll
civil
still
war.
do it.
No, not the government. I'm talking about the right, because the right in America is such a fucking bunch of cokes. They listen to fucking troon fuckers and retards, and think they're smart because those people happen to have a slightly above intelligent, like slightly above average intelligence. Like, look, I'm not shitting on people who are like smart or anything. I don't think my IQ is probably fucking average, if not lower. I always learn things the hard way, just by like. But the worst people on the planet are fucking midwits, and I can't stand them. Like, a smart person knows they're smart. They also second guess themselves on every fucking thing. So they just like a normal person that knows what they're doing is smart at what they're doing, and they still second guess themselves, even though they've done it 1,000 fucking times, right? And a really intelligent person does that, like a genius level person does that too. It's the people that are referred to as midwits, people who have like anywhere between like 105 to like 115 IQ. I just think they're the smartest fucking people on the face of the planet. Meanwhile, they usually are the dumbest fucking people on the face of the planet. Because what happens is they take their smartness and waste it on just thinking they're smart, essentially. Right? And it's annoying and whatever. But like the reality is, I've met people of average intelligence that are smarter than the people who are running the country. So, and not even because I like their ideas. I mean, they're actually... You know what politics are? It's for dumb, ugly people. Like, they're good enough looking to where they look normal, right? But they're not good looking enough to be like a movie star or like a model or anything like that. You know what I mean? That's what politicians are. And they might have a slightly above average IQ. Maybe average. Even I've talked to some like genius level people in real life about this kind of stuff, and they're like, yeah, I mean, really the worst people are it's not the dumb people. It's not even the below average intelligence people. It's It's the people between like 105 and somewhere around 105 and like 115. They're the worst because they always think they're right even though they're fucking wrong all the time, like every day. They always think they're fucking right and they fuck up everything. And those are also the same people who tend to have middle management jobs too. That's why middle management fucks up so much. Because they're slightly above normal intelligence. So to the average person, they look really smart. But then when you start actually listening to them and like trying to make sense of what they're saying, it's just like, that's dumb. I'll give you a perfect example. Destiny. That streamer Destiny. He's a midwit. He could tell me he has genius level IQ. I don't believe him for shit. Even if the test, because I don't believe. If you could take a test, I'm gonna be dead honest. If you could take a test, an IQ test, you can seem like a fucking genius. But I don't believe his actual IQ is above an average. Actually, I think he's dumber than above average. He can't even think logically. That's the problem. Like, when you think logically, when you say something, there's an entailment to the things that you say, right? So when you break it down, because you have to, when you go to the logical form of thinking, and by the way, I'm not smart. I just read. That's it. Like, I read, and that's what I do. That's it. I'm not a genius. I know random shit because I read it and thought it was really interesting for some reason. At the time, at least. And it's just like, a lot of the logic that he uses is very contradictive. And it doesn't make any sense. But that's the left as a whole, so. He's very left. But, you know. He's one of them. I would say most of the leftist YouTubers that you see, they're either average or slightly above average intelligence. And they think they're fucking geniuses. So, and I say that about the right too, but a lot of the right just, it doesn't even matter what they say to me now because they're just not even really right wing. Most of them aren't.
As I predicted, the Ravens lost last night, although I didn't predict they'd lose by a quarter of an inch.
Get fucked, Ravens. No, I'm just kidding. I don't really care. I don't give a fuck about sports at all anymore. Like, I used to care.
God, it was the very quarter-inch tip of his.
Yeah, my dad was telling. Yeah, my dad said something about that.
I'm a Ravens fan, and I still thought it was funny. Like, I was like, yes.
No,
and then they started showing the replay, and I was like, oh, like
get fucked. But no, it's not even like that kind of thing. It's more like just. Like, I don't care about sports anymore. Like, I used to care about watching sports, but something happened where I was just like, I don't want to watch this anymore. And this includes hockey, and I watch hockey all the time.
Kansas City.
Didn't matter the game. Football, I only really watched the Steelers when I was watching football.
I knew they were going to lose because they were playing Kansas City, not because Kansas City is a better team. But because Kansas City is making the NFL the most money right now.
They won't be soon.
Patrick Mahomes is in every other fucking commercial. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
That won't be a thing soon.
Apparently not.
There was a document leak about that from one of their agents.
I saw that.
I knew it was definitely AstroTurf. I could tell just by the way the fuck everything happened.
Well, not only that.
I thought that shit was over though. I legit thought that shit was over because it was a huge thing in the 90s.
Have you seen his exes?
No.
His two exes are hourglass curvy women. And for him to legitimately
I mean, I don't really like... Well, you know the type of women I like. Yeah.
But
I don't understand. Like, she has a pretty face.
That's
she has a pretty face. That's it. Like, I said that to someone, they're like, what do you mean? I was like, she's got no body. Like... Her body is unhealthily skinny. First off, like, it might be just her natural body, and that's fine. I'm not shitting on her. But, like, she looks unnaturally skinny.
Right.
If that's her natural body, fine. I'm not shitting on her for it. It just doesn't look right, okay? She has a very pretty face. I'll give her that.
No.
Her hair is average blonde girl hair. So, like, I don't really give a shit.
Like, her body is no proportion. Like, I've seen disproportionate people. She is no proportion.
Yeah. Like, her head, her head fits her body right. I'll give her that.
She looks like somebody stuck a wig on Plank from Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
No, she looks way better than Plank, but that's not saying much, really. If you really think about it, it's not. No, I don't really hate Taylor Swift. I think she's overrated. But
way overrated.
I don't really hate her. I could give less shit about her, to be honest.
And now,
but like,
I guarantee this time next year, she'll have an album all about Travis Kelce.
Yeah. Well, the biggest problem is she's nothing but a feminist cunt. Like, everybody's like, no, she's not. She wants a traditional marriage. I was like, why the fuck is she not at home with her parents then? Because that's what traditional marriages are. I don't think you understand what traditional marriages are. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, you all say you want to be courted and you don't even know what the fuck that is. And they're like, what is courting then? I was like, well, first off, you'd be living at home. Second off, I would come to your parents' house and talk to your dad and say, I'm interested in your daughter. And we would set up a time where I would come back over if it wasn't that day, if I wasn't allowed to do it that day. Come back over later, and you weren't allowed to be left in the room alone with me. Okay? And I wasn't allowed to be left in the room alone with you. You don't know what you speak of. Like, you don't, like, I want to be courted. Okay, go back at home then.
Now,
what do you mean?
I will give the NFL credit. She was at the game. She was at the game last night, and yet I did not hear her name every other fucking play.
Yeah, that was annoying. Like, I even said that.
I will give him credit to that end because that.
Because I do watch the Super Bowl still, because it's
did not know until after
more
the
of
fact
me hanging out with people.
Was there.
So unless the Baltimore's in the Super Bowl, anytime I go to the Super Bowl, it's really just to a Super Bowl party or just, you know, even watch with my dad. It's just us hanging out. We're not really giving a shit about the game. So, and my dad's doesn't, I mean, he doesn't really, he'll talk during it, doesn't matter.
Shit,
any game, but like, it's more of a social thing for me, and it always was, unless my team, I was a Steelers fan. I still am. I mean, it's not like I hate them. I just don't watch football anymore. I don't buy their stuff either. Because I don't want to spend the money on that. Like, honestly, like, for real, dude, I watched the Super Bowl. They were in the Super Bowl. They were in the Super Bowl last year, right? I'm not dumb and think that for no reason.
Who?
Kansas City.
Yes, Kansas City won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways, when I was watching the Super Bowl with my dad, it's not even like I was actually watching it. It was just on, and we were bullshitting because nobody we gave a fuck about was playing. And like, I heard her name constantly. I'm like, dude, stop talking about her.
It was so
she's not interesting. Like, she's the least interesting artist that exists. First off, she has no like real backstory because she's been in the game so long. She was like 18 when she was fucking, and she wasn't like drug addled like fucking the rest of the 18-year-olds before her. Like, she's not interesting. Stop talking about her. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, every football player's story, even if they were like the rich kid in school, right? Their story is more interesting than Taylor Swift's. Even if they had no real anything to overcome, their story is more interesting than Taylor Swift's.
She is
dead ass, dude. She's a fucking retard. She's like, if she was her whole
ice cream, she'd be vanilla.
No, she wouldn't. Vanilla is more interesting than fucking Taylor Swift. She would literally be just fucking water. She is a water person. There's no
water.
Fucking taste.
Not even cold. No cold, no hot. Just room temperature.
Yeah,
water.
like room temperature water. She's the most boring fucking thing that exists on the planet. And it drives me insane that she has any fandom because her music sucks. In my opinion. And I think she's, as an artist, if all of her artwork is based on breakups, she's not a very good artist. Sorry, every artist that was actually good wrote songs about different shit. Like, Period. You know what I mean? It wasn't just one topic every fucking song. So like, shut the fuck up.
I don't understand. And her fandom is more like a.
Even if it's a dumb topic, look at fucking Cannibal Corpse. They literally have a song about coming blood out of your dick. Has nothing to do with fucking zombies, at all.
Her fandom is tantamount to a cult following.
Is it dumb? Yes, it's stupid, but it's better.
Kool-Aid and they would do it.
Yeah.
And it would be okay.
She could pull the biggest mass genocide of American women just by telling them, drink the Kool-Aid with this chemical in it, and it'll make you skinny like me.
Right. Like, or
they would all just die.
A better woman or whatever. And
yeah, it's a healthy way to get skinny, and it's kind of easy. Yeah, it's a healthy way to get skinny. You fucking die.
About as skinny as you can get.
Eventually, you'll be so skinny, you'll just be bones.
And then Travis Kelce.
No, but seriously,
what the fuck did she do to him on the off season, bruh?
Oh, she's probably
that stash, bruh.
Do you remember?
Like a Dr. Disrespect reject.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I think it's like when I sit there and think about like these movie stars and stuff, and I think about it really hard. I'm like, I feel like, and like all these stars or whatever, music stars, movie stars, whatever, it's sports playing stars. For Taylor Swift, I feel like she would just be an exact carbon copy of like every blonde I've ever met that's really a fucking annoying. You know what I mean? Like every single fucking one. It's the same fucking person. They have no like individuality at all. They're just an NPC. I think she's an NPC of a person. I think that she has a decent singing voice. Not great, decent. And I think she can just hit a topic that women will listen to. That's it. And I'm not saying her songs aren't catchy or aren't. Not all of her songs are bad. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is she's the blandest artist on the face of the planet.
Interesting.
To have this big of a following, it's insane to me. Like, she has no range whatsoever.
She's just not interesting to me.
She was sorta like country pop, but not really. It was more like just pop that copied country music tones and distortions and instrumentation, like acoustic guitars or whatever. And she had, I mean, I don't know where she's from, but to me it always sounded fake in her early stuff, where she had like kind of like a southern accent but not really. It's why it sounded fake to me. And I don't know where she's from. She could be a southerner. I have no fucking clue. I don't really care. But like or a country girl. She doesn't sound like a country girl at all, by the way. It sounds like a fake copy of a southern accent. Because I grew up in the middle of fucking nowhere. I know what country women sound like. And sure as hell don't fucking sound like Taylor Swift ever. Like, at any point in her career. Like, talking wise. So, like, or not southern, rural women. She definitely doesn't sound like a country girl at all. I think she lived in the suburbs, or maybe the suburbs, like right outside the country.
And I honestly think like Travis Kelce,
all of her music is lame because it's the same topic every time.
Travis Kelce's.
That's the only reason.
Travis Kelce's dad allegedly said she's down to earth and whatever. I don't believe you. Even if you said that, I don't believe you.
First off, she's already batting for Kamala Harris. So if you're batting for Kamala Harris, I hate to tell you, you aren't down to earth. You're just fucking not. Like, shut the fuck up. Secondly, I mean, if you're voting for Trump, but you're not like a retarded MAGA person, you're probably more down to earth than someone who isn't an extreme leftist voting for Kamala Harris.
Right.
Who isn't? I said isn't because
I think
anyone
opinion actually matters.
Yeah, like
Anybody
first off, I think all of you are fucking crazy and actually think voting matters. It doesn't. I vote, but that's because I get tired of people saying, "Well, you can't bitch if you didn't vote." It's like it doesn't matter who I vote for because they're all shit.
Right. And
so I literally write in people. If you can write in people, I write them in.
I have the deepest respect for actors and artists.
I don't, but
that don't voice their opinions on things.
Well, it depends on the art itself, but yeah.
Like actors.
I just don't. I just don't look. I just don't. I don't.
On who the fuck the president is. I really don't.
The biggest problem with this isn't even like the president, whether you like the president or not. It's literally just like, dude. The problem is like, I don't fucking care. Do you know why? Because they're all fucking shit.
And like they kept saying,
they don't do anything.
Like they kept saying during the pandemic, we're just like you. Really?
No, you're not.
Because I promise you, every room of my house does not equal one room of your house. You're not just like me.
I mean, look, you're not down to earth if you're voting for Kamala Harris. It's just face the facts. You're just a retard who's just voting D. Or you're either a retard voting Democrat, or
you're a Trump hater.
Or you hate Trump, or you're a socialist or some communist or something.
Whatever fucking reason.
You're not a normal person.
For whatever reason, you hate Trump. And honestly, there's a lot of stupid reasons that people hate
Actually,
Trump.
The entirety of the left's reason for hating Trump is stupid.
I've heard
like it's dumb.
I've heard some good reasons for hating Trump. I couldn't name them off
hating
the top
him?
of my head, but I've heard some.
I can't think of one fucking thing to hate him for.
I never really liked Trump as a person, ever.
Yeah, but there's a difference between hating and just like people don't understand this either. Those people are dumb.
Anyway.
Yeah, those people are dumb because
But most of
the people who hate Trump are literally mentally handicapped. I don't care if they're smart. If you hate a politician, besides the fact that they're a politician,
the number one
if you hate all politicians, I'll go with it. But like, if you don't,
the number one reason
then like,
I hear
shut the fuck up.
Trump is that he's racist. And
no, it's mean tweets, bro.
And I still have yet.
Mean tweets.
I still have yet to see evidence to the fact that he is indeed racist. They say he's racist, and yet still have yet to produce any actual evidence.
I don't really have a problem with like
supporting your argument.
Someone being racist. Like, I don't understand the logic behind. Oh, well, they're racist. They're a bad person. No. Or like, what do you mean? And then like when people say, "What do you mean?" I was like, first off, like, what do you mean by racist? Because we live in America, and America is colorist, not racist. Which is a different topic. You all think every black person I've ever talked to in my entire life thinks Italians are white. That's not true. So like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what race is already. So when you say racist, what do you actually mean?
You're being more racist by saying that because you're literally going by the color of somebody's skin. And most Italians aren't even like white skin.
White. Yeah. White is a specific term for people north of the Alps. This was, and you can say it changed or whatever, but I don't agree. Like, you don't live. I'll tell you right now. Not the 99.99% of the people that I have interacted with has never actually seen a literal act of racism, like in person.
But yeah, they have. Nobody can produce evidence that Trump is racist.
I mean, he's just racist because he ran as a Republican. That's the only reason.
He wants America to be for America.
If he ran as a Dem, if he ran as a Dem, and they called him racist when in the primary, right? It wouldn't have worked, right? Like no one would have thought he was racist.
Right.
Because he's a Democrat. Democrats aren't racist. I find the majority of Democrats I've talked to in my entire life far more racist than the majority of Republicans I've talked to in my entire life. Most Republicans don't care about color of skin; they care about culture. When you say, like, for instance, like, I know actual racists, right? Like, I've met actual racists. I've met them. I've talked to them. They don't even really care about the color of skin. They care about culture. When you break down what they don't like, it isn't skin based. It's not even genetics based, except for a few. Obviously, there's a few of those, but like it's really just culture based. And to be honest, most of the most racist people I've ever met in my entire life are black cops who were racist against black people because they had a cop job in the city. Like, they don't even want to be around black people. Like, they're the most racist person I've ever met in my entire life.
We had a couple shootings in schools this week.
I don't really give a shit about that.
One was an actual school shooting, and today's, in my opinion, after hearing all the information that has been given, was just a shooting that happened in a school.
Yeah, nobody was actually there.
No, it was...
Dude, are you kidding?
It was between two kids. Like, it wasn't one kid going in and indiscriminately
and shooting a bunch of kids.
Up the school.
Yeah.
It was between two kids. That was it.
So it was it could have been gang related, depending on where it is.
Gang related. They could have just had beef with each other, and he made a bad choice.
Yeah. Well, my problem is, with school shootings and mass shootings, by the way. Do you know how they calculate that?
I can't call that a school shooting. It just happened to happen in a school.
At a school, yes. So, do you want to hear something even more grotesque than that?
Now, the one that happened
calling it a school shooting?
The one that happened yesterday, a couple states over or whatever, I can't remember what state it was. That was an actual...
I think it was Georgia or something.
That was an actual school shooting. Multiple children and a teacher were shot. That is a school shooting.
Yeah.
One kid going into a school and...
No, dude, it gets worse. It gets worse. So... in Chicago, in big cities, right? Mostly big cities, right? This is a mostly big city thing.
Not saying it's a good thing, but
no. This is mostly a big city thing. What I'm going to tell you. Do you know how they count school shootings? Not only do they count the ones that like you're talking about, like actual school shootings, and also the ones that are like gang related and stuff. So in big cities, there's abandoned schools. A lot of them, like in most of the big cities in America, there's at least one or two abandoned schools. If there's a gang fight or a gang shooting near the abandoned school, they count those too.
That is so dumb.
So a school that's abandoned, no one's fucking using, it's just owned by the state and they haven't done anything with it.
So that's
or the city.
That'd be like saying that's like saying if that one urban explorer who went into a couple abandoned schools and came in contact with people who obviously weren't supposed to be there. They're abandoned, but they were there, and they had less than positive intentions upon coming in contact with this guy. Because one of them, you can clearly see in the video, he had a gun. So he clearly had less than positive intentions. If he were to
That's
get
not
shot,
true. Unless he was pointing it. It would count as a school shooting.
Right. That
it was in a school.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
The school's been abandoned for fucking...
Dude, you're talking about schools that have been abandoned for decades. This happens a lot, really, in Chicago. That's the number one place it happens. And it's kind of crazy. But they also count mass shootings with 3 or more people 3 or more casualties. Casualty means just injured. If someone injured themselves, like twisted their ankle during a school shooting or a mass shooting or someone shooting, that's considered part of the mass shooting.
That's not a casualty, though.
If you break your ankle, yeah, it is. Casualties are just injuries. It's taken out in the event of a conflict. With a broken ankle, you ain't really useful.
Oh, yeah, it is.
But my point is, yeah.
Or even
But my point is, it's like 3 or more casualties. It's like, okay. First off, I think 3 is a low number to say mass.
Yeah.
Sorry. Like,
I would have to.
To
in
me,
my opinion, it would at least have to be over a handful of people.
it would have to be 5 or more, really.
Right.
Because you're telling me, because they count, you know, double homicide and a suicide. Like, if a dad has a wife and a kid and decides to kill his kid and wife and then himself, obviously I don't agree with this, but they count that as a triple homicide. That goes towards the mass shooting numbers. It's like, what?
First of all, it's not even a triple.
But it also depends
homicide.
on the studies.
It's a double homicide and a suicide.
Yeah. I agree. But it's stupid. It's all dumb. It's all dude, the way they count that shit is so dumb.
That's where your logic starts to fall apart.
Yeah, well, also like the logic that, like, the other day someone was talking to me. So someone said something on Face or Twitter about someone they're okay with a 14-year-old owning a gun. I was like, actually, I am okay with that. And they're like, why? I was like, I have a son who knows how to shoot. He's shot real guns. He's shot BB guns. He's shot paintball guns, airsoft, everything, bows, anything that has a trigger. And he pulled, he shot it, a crossbow, all of it, right? I trust him more with a gun than anyone who's ever served in any way, shape, or form for the military or the fucking police force or period. I could give him a gun and he could go to school with it and nothing will ever happen. That's 100% fact. Unless someone was trying to shoot him, he ain't shooting nobody, right? Same goes with me. I could carry a gun my whole entire life. Chances are I'm never going to fucking use it. And the one time I do, that motherfucker was trying to pull a gun on me. All right? Just reality. That's the way it would be. Because that's the kind of person I am. I'm not going to just, like, pull a gun because something gets a little heated. Right? So, and my brother's the same way, and Dustin's the same. I know a lot of people who are like that. My dad's the same way. Every male in my family is that way. Or my family and friends are that way. There's a reason why I hang out with these people and stay around these people. It's not just because I want to. Yeah. So the reality is, the only way the people I hang out with are going to pull a gun on someone, or any weapon really, is if that person pulls a weapon on them. That's the way it's going to work, right? So, which is a good thing. Which is a great thing. But with that said, why am I not, like, why is my son not, I think I get it, he shouldn't have a gun in school, but at the same time, why not? We used to have school shooting teams, school rifle teams. You used to take your rifle on the fucking bus.
I mean,
people used to have them in gun, even the ones not on the rifle teams.
The gun racks.
They had gun racks in the back of pickup trucks, and they would just go hunting after school.
And there were no,
for the little bit of daylight you get.
And there were no fucking school shootings. It's not the weapons that's the issue. It's the people.
And my son's smart. I told him, I was like, dude, you get the fuck out of that school as fast as you possibly can. I don't care if you go through a fucking window. I don't care if you're in the second story. I don't care. Get the fuck out of that school.
Trust me, you'd rather have a broken leg than dead.
Get out of that fucking school, and because he's not allowed to defend himself.
Right, and that's the other problem. There's very few states in which you're even allowed to defend yourself.
Actually, most states let you defend themselves. It's only leftist states that don't let you defend yourselves. And unfortunately, we live in a leftist state, so.
No matter how.
Actually, the gun laws here are fucking insane. Huh?
no matter how much they want to say it's not.
No, there's counties that are red. Actually, I'd probably...
They try to say Maryland's not a fucking leftist state all the time. It's so fucking...
Yeah, because we had a Republican governor for, like, whatever.
Sure,
it's like, okay.
And
He's not... I hate to tell you this. Larry Hogan wasn't a Republican. Like an actual Republican? No, he's a leftist. I hate to tell you all that. Like, he wasn't actually a Republican.
And now he's running for senator.
No, correction. He was today's Republican. He wasn't actually a classical Republican. He's just a leftist. Like, he's a leftist that was like, no,
right.
We shouldn't just, like, you know, be pieces of shit. That's like, that's literally that was like his whole campaign, essentially. We just shouldn't be pieces of shit. Like,
he was left that leaned a
which is right. We shouldn't be. Yeah. Like, he had policies that were like, oh, we probably shouldn't, like, just, like, throw money at everything. Because it doesn't do anything when we throw money. Like, stuff like that. Like, that's pretty much all his campaign was, essentially. But all of them. And he's doing it again, by the way. He's running again.
Yeah, he's running for senator.
No, he's running. Is he? I thought he was running for governor again.
Nope, he's running for senator.
What district, though?
I'm not sure. One moment. I will look it up.
It's probably a leftist district, because if he lives in Annapolis, still, Annapolis is very left-leaning, which is weird. Because there's a lot of fucking rednecks out there, but it's still majority left. By a lot. I'm not talking about the city of Annapolis, that whole county, whatever the county is. I forget what it is. Might be Annapolis. I have no fucking clue. I don't remember. I don't like the state. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't like Pennsylvania either. That's the worst part. Especially where I used to live. It was only really heavily Democrat because of unions. But it was already turned... Like, where I used to live was very right wing. But they're just, like... Now, like, Antifa's in, like, normal towns. Like, outside of Pittsburgh. It's like, dude, what? No, I'm good. You're talking about a fucking... Dude, you want to talk about some hillbillies? Ooh.
Running U.S. Senate for Maryland.
I mean, I'm not going to vote for him unless I'm not voting for him. He's not going to do shit in Senator. I don't do anything. I mean, I don't even know, like, the districts anymore because didn't they remap them?
Jesus Christ. Maryland hasn't had a Republican senator since I was born.
Yeah, yeah. Because of the way the districts are.
I'm not seeing the district, though.
I'll look it up. Oh, that he's running in?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. So, oh, they changed it. Wait. They definitely changed it. If they changed, this is good for us. Because that means Raskin isn't a part of my fucking district anymore. Oh, they did change it. Oh, no, that's a draft plan. Let me look. Oh, they changed it. Not good enough, though. Sorry. Just not. Carroll County got wrapped in the Baltimore County.
Oh, yeah.
It should be wrapped with District 6, but not that it matters because District 6 has the city of Frederick, which is the majority of the population over there. District 6 is literally from, like...
I'm not even sure if he's chosen a district.
Well, it's where he lives.
Maryland get one? Does Maryland even get more than one senator?
I mean, by population, yeah. Senators and congressmen are done by population.
Yes, I understand that.
I think.
But that's why.
Yeah, because
one of the reasons why I was. That was why I was trying to figure out why I can't find what district he's running for.
Really?
Like.
Like you can't find. It doesn't say on his campaign site. Oh, his father was a congressman.
Search, motherfucker. Why are you... Larry Hogan?
Wait, why is he so late to the game if his father was a congressman? He should have been a governor, like, when he was, like, 25. Okay. What district?
Right. It just says Larry Hogan for Maryland.
His Wikipedia will have something. Besides, he's a dick or whatever. I don't really care about that. They didn't even like. I don't care about COVID. Post generation. Here we go. 2024 Senate. Wait, am I wrong about me? Hold on.
Oh, we only have 2 senators, regardless of population.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had it backwards. It's congressmen that are
Okay. So
district.
It doesn't matter.
So yeah.
He's just,
Yeah,
it doesn't matter
he's
what
just.
district.
I mean, I don't want him representing me anyway, so yeah. It doesn't really fucking matter.
Well,
to
yeah,
me.
because he's got. I don't like what I don't like the things he's saying about January 6th.
Yeah, that's not my biggest problem, dude. I just don't fucking. He's not right wing.
I didn't particularly like the way he ran. I don't like. I mean, he did better than the current.
He has
governor,
no like good
I
anything.
right.
He's just
Only a
annoying.
strong, independent leader for Maryland.
Yeah.
Well, with
Yeah,
the
I'll-
government level this age, there are no independent state leaders.
Wait, he's
Sorry.
running as an independent?
No, he's running as a Republican, but there are no like the states. It's very difficult for states to be independent nowadays.
It's not though.
With the level of government that level of federal government that we have.
I mean, we're not even supposed to have like half of what the government is. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
you realize we're not supposed to have any police forces besides local police forces up to state level. We're not supposed to have a federal police force. So the IRS, the ATF, the FDA, all of that is actually illegal. Like it's 100% illegal, according to the Constitution.
That's probably
All
why-
because
probably
all
part of the reason
because
why I'm on a list.
they couldn't stop a bunch
all
of
of them.
people. Because instead of being intelligent and arming the police with good weapons, they couldn't stop a bunch of people with Tommy guns who ran alcohol.
Which they shouldn't have even outlawed to begin with.
Even if they
That
ran
was-
drugs,
that
who
was the
cares?
problem.
Who
And they
fucking
still
cares,
can't-
dude?
And they still can't stop them. So what is the point of your fucking organizations? You still ain't stopped
Like-
shit.
Like, yeah.
All
Look at
you
Mewtwo
do
just
is-
flopping around with his really long tail.
all
Look at
you
his tail.
do is
It's forever
harass-
long.
All you do is harass people who just talk.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is that, like, none of that's supposed to be there. The NFA is completely unconstitutional. Anyone saying otherwise is a retard. The gun, all the licensing we have from building to licensing and permitting we have, all unconstitutional. What was the other, like, things. Any registration you have to do, unconstitutional. Of anything. Doesn't matter if it's your car or your fucking gun or any of that. Doesn't matter. It's all unconstitutional. Which sucks that nobody wants to follow the Constitution. Like, and I wouldn't mind the licensing and all that shit if they just didn't, like, literally take away our right to own and bear arms. Like, to bear arms. Like, you can't carry a knife of a certain size in the state of Maryland. You can't carry a fixed blade knife at all. It's illegal. Unless you're at work and it's for a purpose. But you can't carry one, like, around out on, like, if you're just walking around town or whatever. It's like, okay, I've never stabbed anyone, so for myself. I more cut myself and, like, sliced myself than fucking stabbed myself, but you know what I mean. Because I'm a fucking idiot. I told you I'm not too smart. I could be holding a knife and I just cut myself somehow. Like, stupidly. So. But, yeah. Like, I never stabbed anyone. I've wanted to, trust me. I've wanted to stab people. But, not really. Like, although I have noticed that, like, as I get older, my level for, incompetence at someone's job has skyrocketed. Like, despising it has skyrocketed. Like, dude, I just showed you how to do this. You can't be this inept. Like, you know what I mean? But they are, and it's weird. I mean, obviously, I don't expect you to get every single fucking thing right after I show you it, but, like, when you're like, I don't understand, it's like, I literally dumbed it down as much as possible. I can't dumb it down anymore. I can't. Not because I'm using terms or whatever. It's because you're just a retard and you can't do this job. And there's a lot of people like that. My brother's one of them. Like, he's so incompetent when it comes to, like, fucking just doing normal house maintenance shit. Like, I don't mean, like, you know, cleaning and stuff. I'm talking about, like, you know, house ownership maintenance shit. Maintenance shit. You know what I mean? Like he had a bee. He had a hornet's nest. Not even a bee nest, a hornet's nest. In his wall, right? First off, you can look up his wall from the basement, and he didn't do that first to see how big the nest was. Secondly, it was this hole in his siding from a piece of wire that was there that he pulled out, and he was going to caulk up, but he never, I guess he forgot to do it that day and just completely forgot about it or whatever. But that's how it got there. Secondly, his idea was to get a vacuum with, like, soapy water in it and just leave it on, like a shop vac, to get the bees out. And I'm like, why don't you just get bee spray? And he's like, what if it doesn't kill all the bees? I'm like, they have foaming bee spray. Spray the whole fucking can in there. There's no way you're not going to hit a whole hornet's nest. It's not in the ground. It's not in a tree. Like, it's in your wall.
I mean, to be honest, if you don't care that they're alive and there, as long as you only care about whether they're dead or not, you could honestly just get the foaming insulation and it would force them out.
Yeah, out the wrong holes though. He didn't want them to come back out. He didn't want them to come. Remember when that happened at our house, and he got stung in the eye. You remember that?
Yeah.
So, like, he didn't want him to come into the house, like,
well, yeah,
into the living areas of the house.
So.
No, this is before him. But it was the dumbest. I was like, dude, just get fucking bee killer spray. Like, just get regular fucking bee killer spray. What about the dog? What about this? It's like, dude, you're not spraying the ground. You're spraying it into the fucking hole. It's going into the wall.
I've got a
you'll never see it the fuck again. Like, you don't even have to see it.
They got, the wasps around here got smart. They built the nest in the sconce housing of my front
Yeah.
porch light, so I can't exactly spray anything in there because there's electricity going on.
I don't care. I would have sprayed it already. I'd be like, psst,
but
don't care.
It's legitimately like one fucking wasp. It's not even like a whole like.
Yeah, wasps are different. Like hornets are a type of wasp, which is weird. They don't act like wasps.
Not only that, but
they act like bees.
All I have to do is wait a couple weeks or a month or so. It's gonna get so cold that they're gonna die, and I can just reach up in there and remove the nest. Problem solved.
Yeah. Well, you can actually reach the nest.
It's not
in David's wall. Like you can reach it.
It's not bothering me at all. Like it annoys me. It annoys me that it's there, but it really doesn't bother anybody. Like,
wasps are weird creatures. Yeah, so like hornets are considered wasps, which I find weird because most wasps.
Considering we open and close the door and it causes vibrations, and you would think it'd be like, hey, somebody's trying to attack my shit, but no, it gives.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Most of the wasps, the ones that look like ants and they kind of like just fly around.
On giant steroids,
yeah. Yeah, like they're literally the least stabby of all the other wasps. Like hornets are.
If you're not actively attacking them, the fucks they don't give.
Yeah, they don't care. Hornets, you could just be near, like you could step on the hole to their nest in the ground, not cover it up, not stand there, just step on it, and they're fucking livid. Like the world is gonna fucking end because you blocked the hole for 2 seconds. Bees, most bees aren't even that bad.
Don't you have all the Galarian birds?
Like most bees aren't as bad as hornets. Like, yeah, they sting, but like you could cover the hole to their thing for a second and take it off, right? And they wouldn't give a shit. As long as they didn't land on you, you're fine. You know what I mean? Like land on your hand, you're fine. They're gonna be like, oh, someone was here. That's weird. That's what they would think, and they just keep doing with their job. Like, that's what would happen. Like,
if you go back about not even 5 minutes, and see,
I already got the Galarian birds.
Sure
what do you mean? No, I think I got all the legendaries except for the ones that aren't in the Pokédex, and the ice version of Calyrex / the horsey. I forget what the ice one is. But I do have the ice one. It's just in Pokemon Home and it was from Scarlet. So I could put it in here and just separate these two. I got all the legendaries you can get in one game playthrough. I also have a Regieleki to put in here. I even have this guy. Is it rude? I don't know. What's let me look up the Isle of Armor's Pokédex, see if I have any legendaries that are in there that are missing. Or Isle of Armor, not Isle of Armor. Crown Tundra. Tundra? That's how you spell Tundra. It was saying I was spelling it wrongly. I don't think you understand what that means.
I don't think that means what you think it means.
I gotta find it. Not Pokemon. I meant to put Pokédex. That'd probably be the reason why I can't fucking find it. Because I wrote the wrong fucking word. I'm a retard. Yeah, so the only legendaries that I can't get right now, I have to bring Regieleki over and the Ice Horsey. Glacier, and I have Specterior, right, with my Calyrex. Right there. I have Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, Galarian. I have Zapdos and Moltres, Kanto. I had to get through. I have Regirock, Regice, Registeel. I have Regieleki, but he's from home. I gotta move him into here. I have Regidrago right there. Those are the only legendaries that are really in the Crown Tundra that I can see. And the Isle of Armor, you get a mythical, which is Kubfu, which I have. I don't have the other form of Kubfu. That's probably the only thing I won't have. But I will when I play Shield. Oh, and the Shield guy. Yeah, the only mythical / legendary and Isle of Armor is Kubfu and Zarude, the monkey boy. Grass monkey guy. The other grass monkey guy, I should say. So yeah, I have all the legendaries. Even some that aren't supposed to be in the game. Like Latios, regular Moltres. Or like in the Pokédex, they're not. Well, Moltres might be. Because they have Galarian form, so they might actually have. Let me see. Actually. Let me see. Oh yeah, you get to see both forms. That's cool. So yeah, the only one I don't have is Articuno. Regular Articuno. I already had the Birdos though. The Birdos. Then these guys, yeah. And then what was that's the other horsey, right? The other horsey. The ice horsey. Oh. And I got Calorex's Pokedex, which has both forms, regular, Specterior. I would have the third form, but I'm not there yet. But yeah. I have all the forms too. Like I'm doing all the forms of the Pokemon as well. So I will eventually have both these forms. Which I think I might have done already. Yeah, I did do that. Poltegeist. I have both Prototype and Rapidash. Cofagrigus, Ruingrigus, and Yamask. I have both forms of Yamask. Both forms of Toxtricity. What else? Has a bunch of forms. I do have Alcremies from Scarlet originally. I need to evolve these guys. Wait, they're in both Pokedexes? Fuck. I didn't realize they were in both Pokedexes. I need this fucking asshole. He's gotta spawn like where that area is where I found this guy, right? Right? You were with me when I found this guy, weren't you? Yeah, you were. You were with me when I found Excelgor, this guy?
Oh, yeah.
He's got to be spawning there at some point. The other one is got to be spawning right there at some point in time. So yeah, I'm working on all the different forms. I'm getting everything.
It wasn't random because you did look up where it was spawning, but it seemed
no, I didn't.
When you ran into him.
No, when I ran into him, no, I was looking for something else. Actually, I was looking for its lower evolved form. That's what I was looking for. But I found him, and I want to say, Shelmet does the same thing. All of them do the same thing. I think it's gonna happen. Yeah, I did that with Scarlet. So I caught every form except for shinies, like just the regular forms, right? I have a 3 Sigma Dunsparce, both a 4 mouse hold and a 3 mouse hold. I have every, what was the parrot called? I can't remember what the parrot was called, but I have every color. I have the birds from the pom-pom birds. I forget what they were called. Oricorio. All the Oricorios. I have both Sinistes, Poltegeist, Sinchastes, and Poltegeist. I have all those. I have every form of Minior, every form of Alcremie. What other forms do I have, Dustin? The only thing I haven't finished is Pavilion, and I probably will never finish it because there was a Pokeball one. It was for an event, and I never re-released it. Very sad about that, by the way. If I ever get one, ever. Oh, I need a Zero. I'll have a whole Pokedex of every forms eventually. Especially with the Pavilions, because it's just a matter of time for Pokemon Go. It's more of a matter of candy, because I think I have all of them. And I'll transfer from Pokemon Go to here. But yeah. I'm actually like close to being a shiny hunter because I sat there and hunted for the Sinistea 4 fucking times. And I sat there and hunted for the Sinchasti, or no, Poltegeist, or no, Polchageist, 2 times. And I did the Order Choreos 3 times. All the Rock Ruffs 3 times. Like I have all their forms. Like I did a lot in that game. I can actually critique that game 110%. It's a shit Pokemon game because the new generation of Pokemon are kind of lame. The open space thing is a great idea if the console didn't suck, because that is part of the console's fault too. And the artwork could be way better as far as like the better 3D renderings. And obviously my number one gripe with every Pokemon game since Gen 7 is the National Dex. So, I'm not saying it's a bad game if it has a National Dex. Actually, I like this game more, and people hate this game. The best Pokemon game since Gen 6 is Arceus Legends. And by the way, I don't mean Gen 6 is the best Pokemon game. I'm saying it's the best Pokemon game from the release of Sun and Moon to now. Like Sun and Moon was horrible. It just wasn't good. I don't know what else to say. You know what I mean? These aren't bad. This one isn't bad. It's just not good. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever. And Sun and Moon is kind of whatever, except for, I hated the characters, really. I hate all, like, your people, your rivals, or whatever the fucking went wrong with you. I also didn't like the fact that they took away Mega Evolution till end of game for no other reason than just because of Z moves. You can blame Gen 6 for the gimmicky battle mechanics, but really what solidified the gimmicky battle mechanics was Gen 7 with the Z moves. Then we got Gigantamaxing and Dynamaxing in the same game. They're slightly different. Then we had... now we have Terrestrialization, which is the worst fucking one of them all. So... and it's more gimmicky than anything, because what it does is it gives you this cool little animation, then it just fucking does nothing.
Look at the meme.
Let me bring you up bigger.
Zelda in Park. That's great.
I can't find a Jellicent. I'm tired of this. I'm gonna go find a Frillish and evolve it. I got it. This is getting old. I'm tired of looking for a Jellicent. I'd rather just catch a Frillish. I'm tired of it. I checked 2 places. Where the fuck are Frillish? Do you get another Frillish? So I make a living dex for all the living decks in this game. So I will have 3 living dexes, even have to remove 1 living dex to get all 3 calculated into the game. I have to swap them back and forth and whatnot. It's stupid. I just passed Frillish. Where'd it go? Get it, Frillish. Go. Get it, Frillish. Where do you spawn? You fucking pieces of shit. Lake Axwell. Let me guess, you only spawn during certain weather. Fucking gay. This is walking in the grass or cave. Be surfing, probably. Yep. Normal weather, overcast. What is it right now? Is that overcast or is that just like partly cloudy? No, overcast looks different, I think. Oh, let me look up the symbols. Weather symbols, weather symbols, weather symbols. Clear, normal weather, cloudy, overcast weather. So cloudy. They are available then. Let's go to there. We'll go there. And we will catch a frillish. So overcast. No, overcast is not good. So it's normal weather and probably rain or something. Alright. Oh no, this is grass Pokemon. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Overcast is perfect. Frillish is at 55%. We're going there. Hell yeah. You catch a stupid Frillish. Fucking Frillish. Eventually, I want to get a living dex with all the female versions too, the variants of different Pokemon. Some of them I already have that, but not. There's a sandstorm here. Butterfree!
Inuyasha is a Tyler Perry story, but in anime. In other words, if Tyler Perry made an anime, it would have been Inuyasha.
No. 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 Inuyasha is great. What the fuck are you talking about? Tyler Perry shit is horrible. I mean, it's funny, but it's not good. You know what I mean? I'm not shitting on the guy. I just don't think he's funny. It's just not good. And it's not written well either. A lot of the jokes fall really flat. And not in a haha funny way. Like in just a bad... You're bad at telling jokes way. In movies. Like that's really all that is. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break. Dustin, you are too, just to get bathroom or food or whatever. Okay?
Okay.
We'll be right back. Where'd the dog go? He's a tired pup. You can go to bed, bud. They're not coming home yet. Sorry about that. I am back. When Dustin gets back, I'll let him back on. Oh, he's back too. And we'll just bullshit some more.
I was
Oh.
just sitting here. I never left.
I'm a fat.
So,
What are you?
I was watching Reels, and it was one of those interviews that they do at anime conventions. You know, where the person goes around and interviews different anime fans on different questions. And one of the questions was, some about One Piece, and they tried to say that One Piece's pacing is fine. And I'm like,
I don't know. I don't watch it. I got too late into it, and I was like, I'm not watching all that shit.
But the problem with One Piece and why it is so many episodes, everybody's like, oh, it's 1,000 episodes. If you actually took out all of the, what's it called, recap episodes, it's like only 800 and something. There's got to be at least 150 recap episodes that they'll do in the middle of a giant boss fight.
That's dumb.
And it's annoying as shit.
You know what I hate? I hate when people hate.
That's the only reason I have caught up with One Piece is because I skipped every single recap episode. I think it's so dumb. That's why it's so many episodes, because they recap like every fucking 10 or 12 episodes that would normally be a season for another anime. They gotta recap the last 10 fucking episodes.
Yeah. That's pretty dumb. Not gonna lie. I need to find a horsey.
Like, it doesn't need a remake per se. They just need to go through, get rid of all of those recap episodes, and you'll be fine. Recap episodes
I don't go
are
anywhere,
worse than filler episodes. I would rather have random story filler.
I don't hate filler. I don't hate filler.
I would rather have random story filler. Like the episode in Dragon Ball Z where Goku and Piccolo go to get their license. First of all, that was a fucking hilarious episode.
Filler episodes are good. Stop it.
I still have yet to understand why they need a license. Motherfucker can teleport. You need to go get a license so you can drive me places. Bitch, first of all, he's barely alive to even talk to you most of the time.
Or on the planet.
Especially now in Super. You You need to go get a license to drive your own ass around.
I know people shit on bleach filler. I'm like, dude, bleach filler is like some of the best filler ever.
Bleach filler
What do you
is
mean?
still better than the full bring arc.
Well, I mean, people forget that one filler was the history of the Vizards.
Right. But that whole arc was just garbage, in my opinion, especially
Yeah.
compared to the rest of the anime. And their filler is better than their own fucking story arc. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that returns. That returns in October as well.
Look, I just want more Fire Force.
The third part of Thousand Year Blood War returns in October. Dragon Ball Daima starts October 11th, the same day they are releasing Sparking Zero,
Is that
which I don't really care about. But Dragon Ball Daima is actually technically.
is that dubbed then subbed?
Or
is that just subbed?
I mean, I'm sure it will be at some point, but timeline-wise, it is actually in between the end of Z and the beginning of Super. It's like Daima is not going to be like a full Dragon Ball. It's more like an arc rather than an actual series.
Yeah.
And
So
Dragon Ball Super should be coming back around the time that Daima finishes up.
look, filler episodes are great, especially with Bleach, especially when they go to the beach. Because Odahime exists, okay? That bitch exists. You tell me it ain't good?
Odahime, man. Odahime.
I keep telling people, Odahime, waifu. Best waifu, period. Right?
And look,
And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm not into that stuff, but like, if I was to have a waifu, it would just be Odahime.
Chad is a boss character, side character. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I fucking love Chad as a side character. Like, as his friend.
First off,
Fucking epic.
Chad is one of the best characters in the show.
Facts. 100%.
Second off, besides Ichigo, he has the best backstory.
Oh, yes. And we don't even... The worst part about it is, before Blood War, you don't even know Ichigo's full backstory.
Yeah, you just know, like, what happened when he was a kid.
You just have, like, inklings. Have you watched all the Blood War so far?
Yeah.
Fucking... It's so great to find out his full backstory. And we still don't... We still don't really know everything. But spoiler
that
alert,
happened.
to find out, I mean, I'm sure most hardcore fans of Bleach already had an inkling that he was,
Don't say it. Just leave it.
that he
Was what he
both
is.
sides.
Oh.
I'm sure most fans had a suspicion of it, and they knew it without knowing it. But actually knowing it now and getting the full story behind it and what actually happened to his mom, because she should not have died from that fissure.
Yeah.
Just, they are bringing everything full circle with Bleach, and I'm sorry, it's fucking great. And I hate everybody that bashes on Ichigo's character because he doesn't really have, like, a goal per se.
His goal is to protect his friends.
Right. That's all he wants to do is protect his way of life.
That's a great goal. What do you mean?
All he wants. Apparently, it's not. Because he doesn't want to be the strongest, or he doesn't want to be Hokage, or this or that. He just wants to protect his friends. Do you know how many animes are literally based off of motherfuckers just wanting to protect something?
Dude, they need to make more animes. Because you know how many fucking mangas are just like about fishing and shit?
Right.
I would totally watch an anime about fishing. Like dead ass. Like I'm not even kidding. I already watch Major League Fishing anyways.
Like
I don't watch it like intently or anything. It's usually on in the background, or it's just like, oh, there's something I want to watch, so I'll watch that if it pops up on my feed or whatever. Like, I want to see that, dude. I watched some weird fucking anime. I don't remember what the fuck it was called. I wish I did, or I recommend it because it's just fucking weird. There's this girl, right? She leaves her hometown. You don't really know what's going on, why people are upset or angry or sad or whatever, right? And then she comes to another town, and she's like this special type of people, right? And she has a stinger thing, and if you get stung by it, you have to get married, right? So this guy, she starts working for this manga artist because she liked manga, right? And she drew manga, and she did the filler stuff. Like he wrote all this stuff, and he did all this stuff. So one night she was passed out on her desk, and he was trying to wake her up, and he touched her back, and the stinger is in her back. So they now have to get married. Well, they do end up falling in love, but like it's just fucking weird, random fucking shit. Clandid, okay? That anime, as sad as it was actually fucking good. Like, it was written well. It was well paced.
Such a good anime, as weird as it really was.
Yeah, like, they need to make more other stuff than, like, fucking Dragon Ball type shit.
Most of what's coming out now, what's coming out now that's getting adapted into anime is fucking isekais and reincarnations.
Like, how many more Goku Vegeta stories do we really fucking need?
I can't remember what it's called, because there's isekai, but then there's reincarnation anime. Because it is very different.
Like, Hunter x Hunter. Literally Goku and Vegeta. In like a different universe, right? Like, I like Hunter x Hunter. I'm not shitting on it. It's a good story. But, like, we need just, like, random shit. Like, you want to know what one of my favorite anime of all time was? The first fucking season of, like, that culinary school one.
Oh, yeah.
The Master Chef one or whatever the fuck it was. I love that anime, and I have no idea why. Like, it's just about fucking ass. I'm not even that interested in cooking. Like,
Oh, this is now a true gaming room. I have a drawer of snacks. I have achieved full gaming room.
Look, that was good. Food Wars. I know it was called Food Wars.
I need a mini fridge with drinks, and then it will be a full gaming room.
I probably would have watched that stupid fucking volleyball anime if I was even remotely interested in volleyball. The problem is I don't give a fuck about volleyball except for when it's women's volleyball.
Baki.
And I sure as hell ain't watching the game.
Baki.
What is Baki?
And Baki Hanma. It's legitimately just a fucking anime about the strongest. I think he's a boxer. or just
Oh,
general-
Megaloboxing.
or just MMA.
You know what's really good? Megaloboxing. That's a good fucking anime.
Like, there's no superpowers or anything. They're just naturally really fucking strong.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
And
Or that one fuck... You know what's a really good anime that's like a mix between a bunch of different animes? Mash Now.
yes,
It's literally Black Clover and like Harry Potter and like One Punch Man all thrown together.
right.
It's hilarious. It's fucking awesome. Like, and I'm not interested in any of that fucking shit except for like the Black Clover part. Like,
You know what anime I wish wasn't so fucking perverted?
Kill La Kill.
That's one of them. But also,
I really wish it wasn't because I started watching it one day and then I was like, dude, I tried to make it through. I tried and I just couldn't fucking do it. I'm like, dude, this is
also-
weird. Like,
also High School DxD. I feel like if they had,
oh yeah, isn't that like essentially
I feel like-
porn?
he's legitimately the whole reason he's fighting is for boobs, and you don't not see them.
Yeah.
They're everywhere, and it's really fucking annoying actually because if you actually get down to it, the storylines are actually good. The fighting scenes are actually good. He's just a
Like what happened to shows like Cowboy Bebop? Regular people in like regular bounty, well, I guess not regular, like just bounty hunters, but like people in the future, right? Gundam sucks now. Gundam just might as well just until it like goes back to its roots. It just needs to just stop. Because
Gundam is
that last
Gundam
fucking-
is almost like Fast and the Furious at this point. Just
Yeah,
fucking
no, it's not even that.
stop.
It's yeah, they need to go back to their roots. Like the only way Fast and the Furious is ever going to be good again is if it goes back to the
Right.
the car stuff. And everybody, I get shown
Not
for this,
launching
and I was
cars
like,
into fucking space and
first off, as the best car movie out of the Forza, or out of Fast and the Furious, isn't even a Paul Walker movie. Okay, it's fucking Tokyo Drift. Period.
yeah.
As a car movie, that is a better car movie than all of the other Fast and the Furious.
The first one,
Like the
being
first
a
one-
close- the first one being a close second.
Yeah. Because at least they tried to act like they knew what they were talking about in the show or in the movie. They tried. It obviously wasn't good, but like it was a little bit more not technical per se, but like it was more based on the cars than
Right.
in that movie. Whereas like
I did.
and in Tokyo Drift actually was the most car-centered movie. You know?
Yeah.
And it kind of sucks because
It was definitely the
it wasn't even that good. Like it was as a car movie, car-specific movie. That is probably the best car movie in that franchise. And there's other car movies that are better. But not really. It's hard to write a story like I mean, I guess if you want to talk about like horror stuff too, but I'm talking about like actual like street racing kind of stuff or you know, like Smoking the Bandit and shit like that.
You know, it was a good movie that was kind of about a car. Gran Torino. That was such a good movie. I'm sorry.
I want to grow up to be the guy that what's his name played. That's what I want to be when I get old.
Torino, the Gran Torino. And everybody's like, "Oh, he's racist," but he was he called him a spook, but he was still like he was nicest to that kid. Like, he was evil to, like, everyone else but that kid. Except for the fact that he called him a spook. That was...
He called his neighbor, who he became, like, friends with, a zipperhead. Yeah.
It was such a good movie.
Like, straight up. But it's a great fucking movie.
It's a great movie.
I don't care if he's racist. And the best Marvel movie is Blade.
Yeah. The original Spawn is up there too, though.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was Marvel too.
For its time, that was a really good movie.
I forgot that was Marvel as well.
And honestly, Spawn was the anti-hero before Deadpool. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the best.
those were the best ones.
Mm-hmm. I don't care what anybody says. Everybody shits on me for this too. The old Batman movies, all of them were good. Period.
All the way
Period.
up into all the way honestly all the way up until Batman and Robin.
Nope, I don't agree. I think all of them are good.
I did
Every
not like
single
Batman.
fucking
I
one.
didn't like Batman and Robin. I didn't particularly care for. I didn't particularly care for Batman Forever. And Batman is one of my favorite superheroes. Like,
No, they're just all good. I don't care what anybody says. They're all fucking good.
here we go. My four film collection.
What was the villain in that one? Batman and Robin. I forget. Is it the 89
Batman
one?
Returns, Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin. The best 4 DC films ever.
Actually, I got in a heated debate about this. I was like, I actually don't like the Dark Knight movies that much.
Not as
And someone's
much
like,
as
what
the-
do you mean?
Not as much as the original Batman.
And I was like, think about it, dude. The only really good performance in that movie is the guy who plays the Joker.
Yeah.
Like, Christian Bale as Batman sucks. Sorry, I don't like it. The Batmobile was just a fucking tank. It was dumb.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Like, I really didn't have a problem with Christian Bale too much, but the Batmobile was awful. Just awful.
I'm not saying he did a bad job. I'm not saying that at all. I think he did good. But he's just not fucking Batman. He's not Bruce Wayne.
Underworld is coming back. Yes. They're doing an extended.
No, but who's gonna be in it?
Some more. What? Kate Beckinsale is actually supposed to star in it still.
She's getting too old, man.
I don't remember what it's.
I mean, she looks young for her age, but she's getting too old. I mean, look at the Matrix. The last Matrix they made. They're just too fucking old, man. It looks weird. You know what I mean? All the people who were in it from the original movie. And not everyone was. Oh, and it looked weird. It just looked weird. I mean, it was just... That'd be like him and Sandra... That'd be like Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock trying to do Speed 2.
She's not coming back.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, she can come back. I'm not saying she can't be in the movie. What I'm saying is she can't be the star anymore. She's not young and hot. So
Yeah, she's not coming back for her own reasons. She said she's done with the franchise.
that's fine.
And after 5 movies, I understand.
Not only that, but also like, dude, she's getting old, you know? I'm not saying she's old at all. And she looks really good for her age. Like, really fucking good for her age. But she's getting old. You know what I mean? The whole point in the movie is look at hot vampire chick. It's like most of the movie. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's like a big draw of the movie. Like one of the biggest.
Oh, they're supposed to be rebooting the franchise.
That's fine.
Maybe.
They gotta find someone that looks kind of like her. Not super close, not too close. Like something where they could be like sisters.
I feel like,
or like
I feel like
her daughter or something. No, I mean, just be someone related to her. It doesn't even have to be like directly related to her, like a daughter or something. Actually, they wouldn't, but that would be just kind of cool to see, because they talk about it, but they don't really do.
Once upon a time, I had all those movies, and I don't know what happened to them. Now I only have Awakening, and it makes me sad.
They need to bring Wesley Snipes back as Blade forever until he dies.
Oh, even he hates
Like-
the new Blade. Like, he won't come back because of the fact that they keep... Like, he came back for Deadpool Wolverine, but he won't come back as Blade because of what they've done to Blade.
Wait, did they make any more movies?
I don't think they made more movies, but they made that mini-series or whatever. And
I don't remember that either.
Plus, the last movie was god-awful, except for him.
Yeah, and like, you know what drives me crazy? Captain America didn't play Captain America as good as Captain America could have played Captain America. He was a better Human Torch. Like 110%. Now, he has a Captain America look. I'm not saying he doesn't look like Captain America. I'm saying he doesn't act like Captain America. It's like it feels more like pushed to feel like to act that way. You know what I mean? Like he's actually like really trying to act that way. Whereas like when he played the Human Torch, it was just like not him being himself, but it's something he could act very well, at least. You know what I mean? I don't care what anybody says. I still think the best Spider-Man are the first three. What's up, Pinks? I don't know how to say your name.
I want to say MC Pinks.
Hmm. Yeah. But like, Jimmy Maguire Spider-Man are better than all the other ones. I don't care what anybody says.
I don't think.
But that's probably partially because I think Tobey Maguire.
I don't think.
I love him. He is my soul animal. He's so fucking mean all the time. It's so great.
I don't like comparing the Spider-Man like that because I honestly don't think that Tobey Maguire could play the Amazing Spider-Man or the new Spider-Man the way they're written. I don't think
maybe, but I think
Andrew Garfield could play Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I don't think Tom Holland could play Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I don't think Tom Holland could play Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. I don't think they could play the other Spider-Man. I don't think it would work the way they're written.
I do, but I'm very partial to Tobey Maguire.
Clearly.
This is my spirit animal. Him and the character of God, what the hell is his name? What the hell is his name from Gran Torino? He's like an old ass actor too. Like I've watched every single one of his westerns. This is the worst part.
Wasn't it Clint Eastwood?
Yeah, Clint Eastwood. Those are my spirit animals. Like when I get a little bit old, like around Tobey Maguire's age, I want to act just like him. And when I get to,
I'm pretty sure you are Tobey Maguire's age when he did Spider-Man.
how old is he? I thought he was like 40 something. Well, then again, I don't remember when Spider.
He was born in 75.
Yeah, he's way older than me.
Not when he did Spider-Man, though. He did the Spider-Man trilogy in 02, 07, which means he was like 30-something.
No, I mean his age, like his current age, the way he acts currently. Like when I hit that age, that's how I want to be.
Wrong.
I hate that's the baby steps to the Clint Eastwood character in Gran Torino. I think that's what that is.
Now, don't get me wrong. Granted, when he starred in No Way Home, he was obviously 40.
I just thought it was
because, and he was still like, he was still the same Spider-Man in No Way Home. Like,
yeah, but like, so like,
he still acted the exact same way in No Way Home as he did in the original trilogy. And first of all, I love him for that.
like it will take a long time before we have another person who can play Tony Stark.
Bully Peter Parker
because
was great.
the problem is with Tony Stark is that like literally that was the role made for him. Like,
yeah.
Like the character itself, he's a rich scientist, but like he's a rich philanthropist,
right?
That is a scientist, and is like the only difference is he's not the scientist. You know what I mean? Like he was already rich.
He's not a super genius like Tony Stark is.
Yeah. And he's a playboy billionaire. You know what I mean? Or in this case, millionaire in real life, but he might be worth $1 billion. I don't know.
Apparently, Selena Gomez is now a billionaire thanks to her beauty products line.
Good for her.
I know.
She's like one of the ones that turned out normal.
Right?
That's really weird.
She doesn't write much music anymore.
Same with Hilary Duff.
Yeah.
She was like the most normal after her Disney shit.
Yeah, after Lizzie McGuire. So weird to say because we were just talking about Tobey Maguire. No relation.
And I know I know she did like movies and stuff, like teenage movies or whatever. Later on, or like chick flicks later on, a little bit later on. But like she's like the most normal, like fucking. Well, I mean, whether I agree with her or not, it's a whole other story. But like, she's like for the most part like a normal fucking person.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like she's just rich because of the Disney stuff and some of the movies she's done. After the Disney stuff.
And she went out and had kids and fell off the fucking face of the earth for a few fucking years to take care of her kids.
And then like, there was another one like that too. I forget who it was. Her, Selena Gomez. There was another one too.
I'm trying to think. Because there's so many of them that did not turn out very good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Justin Timberlake, I guess, is okay for still being in the spotlight.
Yeah, but I don't think he's okay. There's been murmurings for like ever about him, so. It was kind of like when someone said, like when it finally came out, P. Diddy's like bisexual or gay or whatever. It's like that was a rumor like in like the late 90s, early 2000s. What are you talking about? Been around for a long time, bro. It's not news. He didn't say he was a pedo. That's the only real difference now. That's really the only difference.
I'm trying to think. Because Drake had pedo problems. What I don't think they ever got substantiated, but he had allegations. Josh was on just about every single drug you could fucking take.
Uh-huh.
And he admitted that in one of his, he was like, "Why do you think I'm so skinny now? It wasn't because I wasn't eating or anything. I was on every fucking drug you could think of." Child acting.
Whatever happened to the girl that played Sabrina Teenage Witch? Did she turn out normal?
Oh yeah, Melissa Joan Hart. She's pretty normal.
Yeah. Like obviously she's gonna be weird because she's part of Hollywood or whatever. But like I mean like, you know, not fucking completely ridiculously fucked up like Amanda Bynes or like
honestly,
Lindsay Lohan
most
or
of the
Britney
cast
Spears.
of as shitty as the movies were, most of the cast of High School Musical was still pretty fucking normal.
Good for them.
You don't hear much about Vanessa Hudgens. Why? Because she does normal people shit. You don't. Zac Efron just acts like that's all. That's all you hear about him.
What about the girl that played
Ashley Tisdale just had a kid, and she.
What about that girl that played Topanga? Was she ever go through anything?
Danielle Fisher. She actually played.
Yeah.
She actually played Topanga in the sequel miniseries that they did. She directed an episode or so of the new Wizards of Waverly Place reboot. But yeah, everybody that was from Boy Meets World, they're all normal.
Hey, they're all pretty normal, right?
They're all. You don't really hear anything negative about them.
It's so weird to think about that. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know who's been pretty normal, dude? I mean, he's still a superstar or whatever, and he acts like he's a superstar. Is the guy who played Urkel?
Yeah.
He didn't have too many. I think he had some conflict with alcohol for a little bit, but nothing like crazy. Like he was just like he was a drunk for a little bit or something like that. Yeah, they did. Well, I don't know about Kel or Keenan. I don't know. We don't know what happened inside of those Nickelodeon studios.
Yeah, but they're still pretty like now. They're not really like, you know what I mean? Like you don't really hear about anything from them except for.
I mean, Keenan is he still on SNL?
They just did Good Burger 2.
Is he still on SNL, Keenan?
I don't know if Keenan.
Or was it Kel? I forget.
No, it was Keenan. Kel was doing other stuff for a while. Remember when we were all told he was dead after Keenan and Kel for the longest time, and then all of a sudden he pops up again, and we're like, he wasn't dead.
That's just like the Marilyn Manson thing with the ribs and like the self-fellatio. That was never really a thing. Like, but it was a thing that people said.
Right.
Like it was real. Everyone's heard this. Like, if you grew up around the time Marilyn Manson was big, and you were in anywhere between 4th to an adult, almost an adult, like high school, 4th grade to like finishing high school, everyone knew the lie, but people actually believed it. Like,
yep.
I was like, "There's," because like if you told me that at any point in time,
motherfuckers actually got the operation. Like they believed
that's crazy,
so
dude.
much that they got the operation to get a rib removed to try to.
That's so fucking disgusting. And everybody bitches about like everybody bitches about like metal and shit. It's like, oh, it's devil worship and blah 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 blah. It's like, dude, they're like most of them are like the most normal people you ever meet. Like, it's funny because there's the band Slayer, right?
And I mean,
The lead singer's a devout fucking Christian. Like, straight up
honestly,
devout Christian.
aside,
He just kind of minds his own business and makes music.
aside from heavy drug use, Ozzy Osbourne, like that's all he really has is heavy drug. And
No.
they all really did heavy. Really? All I hear about
There's
is
some
heavy
stories.
drug
Okay,
use.
so yeah, because this is most popular for. There's a lot of stories of of him being like essentially a piece of shit to other acts. And I don't mean like,
which honestly all comes from the heavy drug use.
yeah, but like he was also just like, even when he was sober, like because he did go through sober periods, he was just a complete total like piece of shit to other bands when they weren't even doing anything like wrong. No, not being a dick, being a piece of shit. There's a difference, dude. Like he used to treat them like garbage.
But it's not like most of them out here like P. Diddy and shit where you hear of fucking running fucking pedo rings and shit. Like,
well, I mean, there's been, well, I mean, dude, you can't really say that. I mean, there isn't pedo rings. It's more of just like any band that had, no, they didn't groom them, but any band that had any popularity in the 80s, the majority of them fucked underage girls. Like the vast majority of them. If they were ever single during that time period, they fucked underage girls. For sure. Now, they were lying. They were lied to. They weren't necessarily doing it willingly, quote unquote. Yeah. But the reality is, you can't tell me that they didn't think some of those girls were just way too fucking young looking. And they did it anyways. And it was all of them. It wasn't just, it wasn't just one band. It was the majority of them. Like Motley Crue, are you fucking kidding me? Like Van Halen. Now, I'm not saying everybody partook in that stuff in the band, but there were definitely people in every single one of those bands that did that shit.
You can't tell me Bret Michaels didn't do it.
Yeah. Like, you can't tell me Axl Rose definitely didn't do it. He fucking did it. He was a dickhead about people just like fucking, he was like a complete total dickhead about everything. Like the one time my dad went to go see Guns N' Roses, like a long time ago, he was watching the NBA finals and he had to wait for Axl Rose to come out and do music that he paid for while he watches an NBA final game. That wasn't even the last game, I don't think.
Flea is a piece of shit.
Flea is a piece of shit. Actually, that whole band's a piece of shit, dude. So is a lot of the Foo Fighters, too. When you look into their backstories and stuff like that. Not all of them, but...
Good music.
You know, I mean...
Shitty people.
I mean, there's shit like that in, like, metalcore and stuff. Like, yeah. It's just a part of the thing for some reason.
I didn't know CKY was still... CKY?
But the band?
Yeah. I didn't know they were still together.
Yeah.
And doing band stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've had, like, replacements for tours and stuff, but I don't think they ever, like, actually officially broke up. Like, some have left and come back, I think. I'm pretty sure. You know what's even crazier? And no one talks about this band, especially...
They're in Richmond, Virginia on the 14th.
Yeah. They still play.
I was like...
I just don't think they tour. I don't think they tour. Like, they'll do, like, regional tours. I don't think they actually, like, tour. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they really haven't toured in, like, years. I think the last tour they did was Warped Tour in 2000... The second to last Warped Tour, whichever one that was.
Oh, no way.
I'm glad I saw him, too. Dude, that was one of the bands I always wanted to see live, just because they were just this huge influence in pop culture around our time.
Him is still touring.
Yeah, he still tours. He actually, I mean, they didn't really have, like, they had a good friendship, but they didn't really have, like, the social ties. But he actually is really nice about the whole BAM thing in general.
Yeah, they're in the Netherlands.
Yeah, they don't really tour either. They'll do like a couple big cities here and there. You know what I mean? Like, I think one year I saw they were coming to DC, and I was like, I kind of want to go see him, but they were only doing like 4 concerts in the US. It was like DC, New York, and like somewhere else, a couple other places. And I think it was all like East Coast and Central.
I have the greatest.
So they probably were
saved on my Spotify.
Them. I mean, there's a lot of bands that like I think about that. Like, are they even still a thing? And they are. I'm like, what the fuck?
And then you find out they still are. And it's like, oh, awesome.
Darkest Hour is one of those bands.
I still really wish.
Darkest Hour.
I still really wish I had seen Linkin Park.
Who texted me?
Before Chester passed.
Yeah, actually, David was supposed to.
Like that.
Me and David were supposed to. David was definitely supposed to because he ended up going anyways. That Blink 182 Linkin Park tour.
Dude, he's got the ear itchies.
Don't do that. Don't start that shit. Hey.
But my ear itches, Tim.
That's what he's thinking. But around this time of year, for some reason, I guess he's allergic to some kind of pollen or whatever, or just like whatever's in the air. He starts biting a lot, and he bites the hair. He'll bite to raw, and we have to yell at him.
Well, at least he was just scratching there, trying to figure out where they.
Also, his ears are weird. They had a yeast infection. Didn't know that could happen to a dog.
Didn't know that could happen to anything.
So now he freaks out about his ear like itching. So he'll actually scratch his ear till it bleeds. So we gotta tell him to stop. Which is weird because we give him baths regularly. Like, he's not dirty at all. Like, he goes into too much water and rolls around the ground too much for me not to give him a bath. Like, to be honest, we should probably give him one weekly, but I think that would fuck up his skin. Because I don't think dogs are meant to have like soap
that often.
Like, but he goes in ponds, lakes constantly. He's
fucks with them.
He's always like running around outside, rubbing his back on the ground and all that stuff, and
but
you know, just being a general menace to society. Yeah.
Like, I saw CKY. That was a
you
great
did.
Concert.
Actually, you know the best show I've seen. Okay, so I went to a couple shows in between the last Warped Tour, and
that was a great concert. But
I'm on the Ashes.
Unfortunately, that was a great concert too. A lot of the reason why that was a great concert was because David opened for him.
Oh yeah. Well, no, dude, that concert was nothing.
CKY,
that concert, I don't think. Hey,
most of what I remember from CKY was that really nice pair of tits.
Okay.
And that's horrible. That's horrible because it was a great band. But for some reason,
no, I get it. But no, I think the best show I've seen, since before the Fata concert that we went to, like, of an individual band, not the whole show, just an individual band, was Every Time I Die at the last Warped Tour. That was the best show I've seen in a long time, and it was the best show I have seen since then. Because
Census Fail at Warped Tour was fucking great.
The first one that was at Merriweather, yeah. Nothing beat that.
Across the fucking...
No, it wasn't even just that. It was also like...
Oh, no. Other aspects of it were great, too. It was just, that was like the greatest moment ever. When he basically
also,
got
like,
tossed across the pit.
I just saw Slipknot with Knocked Loose, and I have to admit, Knock Loose, look, the type of music they make is not made for arenas. It's not made for arenas. I'm glad they went to Coachella, and I'm glad they went on tour with like these crazy normie bands.
I honestly don't
But,
think
like,
Suicide Silence is made for enclosed spaces.
they're not made for like. Actually, yeah, they are. I think as much as I like Knock Loose, even though I'm not like the biggest fan, but I'm like, you know, I like them. They're good. I'll go see them. I actually have one of their shirts that I got at the concert. I didn't even get a Slipknot shirt because I didn't like any of the Slipknot merch.
Why do I think Suicide Silence is not made for enclosed spaces? Because we got kicked out.
No, that was
Or was
I think
that
you kicked out during Suicide Silence.
Or was
No.
that here?
We saw that whole show. We got kicked out of it was the last day of the Slaughterfest that Sonar used to put on. And it was after the burial.
After the burial.
I saw them too at Warped Tour, the second to last Warped Tour. They were really fucking good.
That was
Like, really good still. They're not as... My only problem is their original vocalist was cooler.
Stupid fucking show. I hated that show.
Yeah.
Because of the people in the show. It had nothing to do with the band.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't... you gotta remember, though, that was also, like, the hardcore scene. Like, the second stage was the hardcore scene. And there was a lot of, like, jock moshing bands there that year. That was the biggest problem. The best... I mean, we saw... I think the best performance I've seen I think the best performance I've seen ever would have to be... this because it's not fair. It's not a fair lineup. This is why. It was at the 930 Club. It was Every Time I Die. It was a bunch of bands. The Dillinger Escape Plan, who I don't even really like. They're okay. I mean, they're fine, but they're not like something I would listen to normally. Who the fuck is that? I Killed the Prom Queen and Kill Switch Engage.
Yes.
That's just not a fair lineup. Like, you can't beat that. You can't. Like, you could add another band to get rid of Dillinger Escape Plan, but just Every Time I Die and I Killed the Prom Queen and Kill Switch Engage, like, that's not even fucking fair. Like, it's like Warped Tour getting packed of every band but those three, and it would suck compared to that fucking show. Like, the whole entire tour. Like, that's how unfair that is.
That first Warped Tour.
Like, if you're not into that kind of music, think of, like, back in the day, right? Like, in the 80s, you know, the metal scene, or even just, like, yeah, the metal scene, because metal was popular back then. Like, imagine having, like, Motley Crue and fucking Poison and fucking Metallica. Like,
that first Warped
like, that's what that would be like.
It's definitely one of my favorites.
It was good. It just wasn't... I don't think it was the best by far. I mean, it was the most fun time. Because I think it's because of our age.
That's what I was saying.
But...
like, not lineup-wise or anything. It was just one of the best shows.
No, the lineup was great, too. The lineup was great, too. But it just wasn't... It's different. Look, I liked Warped Tour. I still would like Warped Tour to exist, like the way it used to, not the way it does now, or did for a couple of years. I don't even know if it's still around. Where they were doing like 3 or 4 cities, and that's it. Listen, I like tours. Some tours. Like, I don't really like arena shows at all, or stadium shows at all. So, like, I don't like them. They're usually shit. You're usually sitting forever away from the band. It's loud, but it's not as loud as in a club. Clubs are just better in general. Doesn't matter what anyone says. Open fields are cool, like I said, with Warped Tour and stuff, but they're still not as good as clubs. The problem with comparing, like, that's why I just do it down to individual performance of a band, because, like, everybody has a favorite, like, kind of setting for music. And mine's definitely clubs, especially the smaller the better. What's up, Ashcon, it's going all right. We're just slowly moving through it, talking about silly shit. But yeah, it's hard for anyone to beat a club show. Like if I've never seen him in a club, like it's like I don't know if I could ever say they had the best performance because stadium shows just lack the. People call it intimacy. No, it lacks the. For me, it lacks the like the ability to like actually see them well. You know what I mean? Like even with TVs and stuff, just need to find a misspirit path. Oh, for the what you call them? The crazy raids. What are they called? I forget what they're called. They're like the special raids. Yeah, they have all the legendaries. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You got Uxie's and Azleaf today. That's awesome. You just need to find the Misper path. Yeah, I was hoping for the Arcoto path as soon as possible, but because then I would have had both sets of all 3 birds in the game. That would have been awesome. Awesome. But yeah, like I'll say this: like Slipknot was great live. I liked them. They played their first album. If you don't like their first album, that's fine. My favorite album is Iowa, so. Yeah, I had a small problem with them just playing their first album. So, and I don't think it's a bad album at all. It's great. It's just very, it's just not my favorite. My favorite will always be Iowa. Subliminal Verses was okay. I'm just not a huge fan of their lighter stuff, really. I'm more into heavier stuff anyway, so like most of my favorite bands are really stupid heavy. In that subgenre of music or metal. So they're usually the heaviest of that subgenre. So there's a deeper sound, faster. Usually the faster the drums, the better. Like actually fast, not what rock and roll or even like 80s heavy metal would consider fast. Like current day stupid fast for no reason. Also, I really like abstract bands. Like this is my problem with some of the bands that my favorite now is my favorite metalcore band of all time. You know who it is? It's fucking Darkest Hour, and no one ever talked about them back in the day. And I always liked them, and so did my brother, and we loved them. But everybody hated them or didn't give a shit about them. And they were awesome. But they're fucking great, dude. They're one of the best metalcore bands to ever fucking exist. Yeah, period. Like, really good fucking band. Like, it's not even fucking fair. They got like 0 play time compared to like, don't get me wrong, great fucking bands. Like, fucking like, He Is Legend. Like that's a okay band. They're good. I like some of their songs, not all their songs. I don't even like all of their music because they change it up too much. And yeah, subverting expectations is cool when it just doesn't sound like the stuff they used to make is completely different. Right. They're more like Darkest Hour is fucking awesome, and I'm so angry that no one ever fucking talked about them now, like ever. And I used to listen to them too, like, but like every time I would talk about them, nobody seemed to be interested. So it's like fuck it.
Yeah, that's the type shit.
I'll just listen to it myself.
That's the type shit I'm talking about, like this whole fucking debate on Linkin Park's new fucking vocalist, because like people are saying they're Linkin Park fans. You can't say you're a Linkin Park fan and like the band with somebody other than Chester Bennington in it. Because like I said, if you were a true fan of Linkin Park and you knew anything about Linkin Park, you would know that Linkin Park was literally nobody had barely even fucking heard of Linkin Park before Chester Bennington.
Yeah, I know. But the biggest thing that I can't stand is that like there's a lot of look, I'm not like I'm the weird one. Like I like the weird bands. The weirder and the heavier, the more I like them. It's just fact. Like every subgenre of even just music in general, but like especially metal, it's like I'm the guy listening to a really good band that no one fucking cares about ever. And it's really annoying. Like, From On the Ashes is bad enough that how underrated they were. And at the time, which is the same time Darkest Hour's like peak was, everyone liked From On to Ashes, including myself. They were my favorite band at the time. But fucking Darkest Hour was just way fucking better, dude. Like, they're just way better all the way around. Song composition, vocals, instrument playing, instrument usage. Like, it's just insane to me when I listen to that stuff back then, and no one gave a fuck about them. Not one fucking person. They're like, oh, they're okay. It's like, no, dude, they're fucking great. All right? Some of the best bands in the world is every band that I've ever said that was great, everyone was like, no, they're all right. No, that band's fucking great. Get out of here. You're wrong. And anyone who wants to fight me about that, I'll fight him about it.
my taste.
Like fucking Korn. They're not the most underrated, but they are definitely one of the most overrated or underrated nu metal bands of all time. Like,
I love Korn.
And people like talked about them all the time, but they literally didn't even understand like anything about it. Like, they didn't even understand any of the music. They just didn't understand it. Like, I remember when Issues came out. If you remember, Issues was a hilarious troll. Like, the majority of the album, there's a bunch of tracks that are like 1 or 2. It could be anywhere between like 10 seconds to like 5 minutes of nothing. That was the troll, right? And then it plays the music at like towards the end, and they're actually good songs. And I think people missed out on that album because that album is their greatest fucking album. Issues is amazing. Like, because of the annoyance of having to fast forward through tracks. But they fixed that now with like Spotify and stuff. But like, there's so many bands when I look back, I'm like, no, that band was great. You are fucking wrong. Like, yeah.
Such good, so many good songs, so many good albums. Korn is a
and like,
great
no one really talks about it. Like, when you talk nu metal, it's usually Linkin Park or Limp Bizkit or like
most of it was Linkin Park, honestly.
early Slip, yeah, and early fucking Slipknot. It's like, dude, fucking Korn is better than every single one of them. Slipknot is a better band overall because they've moved genres. Their first album was nu metal, and it was great. Like, it was probably one of the best nu metal albums to ever exist, if not the best. But Korn is by far the best, at least in my opinion, the best and the most underrated metalcore band or nu metal band ever.
Yeah. I just like Linkin Park better.
I mean, that's fine, yeah. Like, 'cause I will point out bands, like, for instance, when I was in high school, this is when I was in high school, this was like a huge contention with like still with 80s metal bands. People would be like, Metallica's the best. I'm like, no, dude. Like, Iron Maiden's the best 80s like actual heavy metal band. They are the best. Period. Like, end of discussion. No one can, and they're not even underrated. But people will argue to death because,
Right.
look, I like Metallica more than I like Iron Maiden. Okay?
But that
And I
doesn't
have
make
to
them a
admit,
better
Iron
band.
Maiden, yeah, Iron Maiden is by, first off,
Yeah,
there's so many things I could talk about that's bad about Metallica. First off, the changing.
I will not die on the hill that Linkin Park is a better band. I just like them better.
Yeah, it's fine. I like Metallica better than Iron Maiden.
I honestly think it's because I vibe
But-
with
and this-
Chester Bennington's songs more than I vibed with
Korn's, yeah.
per se
That's
Korn
fine.
songs. But Korn was a
That's
better
fine.
band.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's fine. Like, I admit that with Iron Maiden. Like, I like Metallica better than Iron Maiden. But I will tell you that actually it's changed now. But like when especially for most of my life, I would say Metallica is better than Iron Maiden. Except for they never were. Like first off, Lars's drums are fucking horrible. They're just fast, and I'm talking about the '80s, not post Black Album. I'm talking about Black Album and before, Black Album and before. Yeah, pre-Black Album, and I don't even like the Black Album. I think it's one of their worst fucking albums, but everybody fucking loves that album. Worst album they made, besides like Saint Anger or something. The Load and Reload. The best album they ever put out, which sucks, because the bass on it would have been sick, and it would have been fucking awesome. But the guy died because of a bus accident, and it sucks because Ride the Lightning, if it had a bass guitar by Cliff Burton, is by far the best Metallica album ever. But because Cliff Burton died before they recorded that album, it had already been written, but before they recorded it, guess what? We end up with Master of Puppets, which is a great album. Don't get me wrong. But if Cliff Burton didn't die in between those two fucking albums, the best Metallica album of all time, period. And I'm talking about metal Metallica, not fucking 90s hard rock Metallica, 80s Metallica, would have been Ride the Lightning. Period. And to be honest, as far as actual thrash metal goes, it would have been one of the best albums in thrash metal ever and heavy metal overall. But no, we lost probably one of the best early metal bassists of all time. And it just isn't fair.
I don't.
It's a fucking bus accident. Fucking snow in Germany. Fucking German. Why you do that? Germany always fucks shit up. It's never in a good way. Like, they're never like, fuck that country over there. They're like, no, we're gonna fuck ourselves up and then fuck up shit in ourselves. And that's all they fucking do, man. I think it was Germany. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was in Germany, if I remember correctly. What is going on downstairs? I think my son's having a shit fit. Hold on a second.
Oh, did those
I'll be right
games
back.
work?
Yes, they did. Except for the Sonic and Knuckles that I thought he didn't have, but he does have, doesn't work. Or Sonic 3, or the Sonic 3 I got doesn't work with Knuckles.
I don't remember whether Sonic it should have, because didn't Sonic and Knuckles come out before?
I'm saying the one that I got.
Yeah,
I think the cartridge for the Knuckles thing I think is messed up. It works for 2 but not 3. But he already had another Sonic and Knuckles cartridge, which I didn't know. I thought he didn't have it. The game works. All the games work. Battletoads works. It's just you just can't use the one for 3. And he already has one, so I was like, you can do whatever you want with it though. But it was $3, okay? 3.
It is fucking gorgeous.
And then
I watched this. I'm pretty sure he's an English guy, and he does he's really into Game Boy mods, like like Game Boy collecting different.
Hold on 1 second.
Boys all the
Hold on
way
1 second.
to the-
Hey, do me a favor before you get downstairs, go to bed. Can you lock the basement door? Real quick.
Good at that.
And make sure I'm good at that. I don't care about the spiders. It's just I don't want people in my fucking house.
Right.
Huh? Or other animals, because I don't want to deal with that. The dog will scream at him. He does. He's good at yelling at spiders. You're not wrong.
But yeah,
He dropped an ice tray.
he's a collector of Nintendo handhelds, and he does some modding as well. And I was just watching a reel. He got a red transparent shell from one of the major modding companies that does the mods for Game Boys, for the Game Boy Advance. It was fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, I believe it. I want to get a new. I want to do that at David's. Well, correction. Was mine, is now David's. Same with my Game Boy Color. I like to get a backlit OLED or something.
Get the IPS screen for it.
Yeah.
Like
Get
IPS screen. Oh my God.
Actually, if I sell my original one, I would just get a backlit screen, like a regular backlit screen.
I wanna get an IPS screen for the SP that I have. That I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I want to do that for that David's too, because I have an SP. No, I have an SP too. I still have.
Right. But
yeah,
I'm
you
pretty
probably
sure
took my brother's or something.
I'm pretty sure
it's probably from David.
It's like pale blue or something.
That's definitely. I think that was David's.
Yeah. But
originally.
I would love to get a new
Not
shell and an IPS screen for it.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to do my own like mods, like make them soon. I would like to do that actually. Like get a CNC machine and start making shit. It's cool. Like an all metal like Game Boy. Could you imagine an all metal Game Boy?
I don't have any of that shit.
All metal Game Boy though. Could you imagine that?
That'd be they probably do have.
I know, but I want to make my own. Actually, if I had access to a big enough CNC machine, it doesn't have to be that big. Actually,
Okay, so
I could make the Halo 5 Xbox the actual Halo 5 Xbox the way it should have been.
Why does YouTube on the TV? I have Roku TVs, by the way. Why does YouTube on the Roku TV look better than my fucking PC in 4K?
Because it's a larger format.
Maybe that's why.
The TV apps, because you're doing it from a web browser, right? On your computer.
On the computer, yeah.
Yeah. So the apps are far more.
Roku.
Yeah, the apps are far more optimized by YouTube. Because you can only optimize so much for
because I'm only
browsers.
I'm only signed
because even
in
Chrome doesn't look as good as like the apps.
I'm only signed into a few of the I'm signed into this TV that I'm using as a monitor. I'm signed into that one.
That TV.
The 50-inch.
What's up, Torch?
I just signed into that one today, and I was watching some of my paranormal react videos or paranormal compilation videos, and I was like, I can see everything.
Yeah.
Like
the compression is just better. Everything's better. It's all because it's from
entity.
Google.
I was like, yeah, there's one there and there's one there.
Yeah. So like the compression in the app is just way better. That's just what it is. Like as far as for video images.
Like my computer's
video
not
stuff.
really like my graphics cards weren't made for 4K, but for 4K movies and videos and stuff, it does perfectly fine. Like it's not they're perfectly fine. But it just looks so much cleaner on the app.
Yeah, because all the apps are just so optimized for it. That's the only reason. You can only optimize so much with a browser if you're using browser stuff.
Yeah, true.
That's why, like, when Microsoft brought the App Store to the Windows platform, I was like, no, that's actually good. And they're like, why? I was like, because there's a lot of apps that just don't work as good as they do, like, on the web browser. For their, I don't know if there's Windows. I don't think so. I'm not sure though.
It just takes you to the website.
When you
When you search it in the
Yeah, like their apps are just better. They're just better compression because it's also not trying to account for like every web browser that exists.
Speaking of Cortana and something to piss you and me off about Halo once again.
Yay.
343 has announced they are working on another Halo. That pisses me off.
They just canceled 343.
That pisses me off so fucking much.
I don't care if they make a Halo. It just needs they at least need to go back to Halo 4 standards.
Do you know why it pisses me off?
Because Infinite was horrible.
For the same reason Halo Infinite pissed you off, because they lied.
Yeah.
They said Infinite was the last game. They were just going to build on Infinite in that game. And now you're fucking going back.
It's because it costs them all the money.
Yet another Halo.
That's because it costs them all the money, dude. Like, they made no money on that game at all. Zero.
Oh, I believe it. I don't even. I think I've spent $20 total, and most of that was because of Grayson, because he wanted the Mr. Chief meme thing. They had a whole bunch of. He wanted me to have that. They had the little AI of Mr. Chief, and they, the gun fucking charm and all that. And he just wanted me to have that, and I was like, all right, cool. And then while I'm at it, I might as well just get the battle pass. And I've been working on that same $10 battle pass since it came out, because they give you the in-game currency to purchase the next one. Of course, they haven't had an actual battle pass since season 4 or 5. I can't remember. But either way, they've all been like mini passes, and that pisses me off too, because like,
I hate that whole system. That's why that's why I didn't want it. First off, Halo was never a free-to-play multiplayer, ever. It was never designed to be that way. That game, I know they wanted to do a Destiny type thing, like they did with Infinite. The problem is that with how linear they made the game from the beginning and didn't really change it from the beginning, made it hard for them to even branch out to another Spartan team.
I liked the campaign.
They chose the worst Spartan team.
It wasn't as good as any of the other campaigns, but I did like the campaign for Infinite.
It's too open. There's not enough story. There's not enough background. With Cortana in your ear constantly explaining things, and then also like stuff like, first off, that game, from what I've watched quite a bit of like the campaign. It makes no sense if you didn't play Halo Wars 2.
You're not wrong, because I had to piece a whole lot of it together. Because I didn't play Halo Wars 2.
Well, you asked me a bunch of you asked me a bunch of questions about it because I brought that up.
Right.
And I remember that distinctly. And I'm like, dude, first off, look,
what the fuck?
First off, as much as people want to shit on the Halo RTSs, they're not bad RTSs. They're just not great RTSs. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. The biggest problem with the first Halo Wars is that it only released on console. Console sucks for RTS. All right, but they were great. It was great on PC when they released it. Halo Wars 2 with the definitive edition of Halo Wars, they were great. They ran great on PC. It wasn't clunky. It wasn't crazy. Really, the only thing that sucked was that Halo Wars, the original, which had a good story, by the way, and also Halo Wars 2, which also had a good story, by the way. I will say this. Halo Wars 2 has a better story than Halo 4 or Halo 5 and Infinite combined. And on top of that, it's just so convoluted. It's just like there's a lot of things that don't make sense. Like, even you gotta remember, I am a lore guy with Halo. Like, I've read the books. Like, I've done all the research. I've played all of the games.
You didn't play Halo Wars 2, because like there's new enemies on the Zeta Halo. Aside from the Banished, there's other enemies that fucking just sprung up. If you didn't play Halo Wars 2, huh?
Yeah, it's also not just. It's not even just Halo Wars. It's also if you didn't play 4 through 4, and they just completely left out 5 altogether.
Right.
And it's like it never even happened. It's stupid. Like it's just
and
dumb.
There's still a big gap between, and there's even from Halo Wars to Halo Infinite, there's still a big gap in the lore because you still don't really know what happened with Cortana. Like,
yeah, there's nothing on it. There's nothing on it.
Right, you get a glimpse of the start of what happened to Cortana with Cortana at the end of 5, but from that to Cortana's gone, what?
Yeah. There's nothing on it either. Remember, I was a lore guy up until Halo Infinite dropped. I've read everything. I've played every game. I know all the lore, or I used to know, not now, because I'm just like deleting it slowly through my brain, because I'm not paying attention to it anymore. Like I've seen, read, and watched everything Halo up until Halo Infinite released. And I don't mean the multiplayer, I mean the actual game.
And
right?
The multiplayer was actually doing good as its own story until they took the story out of it.
Yeah. And I'm going to be honest, that story was not only written horrible, it started horribly, it ended horribly. It just nothing good. And it's not, I'm not saying it's lore breaking, but they're pushing some limits. And if the next game is anything like this one, they're fucked. Because, look, if you wanted to make that game, you could have made that game. You could have made that game. You just couldn't use the Master Chief. The reality is you all locked in the Master Chief to a linear gameplay. And that's because of the time. But just finish out his story, man.
Yeah.
Just finish it and move on. There's plenty of Spartans. You could have used the Spartans from Halo Wars.
You could have used
the Spartans.
Halo 5.
Yeah, you could have used Team Osiris, even though I think they're bitch Spartans because they're fourth gen Spartans or fifth gen. I don't remember now. But
that was the
and the worst part is
you could have gone
the movie for Halo 5, the small series for Halo 5 was actually good. Like, it was well acted, it was well written. It just didn't have the clout. It was a boring story. But it was a good story. Stories can be boring but good. Okay, it's just a reality. People will say that's not true. That's 100% true. I've read 1,000 stories that are boring as fuck that are good. Okay. The problem with it was
they don't really have to be exciting to be good.
Yeah. The biggest problem with it was there was like nothing. Like, first off, you had to buy it through buying Halo 5 like a special edition or pre-ordering it at a certain time from certain places. That was one problem with it. 2, the Halo Legends. By the way, probably one of the best compilation video of random Halo stories ever because it's goofy as shit.
Love Halo Legends.
And they also have like real lore based stuff going on, plus a goofy thing in the middle. Like, it's great. My only problem was when they save Halsey, she looks way too young at that point in time. Because it's Blue Team that saves her, and Blue Team, she looked like she was like in her like late 20s, early 30s maybe at the latest. And Blue Team wasn't like finished until like she was like in her 50s. I'm pretty sure. Or something like that, like late 40s or something like that. So she was way too young. That's the only thing that bothered me throughout the whole entire thing. Nothing more breaking except for the goofball, but that's the point, and it's supposed to be a comedy It's not supposed to be seriously lore anything, right? The only thing that sucked was the Halo show, and I refused to watch it because they lied, or it was the original plan and they changed it when everybody got backlash. But before they were even close to launching the show, they distinctly, because we asked how people asked how lore breaking it was, and one of the producers distinctively said that there's both commander keys are not related in the show,
And they are.
which is a problem because that's lore breaking. Apparently, they did change that,
Yep.
but it was already too late for me to give a fuck.
Right.
The second they said that,
There was a bunch of other shit that was wrong with it that you would have hated.
yeah, like his helmet always being off. Let's start with that.
Him basically sleeping with the
He
enemy, or having any type of relationship outside of Cortana.
yeah, yeah.
Like I get,
I haven't even watched it.
I get Master Chief had a team before he was solo, but
Yeah.
that was all long before Cortana.
Well, he was solo for a reason. So,
Like, he had
if you don't know,
long
Blue Team was
before
on Reach.
Cortana.
Blue Team also got fucked up on Reach. He's the only one who didn't get fucked up. The entirety of Blue Team was fucked up. That's why he was solo in Halo 1. If you remember that one Spartan you see when you're in the when you leave the rooms of the Pillar of Autumn where you go into this hibernation or whatever? That's Linda. You know why she's still hibernating? Because she's fucked up.
Right.
There's no point in her coming out 'cause she can't do anything.
That was the other thing about Halo Infinite that fucked with my head. All these fucking Spartans coming out the cut on Zeta Halo. And they're like,
Oh, I don't know
they're
about
not
that,
alive.
but there is Spartans.
They're not alive, but you like that's how you get all your gear is dead Spartans on Zeta Halo. Like, and they're old Spartans. They're not fucking gen. They're not new gen Spartans. They're old
Yeah,
gen
it's
Spartans. Where
yeah,
how
it's
the fuck
so
did we even get to Zeta
okay.
Halo? We didn't even know what Zeta Halo was. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
First off, this is why Halo Wars is important. Those old Spartans are from the Halo Wars ship. So their version of the Pillar of Autumn or whatever it is. That's that team. There's a bunch of Spartan teams on each one. The difference is they just focus on one. So that was, I think, Team Robio, if I remember correctly. I don't know if the dead ones were, but because I don't know I don't remember the whole story of Halo Infinite when I watched a lot of it.
I've played through the whole thing multiple times, and
but there's like Spartan 2s in Halo Wars and Halo Wars 2 as main characters. Like, it's a part of the series. They're just a different team of Spartan 2s. That's it. 3s were Reach. Reach were 3s. Which is weird.
Until Halo 5, we were pretty much led to the impression that Master Chief was the only one left.
No, it was after Halo 3.
And they basically had to rebuild the Spartan program.
So in Halo Wars 1, yeah. So Halo Wars happens before the events on Reach.
Oh, okay.
So the first Halo Wars, that ship got lost. Like they didn't know where they were.
Apparently made it.
And they made it to Zeta Halo. But they were asleep for a very long time. This has been an animation. You're talking about decades.
And couldn't. I mean, it makes sense that they could not handle the Banished because the Banished had definitely superior shit to them.
Yeah, to the Covenant. Well,
even to those Spartans.
no, because they used. I mean, yeah, as far as like the actual like
more advanced weaponry, more advanced shields.
kind of, but not really.
It makes sense that they would not, and plus most like it was like I think it was like one team on Zeta Halo. Of Spartans with a bunch with I can't remember the captain's name because you find audio logs throughout Halo Infinite of
Yeah.
the
But the best generation that they never actually cover, and it gets annoying, like in depth cover, is Gen 1. And I want to learn more about Gen 1 because Sergeant Johnson was Gen 1. I know he's dead, but like,
right.
I want to know what the fuck was going on with that. They kind of they explain it, but it's like an explain away thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's no in depth anything about it. Or at least that's the reason.
What, Gen 3?
He's Gen 2. Gen 3 is Reach. All the guys on Reach that you play, that the guy you play as on Reach is Gen 3, and all the people, Spartans around you are Gen 3s.
Noble 6.
Huh?
Noble 6.
Did you like unmute or mute?
Noble 6.
Yeah, Noble 6 was Gen 3.
Fucking.
Gen 4 is Team Osiris and later. Which is the worst gen.
I almost wish they hadn't killed Noble 6 in the story. He could have been.
I mean, they did, but they could also say they didn't. He got away with a death, like the death that they showed in the cutscenes. You could say he survived, and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
they could get away with it. I mean,
yeah,
it's not very good, but they shouldn't.
They could
they shouldn't,
do it.
But
they shouldn't do it. But like, I wish they hadn't killed him off at the end of Halo Reach, just for the simple fact that he could have been a really good partner to Chief, and maybe rebuilt a team with Chief.
Well, I mean, his team. Well, he wouldn't have been a part of Master Chief's team. They weren't allowed to be. So his threes weren't allowed to team up with twos, and twos were not allowed to team up with threes. And the reason behind this is because Spartan threes, they have to take like a medicine to stay alive. What happens is because of the augmentation, all the augmentations they go through, their body starts freaking out. So they start freaking out. Like their brain starts freaking out too. So they kill people by accident, like not meaning to kill somebody.
Which
like just with their physical strength.
They kind of covered that in the show.
Which is funny because that's like deep lore.
Right.
And that's because that was only found in books. That was never on Reach.
They kind of went.
That was never in Reach.
They kind of went over that because they had that in the show. I don't know how much lore. I don't know how much they actually followed it, but in the show, Master Chief and his whole Silver team has emotion suppressor augmentations.
Yeah.
And when they take them out,
all the Spartan 2s do. All the Spartan 2s, they have not only that,
they start freaking
they also
out. Like you were saying, they start freaking out, and that's why that's what leads Master Chief in the show to be basically public enemy number 1.
Yeah.
Because he took out his emotional suppressor and his, Master Chief obviously overcomes the whole psychological thing behind it for the most part.
Yeah.
Even in the show, but the rest of the team, they either don't take it out because they're so afraid of what's going to happen, or they take it out and lose their fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, but it wasn't a thing. It was a... So in the book, I mean, it's kind of... It's lore breaking.
Chemical. It wasn't a...
yeah, it was part of the augmentation. It wasn't like a...
Right.
device. You couldn't do it. They also had a hormone suppressant too. Because like they didn't want guys to have, like, they wanted to have the right testosterone, but since they were augmenting their testosterone to make them larger, one of them that can make them larger, and human growth hormone, all that shit, and to be super aggressive, but they put essentially, they made their penises like worthless. They couldn't get it up. They couldn't really feel much out of them.
Oh, so basically what they do in the military now.
Yeah.
Going
But a little bit, but way different.
Whole nother level.
Yeah, they like injecting you with shit. But there was one Spartan too who was able to leave. This was in a book. I forget which book it was, but who was able to retire. Who was able to retire and have a kid. So it is possible. Yeah.
Although I don't.
So that's what the fuck? They made a show retarded for no reason. Then. Yeah. That's like deep fucking lore that if you just, even if you played Halo Wars, you wouldn't know that fucking lore. Like, you have to read the fucking book. Like, you have to get deep in the book to read it. Like, it's not even like chapter 1, page 5. It's like deep in a fucking book, dude.
Yes.
I mean, there's some lore breaking stuff, but like that you've said, but then like, I'm like, no, it's the same thing, just a little different.
Let me get on IMDb real quick.
I forget which Spartan it was. I don't remember.
Soren Spartan 066. I don't know if that's his if that's lore accurate, but he was the Spartan that is.
No, I think it is. I think it's Spartan 66.
He was the Spartan that escaped
I don't know if that's his name though. I don't remember
program.
His name.
He was the Spartan that escaped the program, still had his Spartan suit and everything, and fucking he was the leader of what was basically a pirate.
No, that wasn't at all.
I'm not saying that all was lore accurate, but he had a kid. He had a wife. He had a kid. He escaped the Spartan program.
He didn't really escape, so he was on Reach and left and was battling on Earth the whole time. So because of the achievements of helping the people of Earth.
So they modified it, but they looked at the lore even in the books, and then
and his age, he was a little bit older too. Yeah. Like he was like older than Master Chief.
He was definitely an older. Yeah. He definitely looked older than Pablo Schreiber. As Master Chief. They
allowed him to retire. So
Kai,
and like in the book,
Kai
this is years later.
Riz and Vanek never took their emotional suppressors out in the show. Kai, obviously Master Chief was the first one to do it, and then Kai did it when she found out that Master Chief did it, and she started losing her fucking shit.
Yeah, I guess so. It's like forced stoicism. It's weird. Like, it's weird. But no, like, him being a pirate's weird, but like, he just retired. Like, he was allowed to retire.
It wasn't.
And he got married and had a kid.
I don't know. It's hard to explain. Pirate was just the best way I could explain it, but it was basically they would obviously steal from colonies and shit, but it was basically he went and found the old UNSC giant fucking space station that was not in use anymore, and basically colonized it, and they would just go plunder. And he didn't really attack UNSC or colonies. He would just go to deserted colonies, and they were like scavenger pirates rather than actual pirates.
Oh, gotcha.
And
yeah, no, he just retired and lived a normal life. Also, like, I'm glad they brought Buck back, but at the same time, like, why they pretty much made this a subclass of essentially like sub Spartans
Right.
of ODSTs obsolete with the 4th gen Spartans, because they're essentially just beefed up versions of ODST members
Right.
that are really close to, you know, an actual Spartan at this point. So they're just dumping it essentially. And it's like, that's one of the coolest stories that was ever made. Like, you're not just following the Master Chief.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No,
It's still Halo.
I don't
It doesn't ruin anything.
I don't know why ODST.
Reach, I will say this. You know what the worst part about Reach is? Is that it wasn't a Master Chief game. That's the worst part about Reach.
Well, he wasn't part of.
He was on Reach. There's a whole book on
He
it.
was there, but he didn't really.
No, he was fighting.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably why we lost Reach. Because he didn't finish the fight.
Well, it was more important to get Cortana off planet. That's why.
Well, if they wouldn't have had to get Cortana off planet if they had let Master Chief finish the fight. Because he.
I don't know, man. Linda was pretty fucked up, and so was everybody else from Blue Team.
Master Chief would have beat all their asses.
That's true, but like,
Because he's fucking Master Chief, and he does wild ass shit in the lore. Like, the games don't even fucking compare to the lore.
oh yeah, no, he's fucking insane. He's a batshit crazy person. Like, he does shit that makes no fucking sense. So why would you waste your time doing that?
Like, I love watching those modded. I love watching the people who modded Halo to be more Master Chief lore accurate, and they do.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
Shit.
throwing. Like, and that was one of the things about the show. Like, in some of the fight scenes, he would do some lore accurate shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I can't remember. He was like
fucking
what, like
ghosts
13
around
or
him.
14,
Like,
maybe
throwing
15,
fucking
and he
ghosts
beat the fuck out
around
of a
him.
team of ODSTs.
Right, like throwing fucking ghosts around and shit, like wild shit.
Yeah. That's why he was so destructive. Like, all the Spartans can do that stuff. It's just not all of them fight that way.
No,
He just does whatever
Master
wins.
Chief-
He doesn't care.
Master Chief was a win at all costs.
Yep. Well, Spartan 2s were a win at all costs. That's their whole mission. Spartan 3s are some of the
But Master
worst.
Chief was the only one able.
Because they essentially
Master
took
Chief
kids
was
who
the
were
only-
like too
Master
old.
Chief seemed like the only one capable of winning at all costs.
Yeah. But like, no, Spartan 3s are the worst. They're meant for suicide missions. They're not meant to come back alive.
Right.
Like, come back alive. It's the worst. Because, like, all their missions are suicide missions. 1. 2, they know that. 3, they were brainwashed into thinking that after they all were attacked by the Covenant as children.
Right. When it wasn't.
So,
even
like,
a lot of times.
no, it was the Covenant. It was the Covenant most of the time. No, all of these people, all the Spartan 3s, the reason they chose them was because they couldn't make
Oh,
Spartan 2s. It
because-
takes too long.
Because they were attacked by the Covenant.
They were, they were attacked by the Covenant in colonies and stuff, and so they survived. So they recruited them to essentially say, "Hey, you have to go through this procedure.
Like,
You
if
could
you-
die, but you'll become a super soldier, and you can literally destroy the Covenant."
Yeah, if you looked, like, I'm not telling you to watch it because I know you won't, but if you looked into,
won't.
like, if you looked between the storylines of the Halo TV show, there was a lot of lore in it, and the problem was they twisted it. For example,
Well, the biggest problem is they had no press, no good press for it. They had zero good press for it, dude.
Like Master
Like,
Chief
none.
Master Chief was the leader of that team.
Well, the problem is that they admitted to saying, "Hey, we're not doing lore accurate shit," essentially.
Vanek, Kai, and Liz were his team.
when he was with Team Silver, yeah.
Right. When he was Silver Team, that was his team. But then they took a lot of aspects of the lore and then just twisted it into this almost unrecognizable story.
Well, my biggest problem is that, first off, the whole reason behind the show, it sounds like, is that...
And to be honest, they really could have just made a lore-accurate TV show, and it would have been fucking amazing. Like, you didn't...
Well, it's just like what they did... Okay, so...
Anything.
So because Dumbass hasn't done his stupid fucking book, essentially what happened, from what he's saying, I don't know if it's true or not, he could be lying, is that they took his base ideas for a story and then like made them horrible. So like when the last book stops, all the seasons you start seeing them being a little off. Like they weren't as like interesting. They weren't as like good because they weren't flushed out like they were in his other books. So like, and season 8 was the worst. Like, I mean, there was that whole season was just bad for a lot of reasons. The biggest one being that they just didn't fucking care anymore. Like they left, like the first showing of the first episode of season 8, they've edited it and they've taken it down and edited it out. Now there was a Starbucks cup, like on a table or something. I remember seeing it too.
I mean, I guess you could get away with...
Like you couldn't edit that out? You couldn't edit that out?
Well, no,
you couldn't edit that out for 5 seconds?
What I'm saying is that I guess you could get away with explaining that away, considering Halo is like 100 years in our future, like 120 some years in our future. This is a 2155.
No. What I'm saying is that they didn't care enough to not only just move a cup on set, but also they didn't care enough to edit it out. What? Like you could edit it out, dude. It was like a couple of seconds.
Or the 90s,
like it wasn't even that much.
The 90s vehicles in the show. Like they
of
had
what?
Like they had the Halo show. They had like 90s.
No, I'm talking about. No. Like, okay, that I don't know. But no, I'm talking about Game of Thrones. I believe you. Yeah, that's weird.
And I'm like.
I mean, well, no, I wouldn't say it's weird if it was like some rich guy.
Why would you have? No, they were just like on colonies on different planets. And fucking not even in working order. They were just fucking broken down fucking 90s Tahoes and fucking Chevys. Fucking littered throughout. Like, how did they even get there? Like,
crazy.
The fuck? This is fucking 100 years in the future.
It's fucking wild,
and you have
dude.
90s fucking cars. Come on.
Oh, man. That's funny. Yeah, like, they just didn't even care. Like, they didn't care. Like the actors didn't care either. That like not all of them obviously, but a lot of them put on horrible performances that whole season.
Oh yeah, the final season of Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. It was just bad. Like I used to recommend that show to everybody because it's like
you tried to get
it's as close.
So much.
Yeah, because it's so close to the book at the time before they started like using some freedoms because it wasn't written in lore technically. That, like, it was worth watching. Because the books are fucking long, dude. And to be honest, they're boring. And it's funky.
Your Pokemon is still playing in the background. I was like, what is that sound?
Yeah. and then on top of that, like, it was so lore accurate. But it's boring. Like, it's a lot of dialogue. And the way the books are written, which is actually genius. I do like the way he writes the books, but most people don't understand it. It's just, there's no, like, chapter 1 or title of chapter, and that's chapter 1, right? It's literally just the person they're following's name. Yeah. So, like, when you're with Brandon or Brand, it's just called Brandon.
I think I've read a couple of...
Like...
Wasn't fuck J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings kind of set up like that after?
No, I mean kind of, but not really.
Like they would follow, like one chapter would follow the group, and then like another fucking chapter would follow like a separate group, because there was more than one group doing.
Yeah.
Time. And
Yeah, but it wasn't written to this.
It
wasn't
exactly
written to the
like
same
that, but
detail.
it was similar.
It wasn't written in the similar detail though. Like when you say like, because first off, like no one really talks about this, but what makes Game of Thrones so great is the fact that there's nothing but subplots. That's all it is. It's all subplot. It's not. There's like the main plot is that there's something bad happens to the northern people. They succeed from.
I definitely remember reading.
So this is literally, you know what the main plot of Game of Thrones is? It's Civil War. That's the main plot of Game of Thrones, right?
I never read Game of Thrones either, but I definitely remember reading a book that was written similarly, where.
I'm sure someone did. I'm not saying he's the first to do it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's the first to do it. I'm saying that people really don't understand how to follow it. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that he's the first to do it.
They've done anime like that.
Yeah.
Too.
I'm not saying he's the first person to do it. I'm saying people don't understand it. I mean, they do it with shows too, all the time now. All the time now. Actually, you know what the best one was for that? You know what the best one was for that? Was also just mostly subplot was The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead's written the exact same way.
Maybe that's what it was then.
Most comic books, if there's like a team like the Avengers comic books, are written that way. Like, I don't know what came out first. I don't really care. I'm not saying he did it first. I'm just saying that's how he writes it, right? So what happens is a lot of people aren't interested in it because of the way he writes it, and it's fine. But like the show was way easily accessible, wasn't as boring in some parts because, like, to be honest, 90% of that book is just talking, dialogue. There is like no real, like, you don't have instant connection to everything, right? Because like with like, for instance, if you were to write Dragon Ball Z as like an actual regular novel, right? It would just be a guy fighting, right? Being awesome, trying to get stronger, right? Whereas these books are written like, this is what's happening outside the action. This is the politics to what's going on, essentially, right? And it's a lot of dialogue, and people don't seem to understand that. It is very boring sometimes, but some of the best acting I've ever seen came out of that show, and the end just fucking ruined it. The last few seasons just fucking ruined it. And it's sad because it's a great show. It's a great book too, but you've got to be wanting to read it. It's a lot of dialogue, so you have to like want to. Actually, I think he wrote it thinking it would eventually be a play, like a series of plays, but it ended up being a TV show, or maybe he even thought it was going to be a TV show because of the way he wrote it. Because to be honest, I know a lot of people have tried to read those books and they just can't because it's boring. And the only reason I read them was because people said it's like the show but more in depth, which is true up until like the last few seasons. It's like Lord of the Rings. It's like watching the Lord of the Rings movies. If you watch the Lord of the Rings movies, it's the same thing as the books, except for the books are more in depth, right? You're only going to get so good to adapting a book. Lord of the Rings, the trilogy, especially the director's cuts, are the closest thing you're going to get to a exact book adaptation to a movie. You can't really get much closer than that. And to be honest, if you're going to make a movie, a video format for a book, period, you should probably do a TV series, not a movie, because you could just make a season, a chapter, or, you know, people, it would take a long time to make those whole things, right? and they have to keep return on investment. So, and there's lulls in stories, and people will stop watching the lulls. I mean, they did it with they did it all the time with The Walking Dead.
All right, so
Like when there was a lull in what was going on, nobody really watched it after a while.
as a pause from this, Travis Kelce gets lawyers involved after someone leaked a contract that seemingly proves his relationship with Taylor Swift is false.
Your mic's not picking you up.
Travis Kelce retains lawyers. His lawyers have gotten involved in this whole PR leak. They have denied that they are planning to break up. And the
Yeah, now.
What was it called? Where is it at?
Now they're denying it, yeah.
Full Scope is his PR team. That's the
Yeah.
According to a spokesman for Full Scope, the contract did not come from them. They claim it is entirely false and fabricated and were not created, issued, or authorized by this agency. They have also retained lawyers, although they don't expect to actually discover who was responsible.
I think they're lying, because
Yeah, I think
this was definitely a thing in the 90s.
I think they're backpedaling at this point.
Yeah, like, this was definitely a thing in the 90s and the 2000s. You had those power couples.
Because not only that, but like if they don't backpedal, basically this whole PR stunt that they're pulling, kind of substantiates the rumors that the NFL is scripted.
The NFL is scripted.
I know, but
All sporting events are scripted.
But it also substantiates those. It like adds more evidence to it. Because why would Kansas City have won the Super Bowl last year? They were a mediocre team last year. Sorry, not.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it also depends on their division more so than anything else.
The Ravens had the best record last year. And
and they're in a different division.
No, they weren't. We played them. We played Kansas City in the AFC Championship. We lost.
They have to be a different.
We lost.
They're not in the same division, Dustin.
Conference.
I said that. They're not in the same division.
Well, either way.
You can't be in a different conference and be in the same division. You can't. It's not possible.
Okay, calm down, sir. Anyway, we had the best record, and everybody will tell you who's not a Kansas City fan, Kansas City was mediocre last year, especially compared to Patrick Mahomes' first and second year. His third year last year honestly.
It's more about your conference. The reason the Ravens, it's the same thing for the Steelers.
There was better teams in that conference or in that division.
No, this is. I don't know about that one. It's conference and division based. So like people forget this. Like your division rivalry is more important than your conference. Because like who you get teamed up with all the time. Because you have to play the people in your division twice a year. Every year. And those teams are gearing towards that because it's their fastest way to success. All teams are. Even Super Bowl teams. They're more worried about their own division and conference than they are the AFC. Like the AFC is more like so.
They didn't
the
have
Ravens
better teams in their division, but they definitely had better teams in their conference because they're part of.
Yeah, but most of it is division based. You don't have to play all your conference teams. You don't have to, but you have to play your division teams. So first off, everyone else also has to do that. So like the thinning of the herd happens every year during the regular season. People don't seem to understand this. A lot of teams would be really great and also be great Super Bowl teams. The problem is they can't survive from their conference games. Do you understand? Or not conference, division games. Do you understand? Because that's your biggest opponent all year is the other teams in your division. And you gear your play towards that. But when you have divisions like the Ravens division, which is what? Cleveland, Cincinnati, the Steelers, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore.
Last year.
3 teams, 4 teams, all known for being very physical and brutal to each other.
That's the last year in the AFC North, Ravens, Browns, Steelers, Bengals. The Ravens were 13-4, best standings in the entire league.
I'm not saying that they're not a better team. You're not listening.
I'm not finished. Hang on. Browns were 11-6. Steelers were 10-7. Bengals were 9-8. Now we move over to the AFC West, which is the Chiefs division.
Dustin, you're going by record, not what actually happens on the field. That's what I'm saying. Like, the injuries.
All year. All year last year, Kansas City did not play good.
It doesn't matter if they play good all year. As long as they win their division, that's all that matters.
And honestly, if you ask anybody who's not a fucking Kansas City fan, they weren't even supposed to fucking do well in their division. Because of
okay, but they did.
Yeah,
okay, but they did. So no. It's not. No, not all of it is scripted. You're missing the point. The schedule is scripted. So like, you have different divisions and they play differently. All of them do. You see it when they start crossing over with other divisions of how bad they are compared to other divisions or how bad their playing style is. This division, unfortunately, has always been very brutal to each other. A lot of Ravens and Steelers and even Browns and Cincinnati, Bengals, Cleveland and Cincinnati have lost because they can't, like, even if they were good teams, have lost because they get the fucking shit beat out of them. You understand what I'm saying? It's a war of endurance.
Their division is Chiefs, Raiders, Broncos, Chargers, which is not a very heavy-hitting division, except for maybe the Raiders, but they're just not a very good team.
Yeah. Like, you're not talking about a division where they beat the Ravens, Steelers, Cleveland, and Cincinnati are all worse off for being in the same division.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm
because they literally brutalize each other.
But it also...
Like, it's to an extent... It's to an extent that no other rivalry exists. Like this division is so brutal to each other, it's retarded.
Even in the AFC, or even in the NFC for the Super Bowl, because I think they played the Eagles. Yeah, I think they beat the Eagles last year. Kansas City.
I mean, I don't really care. My point is that you don't...
There was better playing teams last year than Kansas City.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they can't go on a streak, dude.
In every division.
Okay, but that doesn't mean they can't go on a streak. That's the thing. Look, I think a lot of sports are fixed, especially now. But like the reality is, even if it isn't fixed, the problem still stands. And I'm looking at this as like all the teams in the NFL and looking not just from being a fan of a team from this division. This division would always be number one in any of the teams on here if they didn't brutalize the fuck out of each other. But they have to, because if they don't, they're going to lose. Right?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just disagreeing with you that the fucking Chiefs were scripted.
No, because dude, that's the problem with like the way the NFL does playoffs. It is bad, but you can't do it tournament wise because of the way, like I said, divisions just brutalize each other.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
Hockey's a little different because you're moving the whole time.
Like,
so you're never. It's very rare.
Saying, but there's still the aspect of the fucking calls on the field from the refs.
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying it's not fixed. What I'm saying is is that even if it wasn't fixed, right, they would have to brutalize each other. Actually, they would, because especially for the four teams we're talking about, every single team has always had some kind of brutality to them. All of them, all the time. I mean, it's not just straight. It's not just like when you look at like Green Bay in the 90s and San Francisco in the 90s, it wasn't brutalization, it was finesse.
But
their wins were based on finesse.
All I'm saying is the last year, which is the year that everybody's...
No, I understand what you're saying.
Which is the year that everybody's focusing on because of the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing. Yeah, that Kansas City...
No, I'm not saying that they... I'm not even saying... Actually, I don't think that's necessarily true, but that's also not necessarily false. Like, here's the problem. Yes, they probably shouldn't have been in the Super Bowl, but there's a lot of teams that have been in the Super Bowl that shouldn't have been in the Super Bowl because of luck.
I'll give you that one too.
Like,
but I just don't think like, last year was... I don't
with
think last
no
year
bad calls. Like,
I don't think
nobody has bad calls.
Yeah, no.
That's fine. I can agree with you on that, but it doesn't...
The calls have been getting progressively worse throughout the year.
I mean, they've always been bad in almost all sports. I mean, the call that the NHL did saying the icing thing needs to stop because one dude blew up his ankles. And it's only happened like once, like every 10 or 15 years.
But also...
it's fucking insane.
I also can't stand people who are fucking social media referees. Like if you think you're so good, if you think you're so good at officiating,
no, it costs a lot of money.
Go be a referee.
You can't. No, you can't. You can't go be a referee in the NFL. It's the reason is because you have to have a lot of money to be a referee in the NFL. Like those people aren't normal people. The refs, they're already rich, like, or at least making a 6-figure salary.
Well, see, that's a problem in and of itself. They should just it should just be another job.
No, because you have to pay for the schooling for it, like the NFL schooling for it. You don't get to like they don't train people. Like you have to go to a school essentially.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you think you're so good, then
yeah, but you have to pay for that school. Like there is no like, it's not like going to college. You don't pay for a semester, and you don't pay for like you have to have a lot of money to do this. Like you have to pay the NFL a shit ton of money to go to school essentially in one go.
They're trained officials. They are trained.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean they're gonna make the right calls.
Also, I'm not saying they are. But you can't properly officiate a game from your couch.
I mean, yeah,
you
but
don't see everything. You don't see everything that the refs see. You don't see it.
Neither do the
refs.
refs.
The refs see it.
Neither do the refs though, because like there's a reason why there's multiple refs on the field for football.
Right.
There's too much to miss. The refs make bad calls all the time. They miss shit all the time. It's not.
Toe thing. The whole Ravens losing by a toe thing. They initially called it a touchdown. The goal line refs called it a touchdown, and then upon further review, because all last minute plays go, especially touchdown plays, under 2 minutes go to review.
Excuse me.
Regardless.
Yeah.
They looked at it from every fucking angle. They've got like 30 fucking cameras.
Oh, I'm not saying that they made the wrong call. I'm saying
they
that
have more cameras than what we see. Like, the sky view camera and the fucking field view no, they have fucking cameras that are fucking legitimately at every fucking line.
Yep. I agree. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Do they need to do a better job at looking at these cameras but that would make the game
but dude, there's
harder.
some bad fucking calls
Oh no,
that you can see from a mile away. There's a lot of missed calls that you see from a mile away too because the refs didn't see it.
Like I didn't,
especially with holding.
I didn't notice
at
it.
every play in the NFL. Every play, you don't even have to see it. There's holding. Sorry, that's every football game.
Oh yes.
Period.
They didn't.
Even Little League.
There was no calls on holding. There was.
You can throw the flag any fucking time and call for holding.
Most of the time, when I see a holding call, when they actually call holding call, like last night's game, for example, they called holding on one of the Ravens linemen, and I was like, I'm not seeing the hold there. But then in the background, you could see like 3 other holds.
Yeah.
Like there is a holding.
There's no point.
Wasn't that guy?
Yeah. Really, at that point, your penalties on your card don't really mean anything because holding, like especially holding calls, is why nobody takes them seriously. It's because there's always holding in every football, every snap of the ball. There's holding. Period. End of discussion. You can throw the ball, you can throw the flag and call a random fucking number out anyways. Because someone did it. At least one fucking person did holding. Okay? One. Even if you get it wrong,
Now,
even if it's the wrong person, someone fucking did it. Alright?
I was at work for like...
Because it's hard not to hold. It's hard not to. It's a natural instinct.
I was at work for a good 3/4 of the game. So I was watching it, but I wasn't watching it because, I was working. But apparently, according to the social media referees, it was damn near every play that this one dude, and he got called for it a couple times, but there was one dude on Kansas City that would not stop fucking false starting. Like,
yeah.
Damn near every fucking play.
I would say at least half the plays in the NFL, there's a false start. Because you have receivers getting up to speed, you have running back or safeties getting up to speed, stuff like that.
Right.
Before the snap, before they cross the line. And there's, I would say, maybe not half, at least a quarter. At least a quarter of the plays, I see false starts constantly. Like, and it might be on the offensive side because the safety's running up to get
and apparently
speed.
Tonight, the Eagles played somebody tonight. And who was it?
That's just a reality, dude. Like, holding always happens. Anyone who says it doesn't is a retard. It's just stupid. Like, even if they get the wrong call on the wrong guy, it's still like there's a holding. You can get mad about it, but someone's holding somebody. Even if it's just one person, they're doing it. Because it's a natural reaction. You can't work that out of your body. You can do only so much to work that out of your body.
They played the Packers tonight. And apparently one play of the game, because it was on Facebook, they were fucking... it
was for Brazil or whatever.
They were joking around about it. Both teams decided that one play of the game, 12 motherfuckers were going to be on the field. Both.
It happens all the time. It happens all the fucking time, and they miss it.
12 No, they caught it, but it was obviously offsetting penalties because both teams had 12 motherfuckers lined up. It wasn't even like one was leaving and didn't get off the field fast enough. No, they were lined up. We're playing 12
it happens all the time,
baby.
Fucking no, but seriously, like, there's so many penalties people miss. Like, it's the same thing in every sport. Hockey especially. Hockey's the worst at that. Like, refs, because there is only one ref. Because you can't have that many people on the ice.
Right.
You can't. There's a fish.
Like,
there is other refs.
In my opinion, you already kind of have too many. Like, not saying actually but if you really look at it, that little ass fucking rink, and you got like fucking 20 people on that little.
It's 6-6. It's okay. 12. It's 12 people at once.
Plus the ref, so it's fucking 13.
Plus a ref, and I know there's refs. I know there's refs on the outside of the rink. I know.
Right. On the outside.
But with that said, dude, you know what shit I can get? You know what shit I used to get away with when I was playing hockey? I used to fucking trip people all the time. I used to fucking hit people. when
I try to watch
when the
hockey
refs
game.
weren't looking at me because they were too busy looking at what was going on with the puck, I would always hit people, like constantly. Just so it's like, fuck you, dude.
For ice skating, like, because you could say, oh, well, a basketball court is about the same size as the hockey rink. Okay, yes, but
Dude, basketball is just as bad too. You want to know why? Every single fucking play there's traveling. Every single fucking one.
But what I'm saying
Anytime there's a switch between the teams, there's
no,
traveling.
I'm just talking about like just the amount of people on the court.
Oh yeah.
And like it's not as bad in basketball just for the simple fact that you're not on ice.
It's not even the ice part. It's also just the pads.
You're more stable.
You're like
in
3 times
basketball.
bigger. You're like, first off, the goalie is like 3 times bigger than he actually is with all the pads on.
Yeah,
Second off,
there's 12 people out there,
at
but
least.
it looks like there's 12 pairs of people out there.
Yeah. Because like hockey players are huge, dude. Like they're not tiny.
They got the big
Like people act like
pads on.
Yeah, and then they got like, and if you play defense, you know, like you're the intermediate between goalie and a forward.
Goalie looks like a fucking
and you wear
Crouch.
Yeah, he's like a tank. He's a tank. Right. That's what he is. Okay,
he's like a
he's a fucking tank, and he's worse than a World War I tank. Okay, the second he gets hit by anything but the puck, he's fucking worthless.
When you don't really have to move all that much,
I've been hit.
The goal.
Yeah, and now remember, I played defense, so I laid on the ground to stop pucks, like constantly. You see it all the time. You see him fall to the ground. That's an actual fall you're supposed to do to stop the puck as a defensive. And guess what? It doesn't fucking feel good when the puck hits my shoulder, even though the shoulder pad is this fucking thick. Okay, it's this thick. It's this thick.
It's not
okay.
Like soccer.
The shoulder pad is this thick. It hurts still. Like
it's not like soccer where the goalie looks like a little person.
Yeah, there's a giant net.
Fucking goal. No, he's literally taking up the entire fucking goal. You have to shoot around the goalie in hockey.
Yep.
Like, there's no if.
That's the point. And it's fucking insane, dude. It's insane. Hockey is I would say the second most chaotic sport in the world. Like, because it's just like, because you see, like what you see on the TV is just what the puck's doing, essentially, right?
Right.
What you miss is what defensive players are doing to forwards when they're switching sides, constantly tripping them, fucking hitting them against the boards for no fucking reason, just grabbing onto their fucking jersey and throwing them back and shit like that. Yeah, not even to get there fast to them. It's so there's one less player over there for them to defend or to attack. So that's the whole point. And forwards do it too. Don't let forwards fucking fool you. Them little bastards, okay? They're the worst at it. All right? They'll grab your fucking jersey and throw you on the ground. Okay? They're the fucking worst. You're pieces of shit. You're the biggest pieces of shit. Because defensive men will just like push you back so you're stuck there. You'll grab us and fucking pull us down to the ground. Like you're fucking assholes. You're the worst of the worst.
Any forwards that are watching.
They do it all the fucking time. And they do it all the fucking time.
Fuck you, hockey forwards.
Hockey forwards on the other team, fuck off. And they do it all the time. They do it all the time. Okay? It's a mutual thing. Don't get me wrong. But they do it worse. Like, they're just like fucking assholes about it. Like, come on, man. At least be a little fair. Like, come on. Don't, like, fucking pull my shirt and then trip me and shit. And it's like, fuck off, fucking dickhead. I'll trip you. I'll pull on your jersey. But I'm not going to do it both. Now, I will hip check the fuck out of you, though. That's the one thing I was always good at for some reason was hip checks. And he used to drive everyone insane because I would do it to him, even if we were playing hockey. So that would like stop and just, and they'd be like, "What the hell? Like you can't do that." David hates it when I do it to him. He fucking hates it. We'll be walking out just like boom, And he'll be like, what the fuck?
I'm not putting coconut oil on my pet, mainly just because I don't like coconut. I don't want them to smell like coconut.
Also, wouldn't your pet just lick itself until it was bald?
Yeah, I feel like it would.
Your Newt would. He does it without coconut oil.
Where is it?
He just itches. But yeah, that's a fucking dude. Sports. Every sport you play, there's always a penalty in professional.
I'm glad
you remember when Lance Armstrong got busted for roids or whatever the test or human growth hormone, whatever the fuck he was doing. It's like you do realize that every fucking one of the top 100 of them guys was doing the same fucking thing, right?
Right.
Like, you understand that? You think it was just Lance Armstrong? No, it was every motherfucker in the top 100 of that fucking race series. Period.
I was going to enter this contest because I thought the winner was getting something different than what they are. It's from the contest is from Face of Horror, and originally.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Originally, when I saw it, I thought it was you went on a paranormal investigation with Kane Hodder, who's like a really top-end paranormal investigator, and $13,000. Apparently, you only get a photo. Apparently, you're just doing a photo shoot with him in Rue Morgue magazine, and $13,000.
That sounds gay.
Yeah, like I thought you were actually going on an investigation with him. Like that would have been cool. I would have definitely entered. And all you have to do is be voted the scariest looking person without makeup, without any enhancements, no filters, no makeup, just your regular face. I was like, first of all, I'm a shoo-in.
As true as that may be.
$13,000 and I get to go.
Oh no, man! Like, look,
I'm there,
no
man.
homo,
I'm
but no homo, no homo, dude. I've seen some ugly fucking people, and you're nowhere close to as bad looking as they are, man. I mean,
I'm not talking about ugly. I said scary looking.
Okay, this is true, but like, there's actual girls who look like witches.
If I pop,
but they have the hooked nose and like
up in
the fucking
dark, people would shit themselves. Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Anyway, my buddy Michael fucking entered it, and I was like, dude, no homo. You're not fucking scary looking. Cause he's a fucking Fabio looking motherfucker. I'm sorry. I didn't tell him this because
he's a Chad. Weird. Is that what you're saying? He's a Chad.
I didn't tell him this.
Is that what you're saying?
It would be weird, but that's not a scary face, bro.
Nah, it's not.
He's 18th in the fucking prelim. I give him credit because I don't know how many people have entered, but he's 18th out of however many people have entered. Like I feel like that's pretty good.
Bro, when I think of something scary, I think of like as a dude, I think of like a middle-aged guy who's got like a pot belly.
He was like,
and like has a hunch on his back.
He was like, dude.
And he walks around like this.
I told him.
And he acts like he's 60 when he's like 40.
I was like, dude, I no homo, but I don't see you as scary looking. And he was like, dude, I look like a.
Who's a creepy motherfucker? That
he was like, dude, I look like a pedo. Like that's the scariest creature out there. And
I mean, he's not wrong.
I was like, that is the scariest creature out there, but I just don't. First of all, I don't think you can look like a pedo.
Yes, you can.
You could look like.
He doesn't look like a pedo though.
Like he doesn't look.
No.
He doesn't like when I think. I can't think of anybody that I've seen that looks like a pedo.
Dude, every guy, I don't know what it is, at least guy-wise, right? It's very easy to point out. There's like 3 body types. There's like 3 facial structures, and there's like 3, maybe 4 like attitudes, right? Like, genuinely speaking, with these people, it's kind of the same person, just slightly different in certain areas. Like, one will look decent, but they got like the weirdest attitude, right? Like, you see it coming from a mile away just by the way they move. Like, it's strange, man.
Right.
It's really weird. Like, it's kind of like when you pick up, like, you know, when we were kids, we would always have those people that we would meet who were like our age.
If I were trying to adapt,
but they were like sketchy, and not because they were like scary, but because it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
If I was continually trying to adapt to the Gen Alpha lingo, like, I could use skibbity toilet in a sentence and it actually makes sense. I still have no fucking idea what it
Skibbity toilet ruse.
Yeah, if I could, like, if I was using that in my vernacular on a regular basis, then yes, I would think I was a pedo. Like, I would think if anybody our age is using that in their vernacular on a regular basis, non-ironically, then yeah, I would be like, there's something like, why are you trying? Why are you trying to be so hip with the kids?
It's like the way they move. Like, there's like, it's not just like there's this weird movement they have. It's yeah, what the fuck? Excuse me.
Apparently, it's
first
Ohio.
off, I've been to Ohio.
This is bad.
I've been to Ohio. There's no Riz at all there. Like,
well, no, that's the point. Ohio is.
I know.
Like, anything Ohio is supposed to be bad.
I don't understand either. It's very boring.
Is
that why it's bad?
Right.
I've been to Ohio. I've stayed a long time in Ohio.
Ohio.
It's not bad. It's just boring. Like, when I think bad, I'm like Chicago.
Ohio's like war.
People shoot people for no reason there.
Ohio's like war. It's neither good nor bad. It's just there.
It's just boring. Like, it's just boring. And I get that it's boring. I understand that. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. What I'm saying is that there's nothing going on in Ohio, so therefore it cannot be bad. Like, it can't be good either, but it can't be bad.
Gen Alpha, the ones who are creating this lingo, are 14 and under as of this year. Now, how do you even know that much about Ohio to say it's bad?
They don't. Dude, they don't. They don't fucking know shit about Ohio. I guarantee you'd be like, what's a big city in Ohio? They wouldn't fucking know.
God. Could you even point Ohio out on a U.S. map that's not labeled?
Yeah, like, I'm dead serious. Like, they don't, like, it's stupid. Actually, Gen Alpha's younger than 14 or 13. David's part of Gen Z. He's 13. It's probably late Gen Z. At least it was the last time I checked it. They probably changed it, though. I wouldn't be surprised. They changed R's like 6 times.
Between 2010 and 2025, its oldest member is the oldest member of this generation as of today is currently in grade 5. I don't know who the fuck said 14.
You cut out. What happened?
They're in grade 5 or under.
Yeah, David's part of Gen Z. So, David being part of Gen Z is hilarious because he hates his generation. He's kind of like me with millennials.
I hate ours. The fuck?
Yeah.
But then again, technically, we are subclassified as X-Zennials, not Zennials with a Z, Zennials with an X. Because there's also
I don't care.
Zennials with a Z that are
They're all
really-
fucking
that
gay.
are
All
really,
millennials are
really-
gay.
That are really.
If it wasn't for millennials, all the stupid shit that's going on now wouldn't be going on. I hate it.
And one guy, one.
All right, I fucking hate it.
One
I think
guy-
you're all fucking stupid.
One guy who does Facebook Reels and TikToks and stuff. He's a pretty funny guy. He said it the best. It's not like they're their own generation. It's just kind of like Gen X kind of adopted them because they were born in the 80s and were 90s kids. They weren't 90s babies like most millennials who people bitch about were. They
Not
were
most
90s
millennial. Maybe who they
kids.
bitch about, yeah. But
Right.
I don't
Most
know. I don't
millennials-
claim
Most millennials
to
that
be-
they complain about were 90s babies. We were 90s kids.
Yeah.
We still did a lot of the same shit that Gen X did because
Yeah.
we didn't create the new shit yet.
Yeah. So I don't
They
know. I
adopted
think
us and were Zennials with an X, and then the stupid millennials were like, "Oh, I want to have somebody who's special." So they adopted some early ass Gen Zers and called them Zennials with a Z, who aren't Gen Z in the sense that everybody bitches about. They're more they still they still remember a lot of the early 2000s fucking shit.
I'm good. I don't want to be a part of any of these groups. They're all stupid. My son hates his generation. He hates his school. He hates school in general. To be fair, dude, I have to teach him things regularly that we learned around the same time that I teach him it.
So like father like son, because it's not like
Yeah, but like,
school.
dude, I thought like when we learned, like I'm paying attention to like when he learned stuff, and there's a lot of things that he didn't learn. Like I'm not okay, like that we did at the same like age,
Level, right?
same grade,
Right.
and it's like stuff that you learned before that grade, like the stuff he learned in like last year. We learned in like the 5th grade.
Right.
The stuff he learned, and he's on honor
They're
roll like
progressively
every
making
year.
they're progressively making us dumber.
Well, for the school system, yeah, but they're actually not because we have access to the internet. And
Right. Like they're progressively attempting to make us as a whole dumber.
well, they succeeded because as a whole, we are stupid.
I mean, honestly, humans as a whole are panicky and dumb as shit.
So, well,
Individuals-
Western humans. I don't know about
individuals are
things.
It's a line from fucking Men in Black that fucking not Will Smith said. I can't remember the other guy who played it.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yes.
Maybe in the West, that's true. I don't think that's like the broader West. So Western Europe, America, Canada, Australia.
Yeah,
essentially.
He's talking to Will Smith, and he says a person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals.
Yeah, pretty close.
And that's why.
I've noticed the biggest problem.
And that was the whole.
The biggest
reason
problem-
why the Men in Black and aliens weren't made public in those movies is because people were dumb, panicky, dangerous animals. But a person is smart.
So also think about this. Like, let's be honest. Look, I'm not the most individualistic person ever. I don't think I have main character syndrome, but I'm not an NPC.
Yeah.
Like, I actually have thoughts,
I'm the main character.
and I
in
can tell with my own
story,
thoughts all the time. Yeah.
But I also know that you're the main character in your story, my son
Yeah.
is the main character in his story.
But
your
it's
son's the main
really,
character
but it's
in
really
his story.
also like,
Like,
yeah, but there's people who
but there's
like
also people
exist
who are
in this planet that are NPCs.
right.
They're
And not
really
the
just
ones-
not there.
And not the
They
ones
don't
online
critically think about
pretending to
anything.
be- and not the ones online pretending to be NPCs, because that was one of the trends.
They're not critically thinking at all.
No, they're what we
Anything.
What we coined sheeple.
Like they're literal, like
Because sheep.
they have a script and they follow it.
Because sheep don't think critically at all. They will just walk off a fucking cliff.
To be fair, they can also climb back up that cliff.
Yes,
They have the ability to do it.
in the wild.
No, they can do it. Even the farm ones can do it.
Oh, they have the ability to.
They have to survive the
Apparently, they
fall.
don't have the mental capacity.
No, they can do it. It also depends on like which sheep you're talking about.
Sheep are dumb. I don't know.
They're not like they are, but they're like.
Well, they're
I'm sure
herding.
there's some that are inbred.
No,
I'm sure they're
sheep are-
inbred to a
sheep-
point.
No, sheep are herd animals. So if one is, if a
Technically, all animals are herd animals.
But the reason why sheeple was coined was because sheep are incredibly herd animals. So if a few of them decide they're gonna walk,
I
off
understand
the
that.
cliff, the rest of them will follow.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're smart. I'm saying that they can actually have the ability to climb it.
It's just
They don't do it. It depends on the sheep also, because if it's like the ones that are like super fluffy, they can't climb it.
right.
Like they can physically do it, but
It's just like a lot of people. They just follow the leader.
dude, I swear to God, I see NPCs constantly. They just say the same thing all the time. It's like they have a
I feel
script.
like a lot of the people on the left are, especially the extreme.
I feel like most people are NPCs. I feel like
Because you try.
I feel like there's a select group.
They say something out of their mouth, but they can never back it up.
Yeah. They just say it. It's like going into like a town in Skyrim and talking to one of the people who doesn't give you missions, and they just say the same 5-6 things over and over again. That's what it is.
It's like a lot of the people on the left who say Trump is racist. They say it constantly, but you can never give an example of Trump being racist.
Yeah.
Or the people who say that that talk about systemic racism. You can't actually give an example of the system being racist.
Yeah.
You can give individual examples, but it's not the system.
And people have biases all the time. People just realize that no one really gives a fuck. Like, this is my extreme to that, right? Like when I tell people this all the fucking time, and they get really mad when I say it, right? Because it's just true. They can't rebut it, right? If we were in 1940s Germany, or 1940s USA, and Germany was in Nazi power, and they never fucking left Germany, but killed all the Jews in Germany, no one would have fucking cared. Not one fucking person. Not one other country would have gave a shit.
I mean, the Jews probably would have cared, but that's about it.
Your mic's not picking you up.
The Jews probably would have cared, but that's about it.
Well,
Obviously.
but yeah, in Germany probably, or even maybe like local other countries. But like the reality is, even American Jews wouldn't have cared.
Probably not.
Because this happened it's not just Jews that this happened to. Like, the Armenian genocide was like one of the worst things that ever happened. No one gave a fuck about it.
Right.
Rwanda, people talked about it, but no one really actually gave a fuck about it. That was in the 80s. If people forget how it went into the 90s. Like, it wasn't that long ago. I was alive during the time that was happening. Right?
I turned my mic
So,
off,
like-
I'm wondering if that'll help.
No, I think it was the detection in the mic itself. Anyways, like people don't care. They don't. They just want to have a reason to care for right now. Nowadays, because our lives are too easy to like really bitch about a lot of stuff. So they have to have something to bitch about. Like when people are like, "Oh, we need to save Israel," I'm like, no, we don't, because like we shouldn't. They've been there for almost 100 years. If they can't survive now, it's their problem. Sorry, they're not our little brother. They get the fuck out of the house.
Right.
We gotta help Ukraine because of Russia. Why? Russia isn't doing anything wrong. They're allowed to wage war if they want. They don't care.
Sucks for Ukraine, but I don't.
Yeah, like they're like, what about the Ukrainians? I don't see how it affects me at all.
Right. That's where I was going. Like, yeah.
Do I want them to die? No. I don't want anyone to die.
It sucks.
But the reality is, people die in war. People start wars. It's whatever.
Problem. We honestly, if you really think about it, we have enough problems at home than to be worrying about some other country that probably doesn't give a fuck about us.
Yep. 100%. Minus all the geopolitical bullshit. I'm just talking about just like basic, like, I mean, who cares? Like, could you imagine coming up to me like when we were kids?
Do you really think
and I didn't know
populace of any other country gives a fuck about America?
They don't.
No. Only
so,
political parties care.
No,
about
it's
other
like
countries.
it's like when you're like in high school and you're like you go up to your friend who doesn't know anyone you're talking about and you're like, this kid's fighting this kid like 2 seconds.
Okay.
And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't fucking care.
Okay, I'll go watch a fight.
I don't really give a shit. Like,
I have no idea who these people are, but I'll go watch a fight.
Like, okay, like, do you want me to come watch it or something? Is that what you're saying? Yeah,
Right,
okay, we'll go watch it then.
We'll go watch it. I don't care who wins or loses, but I'll watch a fight. Fuck it.
It might be hilarious.
Especially a free one. I don't have to pay $50 pay-per-view.
But the reality is like, dude, I don't fucking care. Like,
yeah.
Like people were like, why are you, like, people were like, why are you so negative? I was like, dude, we have this shit happening on our streets every day, and you guys are complaining about fucking Ukraine and Israel? What?
The logic's not there.
We could do both. We could help Israel and Ukraine and fix our streets. Obviously, we can't because it hasn't been done yet. So, like, why don't we just focus on one thing for once? Fuck everything else. I mean, could you imagine just being like, you're at work and you have to like do your two, like, let's say like you're at a desk job, right? There's 2 desks next to you. You're in the middle, right? You have to do their work too. Like that's what that is. You know what I mean?
Oh my god! And that line that everybody fucking is so. That line that Trump said, "Grab him by the pussy." That's not what he said.
I mean, it is what he said, but it's hilarious.
It's not complete. Like, that is just a small excerpt of what he actually.
Yes, but it's hilarious. People don't like it because they're not funny. That's why they don't like it.
The whole thing was.
Dude,
was saying
I'm telling you,
that there
if
are
Trump
out
didn't
there,
become,
i.e., groupies and shit like that, who find it acceptable to just grab them by the pussy.
Yeah, we know what he said. The problem is,
they don't.
It's hilarious.
Apparently.
No, it's hilarious. That's why it's funny, and they don't want to be funny. They want to be shit sticks in the mud. They want to be like shit. They just want to be dumbasses. It's like, dude, if Trump didn't become a real estate billionaire, he should have became a stand-up comedian.
Do me a favor.
He's fucking hilarious.
Do me a favor and reach behind you, grab a hold of the stick that is up your ass, and remove
Beat
it.
yourself with it. No, just beat yourself
And then
with
beat
it.
yourself with it.
Like, they're just doing whatever they can to virtue signal. That's all America is now. It's just everybody virtue signaling. I'm like, that's gay. And they're like, you shouldn't say that's gay. It's like, why? What if it is actually gay? Like, what if there's two gay guys holding hands down the street? I would call that gay, just like I would call something stupid gay.
And I wouldn't even call that gay. Like, we use gay in the not even the right way.
I know, it's usually because it's stupid.
There's very few
lame.
incidents. There's very few incidents where we're just like, where it's actually a gay action, and we're like, that's gay. This is
Yeah.
like, most of the time, it was just dumb shit.
Yeah. Like, oh, I was walking down the steps and, like, the dog tripped me up and I fell.
That's gay.
That's gay. Yeah, that is gay. Yeah. Yep.
Like, everybody takes things so literal and yet not literal at the same time. And then suddenly it's offensive.
It's just a
Like,
reaction to stupid bullshit, dude. That's all
Right.
it is. Like, when someone tells me they're like, you shouldn't say stupid stuff's gay or stupid people are fags or whatever, or lame people are fags. It's like, but why? And they're like, because it makes gays uncomfortable. I don't care. Like, I don't.
That's gay.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. Like, I remember one time I was talking and like I said something was gay and Rose got mad and I looked at her and I said, "This isn't time for tone policing, Rose."
How many times did we say the same shit around Marco? And
Who cares?
even Marco was saying the same type of shit. And he's
Yeah,
gay.
it's a 90s / early 2000s thing.
Right. It was our slang for dumb shit. It had nothing to do with sexual preference or anything. It was just 90s slang for dumb shit.
And also homosexuals.
And then also mostly the homosexuals that got on your nerves. And did
No, that was the fag word. I'll say it, I don't care.
most of the time they were doing dumb shit. Like it really had nothing.
Or being lame as fuck.
Right. It really didn't have to do with their sexual preference. They were probably just doing.
Not at all. How many times did I tell you?
something
How many
dumb.
times did I call you gay? Or how many times did I call you a faggot because you would get off the couch for playing video games
Or fucking.
when you just didn't want to do anything?
Or fucking when fucking the legend came downstairs. Fucking, what are you fags doing? Making all this noise. We're fucking silent as hell.
Yeah, we're standing in our minds staring at a TV, Dad. We're not talking at all. What the fuck are you talking about?
The silence is deafening.
Like, we can hear ourselves. We can hear the other person thinking.
I swear
we're thinking about nothing.
I swear that's what he heard. He could hear us thinking, and was like,
Yeah.
this is a dangerous situation. I need it to stop.
Probably.
My kids are thinking, dear God, no. Granted, it was, I mean, yeah, what we thought
It was nothing.
Probably a stupid idea.
Yeah. But it was literally nothing
wrong.
99% of the time. It was
wasn't
like something stupid, like,
entirely wrong.
you know, it'd be
We
funny.
probably should
Yeah,
have
like
been
our
thinking.
But like for real, like some of them were just dumb fucking
But
thoughts.
yeah,
Like-
90% of the time we were just fucking stoned, not even thinking. We were
Yeah,
we were
just
doing,
staring off at the TV.
we were doing what men do best. Nothing.
Yeah, literally nothing's going on. Not in our heads. We're not even really watching the TV. Like we're just staring at it.
Like when a woman asks you, "What are you thinking about?" Nothing. I promise you, it's nothing.
It's literally nothing. Or it's the dumbest fucking thought you ever thought in your entire life. It's one of the two. That's usually what it is. Like the other day,
to actually tell you.
Yeah.
So
like,
nothing.
Yeah. So like the other day, this girl at work was like complaining about her boy, like why is my boyfriend mad at you? I was like, how's your boyfriend mad at you? And she's like, well, he's not like he's all the time. He's just like sitting around. When I say what are you thinking about, or what's up, what's wrong, and he says nothing. I was like, it's literally nothing. She's like,
nothing.
No, it's not. I was like, there's only two things going through his head: nothing, or he had the dumbest thought he's ever had in his entire life and doesn't want to tell you what it is.
I promise you.
And you don't want to hear it, really. It's so fucking stupid. You're going to be like, what?
I promise you, if something is wrong and you ask us, we're going to tell you.
Yeah.
In the most direct way possible. Because that's how
You're a
men
cunt.
are.
Yeah.
It's either nothing or I'm going to fucking tell you.
Yeah.
And then if I tell you, it doesn't even matter what it is. So, first of all, I'm not going to tell you because of this reason. You're going to use it against me in a future argument.
Look.
Or you're going to call me a little bitch or whatever.
Men literally have to worry about so much all the time. Right?
That sometimes...
And it doesn't look like we're worried. But like we have to turn off our brain sometimes. If we don't, you get bad ideas. If you get bad ideas, you get hurt. Like, that's usually what happens.
And then they're like, and then women are like, oh my significant other male, my boyfriend or husband doesn't talk to me about his feelings. Okay, we've been conditioned not to talk about our feelings.
They also don't care.
And
they don't actually care. It doesn't matter what woman it is. I hate to tell everybody that, but they don't fucking care.
And B, no, they do care. The problem is they care in the wrong way. Because if I tell you how I'm actually feeling, you're either going to use it against me in a future argument or call me a little bitch.
Or I just say nothing because I'm not really feeling anything.
Fucking female does it, and if you tell me you don't do it, you're a fucking liar.
I agree. But like the reality is they really don't care. The only reason they care is if it's going to be ammunition. That's it.
Right.
And it's crazy. It's insane is what it is. It's fucking insanity.
And if you tell me,
like I had to explain,
you're a fucking liar. Don't care.
I had to explain to my son
because
this is a true thing that happens
differently.
I was like, no one's gonna care about your feelings except for yourself, dude. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, you're a guy. Like, I'm not saying bottle them up, but no one fucking cares about what you're feeling. Even if you talk to your friends to get it out, they'll be like, cool, but like they don't actually care.
Right.
Like, because guys are just told to just not care.
The only times we ever
not only just told, but we don't. Because every time we've ever shared feelings
was when we were fucked up.
Yeah, and we're not going to remember it. Or we will, but it's just like we were drunk, so we can blame it on that.
Because not only did the person listening not care, but we were so fucked up, we no longer cared about the feelings.
Yep. Like, especially dads, like, if you're not a dad, you don't understand. But, like, there's so much you worry about constantly. And you can't let it get to you. Like, Amanda, or my son's mother, thinks I'm too lenient with him.
Oh, see, mine thinks I'm too hard on him.
And David literally tells her, he's like, no, he's harder on the only person he's harder. There's only one person he is harder on than me, and it's himself. Like, he treats me almost like he treats himself.
And
He's
that's what-
13.
and that's what that's what my wife doesn't fucking get. Like,
Yeah.
I'm hard on
Like,
my
I'm-
son. I'm not the easy, but I'm not. First of all, you already know, especially after 10 fucking years, I am not the easiest person to get along with. Period. Why am I not the easiest person to get along with? Because I can't get along with myself. I'm so.
I mean, I get along
hard
with myself.
I'm so
I
hard
just-
on myself that I want my son.
That's every guy.
I want my
It's
son to be better than me, so I have.
Yeah.
To, so like.
Yeah.
I'm hard on me, so I'm hard on him.
yeah. That's the problem. And like
I am
she doesn't get
nicer
it.
to
She's
him
like
than I am me.
he's like she's like, so why do you want to be around? And I'm sure she asked why you want to be around. He's like, because he's not doing it to be mean. He's doing it because he cares.
right.
Like he's not it's from a place of like, don't end up like me.
For the love of fucking God.
It doesn't have to be like, you can have the same personality, you can have this, but like, don't be where I'm at. Be better than that. And it's insane that like they don't get it.
And then she's like, you know, because he's got.
It also depends on how you're going about it though. Like mine's really covert. It's not like out in the open. It's like, hey, you listen or you know what happens.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. And he's got issues, but the more I learn about his issues, the more I find out that, yeah, I'm in the same fucking boat.
Okay.
So, like, I try to get him up in the morning and get him, and I'm trying to get him to do it himself. He's in the second fucking.
You need to get your mic closer to your face or something.
He's in the second fucking grade. In my mind, if I tell you, all right, it's time to get up and get dressed. In my mind, you fucking do what I say. Not play fucking gymnastics on my goddamn couch or go sit on your fucking tablet or whatever. And I know,
Yeah.
I understand because I am this. My brain works almost identically to his. It's not the easiest thing to do, but if I tell you to do it, just fucking do it. Then you can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. And I've told him this so many times.
Yeah, no, it's not even that. It's the
But
biggest
I'm
thing is
being
that
hard on him. No.
you got to be, because you got to be ready for the world.
Right.
The problem is that
I
like,
understand how much against him this world is. I have.
I
to
mean, it's not
prepare
even
him for
that. It's like women just don't get it. They don't get it. They
I
just
have
don't
to
they
prepare him for
genuinely
the
don't
work.
understand.
As
You can
as-
explain that to them all you want. They don't care, and they don't, because they won't figure it out. Like, they don't get it. They don't, and I hate to say that, but it's the reality of the world.
And I don't think they ever will.
No, they won't. Not with the way things are going right now. Mosquito hawk, go away.
Right.
Kill a
I'm not
mosquito. Leave me alone.
I'm not a mosquito. Go do your job.
But yeah, like, they don't get it. They don't. My mom gets mad at me sometimes when I'm like talking to David. All of them have always been mad at me for talking to David like a normal person. It's kind of crazy. Like when he was real little, I'm like, I'm not baby talking him. And they're like, why? I was like, because you don't need baby talk to show affection. Like what? That makes no sense.
And then she's always like, stop yelling at him in the morning. I'm like, you only tune in because we have, security cameras scattered around the house, and she checks in. And I'm like, you only check in when I get to that level. I don't start at that level.
Yeah.
I start with, all right, buddy, it's time to get up, get dressed for school. He takes me to that level damn near every morning. And
Yeah,
she
no,
expects-
I agree.
And she expects me
David
to
doesn't because he
coddle
knows what happens.
She expects me to coddle him. Oh,
Especially
you
now
have-
that he's older.
You have to get him dressed. No. I'm not coddling him his whole fucking life.
No.
Because guess what?
You can get dressed.
Because guess what? He will not be coddled by anybody
Oh, yeah.
in the future. Like, men have it so much more difficult than women in that aspect. In a lot of aspects, but especially in that aspect. Nobody's getting up and fucking telling me, oh, it's time to get dressed. No, I have to wake myself up. I have to get ready my fucking self. Nobody's fucking telling me to do these things. I'm not coddling him for the rest of his life. The earlier, in my mind, the earlier that he understands that he needs to get up and get done what he needs to get done, the better his life will be.
Yep.
And I get it.
Yep.
He's 7 going on 8. But at the same time, I also get that he's 7 going on 8, which is only 4 years away from being a goddamn teenager. 5. And when he's
Yeah,
a
it's just
teenager,
insane.
this world will fucking eat him alive if I don't instill certain things in him right fucking now.
Yeah.
Now, am I trying to break the generational curse of he can't talk to me about certain things because I'm not going to give a fuck or whatever? No. He can sit down with me all fucking day long and we will talk about how this made him feel and how that made him feel and whatever, and fucking I will fucking take it to my goddamn grave. And I will
Yep.
be his best friend in that aspect. But there's also certain things like just basic discipline that I'm not coddling him on. And I refuse to.
Yeah.
And you can be mad at me, you can fucking leave me. I don't really care. But the point still stands that if I don't do this, he will be eaten fucking alive.
Yep.
The
But
world is not
they don't.
sunshine
Well,
and
women are.
rainbows like you fucking
Well, I mean, the way,
seem to
like,
think it is.
the way I camp, women don't even like.
Especially
like-
women.
Like, just, okay, the way I go camping, women don't even like.
I swear to God, women view manhood as it's fucking sunshine and rainbows and unicorns and fucking, no, it fucking sucks. Like,
Yep.
majorly.
First off, it's not like, so, like, first off, just the amount of aggression you have sometimes. Like, if you don't know how to handle that, like, I don't think a woman could handle that, like, at all. Just the amount of aggression that you have.
Honestly, in my mind, I am coddling him. Because there's been many a time where I just want to fucking take him and shake the piss out of him.
Yeah.
Or clock the living. There's been a lot of times when I've had to catch myself. I'm gonna fucking clock the living shit out of this guy. No, can't do that.
Yeah. No, they drive you crazy sometimes. David drives me crazy in the dumbest ways, though. It's so, like, dumb. I get annoyed with him. like I worry about his, like, progression in mountain biking right now. That's what I'm worried about. That's my big topic.
I have to remember that he is a child.
Yeah.
He's going to do dumb shit. I did dumb shit. But everybody else in the house needs to realize that he won't be a child forever. if I don't stop him from doing some of the dumb shit, he won't make it past childhood. He will forever be, he will be a grown child. I refuse to allow that.
Yep.
I can't say that to her because she'll get all fucking up in her feelings. Cause
No, women don't care. They just don't. They really don't. Really, to be honest, they just don't. And it's all about them. Usually, not every one of them, but most of them.
I have so much to fucking deal with, including my son. She acts like I don't. Because I stress because men stress in different ways, and I stress in different ways than a lot of guys do. But because men stress in different ways, she acts like I'm not stressed about the financial state of our household.
Yeah.
I am exorbitantly stressed about it. I have no out except for nicotine right now, and that's because she knows because I'm addicted to nicotine, if I don't get it, I may burn the entire house down and just say fuck it. But I've lost my fucking THC fucking crutch, basically, because of the financial state.
Yeah.
And that was the only thing keeping me most of the time from completely fucking losing my shit. It's like I stress about the same things you stress about. I just show it differently.
Yeah.
Most of it is the fucking Santa Claus beard that I'm fucking starting to grow.
Not me, bro. I don't really care. I don't.
Like, you can't really see it now because of the lighting and because I shaved and trimmed up, but there's a patch on both sides that is pretty much the whole thing is white.
I have random white hairs, but I don't really have that much white hair. Actually,
patches.
my arm hair is weird. I was looking at it the other day in the sun. The bottom. Listen. The bottoms are white and the tops are red. Like, not white, but like see-through.
Right.
I'm like, what? And they grow that way all the time.
Kind of like my eyebrows.
But they've been doing it forever. They've been doing it forever. I'm like, what the fuck?
Brown hair, blonde eyebrows, and a fucking ginger-ass beard. I'm the weirdest motherfucker ever to live.
Dude,
I stress about the state of the vehicles. She doesn't think I do.
The amount of stress.
She thinks I only stress about mine. No, I'm stressing about yours too. I just only talk about mine. Cause your car, as much as my name is.
I bought a new belt for the truck. Do you know how much that costs?
Probably like fucking $40 fucking dollars.
50 fucking almost $60
for a fucking Serpent.
Dude, when we first started driving, they were like 15.
They were. They really fucking were. The most expensive one was like 30, and it was for like big ass fucking trucks.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like batteries for fucking even trucks. When we fucking back then was like fucking like $60 for like a big fucking battery. And now it's fucking at minimum you're spending $120 on a battery. A decent one. You could get them for like $60, but they're either not gonna last very long or they're just shit in general.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I didn't know Duracell made car batteries.
Yeah.
That's what they sell at Battery Plus. They sell Duracell car batteries.
That's weird.
I know.
I mean, I'd buy one, but if that's all I had, sure, and I needed one bad enough, sure.
Copper
Or like,
top in the truck.
it's funny. Oh man.
But they're not Duracells. The scooters and golf carts, they're not Duracells. I can't remember what brand they are, but they're not Duracells.
Golf carts just take car batteries, though.
Only the car batteries.
Yeah. But like older golf carts are just car batteries.
I feel like that's the weirdest part about it. Like we sell Duracell car batteries, but and Duracell like AA's and AAA's and shit like that. But your scooter, nah, that's gonna be an Everstart or something.
We don't know what it'll be. Some China brand or something.
Like I just don't like. I was just there earlier today, obviously, but it's just, or I guess yesterday at this point, but it's so weird. So weird.
Dude, I me started.
Life is weird. The best part
How much are they offering though?
The best part, at least what I'm making now, which is 16 plus 40 hours a week. So they're actually offering full time. So I can't really, if I was getting, like, granted, it wouldn't make me the best off, even in my current situation, but it would definitely make me better off than what I am now.
Yeah.
But the coolest part was when we went. They took me to the back to see the scripts basically that they use for repairing the phone screens and stuff, and
yeah.
I guess the guy was. I'm assuming the guy was working on my phone, the S23 Ultra, because that was the one that was up when I went back there. So I was like, "Hey, that's my phone. Like, it's right here."
Yep.
But the fact that
it's a weird job.
The fact that they took me to the back to see all that, and the fact that the manager said she could work with the schedule that I have, which is basically I can't go in before 10 o'clock because I have to put my son on the bus.
Yeah.
And she was like, yeah, I can work with that. Like, those two things is what's leading me to believe, like, I don't have high hopes, but it definitely is up there because of those two things. First of all, you took me to the back. So you're seriously considering, to me, that means you're seriously considering my employment.
Yeah.
And then you already have stated you can work with my schedule, which also means you're still seriously considering my employment.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just a fucking formality to come in. Oh, no, we're just gonna have you come and talk to the manager and never contact you. No, you're seriously considering me as a potential employee. And
hopefully they pay better than that.
I think it's.
I will say, like,
I think it's mainly because I have a history of reliability, and that was their main gripe in previous employees is reliability.
Yeah, because they don't. The biggest way you can get a raise in 99% of fields is just like get another job.
Right.
Because the other company isn't going to give you a decent raise that you're at.
And like I was telling
that's the reason.
And like I was telling the wife on the way home, because the manager up there seems like she's getting close to retirement age. So,
yeah.
you know, there is still an ability to get higher in that company because she looks like she's close to retiring. So I do well enough, I
Yeah.
could be that. And then once I get manager, the owner is also older. So once I get, there is a chance that eventually, if I can get good enough at being a technician, not just a repair person, but a full technician, breaking things down, fucking soldering, all that jazz
Yeah.
that you actually do,
Yep.
I could expand his business.
Yeah.
And you could still call it Batteries Plus. It'll just be more plus.
Yeah, soldering sucks though. I hate it.
Trust me, I do know. I had a Dell XPS back in like 2011. Might have even been 2010 when I first moved in to Anne Arundel County with my dad, and I had to replace every fucking capacitor on that motherboard. They all blew.
Yep.
I replaced all of them. I didn't know shit about flux at the time, so it made it way more difficult than what it needed to be.
Yeah, flux is very important.
Flux
You even
is
use that for
seriously
pipe fitting,
important.
dude.
Right. Like I did not know shit about flux then. So it made it way more difficult than what it
That
had
shit's
to
the
be.
worst though. I fucking can't stand
But
it. I hate flux. I hate it.
Working on motherboards is not especially replacing capacitors, like it's not the easiest thing because there's so much other shit on the motherboard that you could accidentally melt off.
Yep.
Capacitors, the way they go into the motherboard is such a small fucking, like at least with the chips you have some sort of a square. No, you have two teeny tiny little pegs that go into two teeny tiny little holes. I'd probably still have that computer. It probably wouldn't be worth anything at this point, but I would probably still have that computer if the power supply didn't go bad and it wasn't a proprietary Dell power supply. Like it was like one of the really long rectangle power supplies that only that XPS had.
Yeah.
And the power supply ended up going bad, and I didn't know enough. I mean, I still honestly don't know enough about power supplies to be taking them apart and working on them.
Yeah, they're kind of dangerous.
Even a lot of the technicians that do YouTube videos, like Tronics, like the guy from Tronics Fix, he even says he doesn't work on a lot of power supplies because they're dangerous and difficult.
Yeah. They suck. They're the worst. It's rare that we get to do it though, because there's not many people who like want to put that kind of money into something.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's cheaper just to go get a new power supply. I love my power supply, my PC though. 1200 watts.
Hey man, 1300 watt fucking EVGA is still rolling like a beast.
I have an EVGA 1200 watt 80 plus platinum.
Mine's at 80 plus gold and it's still just going, bro.
Yeah,
chugging along like nothing's going on.
I still don't really understand. I don't fully understand the difference in the gold, platinum.
It's the efficiency.
Oh.
It's just more efficient. I don't care about efficiency.
Oh.
I added that into the cost of life.
I didn't.
So.
I wasn't really worried about efficiency either. Platinum just sounded better. And 1200 watt was the most I could afford.
But yeah.
mean, I just found out that it was about efficiency, so obviously when I bought it, I didn't give a fuck about efficiency.
Yeah.
Platinum's better than gold. Let's get that one. And 1200 watt was way more than what I needed, which is, yeah.
Good.
Right.
It runs better that way.
Because
it's weird how that works.
I mean, it's weird how it works in general because one of my GPUs or one of my graphics cards is supposed to be 650 watts. I'm running 2. That should be my entire. It should be my entire power supply, plus some. But it's not.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird.
It's overclocked all the way around.
Yeah.
Processor, RAM, and graphics. So therefore, it's taking more wattage, and yet my 1200 watt is just fine.
Yep.
So weird.
I had 600 watt cards.
Oh, yeah,
that was that was 1200 alone. Plus, I overclocked both of them, and
no, I think yours were 800.
My CPU. Were they? Might have been.
I think the 1080s were 800.
Either way, it's still a shit ton.
Because they were just that much better than the 1070s.
They're like insane.
And you had
I wish it didn't die.
Oh no, because you had the TI versions, which might have been more efficient, so it might have been 600.
Maybe. I don't know. I missed that setup.
That setup was wild.
I would just like a nice new processor.
I built my PC based
and
on
a 4090. I know.
I just couldn't afford your setup.
That sounds balls.
I think I had a better processor than you though.
Yeah, you had a newer one.
At the time. But you had way better graphics. The 1080 Ti's were so much better than the 1070s. And mine aren't even TI. They're just regular 1070s. So, obviously, they were just so much better. The 1080s were near infinitely better than the 1070s back then. Like, nowadays, it's like, oh, the 4070s and the 4080s, there's really not that much difference. Back then, with the 1070s and the 1080s, it was a huge difference. It was like comparing the 4060 and the 4090.
My son being a fucking weirdo. Hold on.
Probably. I mean, Reds is weird, so obviously his son's gonna be weird too.
You're the dog.
He's got his.
It's either Newt or David snoring. There you go. But either Newt or David was snoring. I wasn't sure which one because I stopped when I walked over there. So that was funny. Anyways, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna take a leak, so that's probably a good idea. I don't want to do that.
Oh shit, I was muted. Holy fuck. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing?
Editing my Twitch video from last week
Fun.
because apparently it did not save the title that YouTube did. YouTube saved the proper title when I changed it in here, but Twitch did not. It just used the last title that I had up, which was me playing Halo and ranking in Tactical Slayer. But that is certainly not what we were doing 8 days ago.
No.
You were doing Pokemon, and then when I got on, we kind of just got away from that and just started bullshitting like we did tonight. I really need to get a capture card. I really wish I could just plug my Xbox into my other graphics card and it would act like a capture card.
That'd be wild.
It's not like
it really would be.
It's not like it does very much at this point anyway, because hardly no games fucking support SLI, if any at all.
Yeah, I know, right?
So it would be it would be a very good use for my second graphics card. And B, I'd be able to play more than just what games I have on my PC, which is a good amount, but
yeah, well, you know.
I can only stream to Twitch on fucking Xbox. I want to be able to stream to other platforms as well. I heard a rumor
That's true.
that Kick is offering hourly, like, streaming jobs.
Maybe, I don't know.
Like an hourly rate to streamers, to, like, small streamers.
That would be cool. How would they support that, though?
I don't know.
Is it even positive money-wise?
I'm about to look.
The signing streamers thing was a huge
Holy
thing
shit.
for a while.
While not officially listed on the page, the Kick Creator Incentive Program reportedly compensates streamers at a minimum of $16 hourly.
Yeah, that's probably if it has an audience. You probably have to be like partnered with them or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you how. I mean, you're basically.
Which makes sense because they could run ads.
But also, I feel like you would have. I feel like you wouldn't be able to stream to other platforms simultaneously. I feel like to get that $16 an hour, it would basically be like signing a contract with Kick.
Yeah, but like you already do that. So I don't know about Kick all that much. I know Twitch and YouTube, if you sign a contract with them, they only keep you at the YouTube or the Twitch, right? Kick, on the other hand, I think they don't care if you multi-stream.
Right, but I feel like if they're
But I'm not sure.
going with the incentive, if you're going with the creator incentive program, which is an hourly wage, I feel like that would be essentially signing a contract with Kick, and you're not you wouldn't be able to stream to YouTube.
Kick,
Twitch.
I think Kick is actually kind of like pay to
I don't
play.
know.
Like actually pay. Actually, most of these websites are now pay to play, essentially. Like even YouTube and stuff is that way. Like you really think Mr. Beast is gonna get in trouble for anything that's going on?
True.
Come on now. I still want to know what Doc actually said to that minor, if it was a minor.
Yeah, because he did that stream about. He just did that stream and basically went back on everything that he admitted to, or whatever. Like not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, look,
I don't know. I didn't.
I'm not sticking up for the dude.
So I can't say.
I'm not sticking up for the dude.
There, but
okay, I'm not sticking up for the dude. I'm not saying he's not a pedo.
Nobody.
But no one's provided any evidence
here nor
to prove me
there.
wrong. Yeah.
Right. They haven't provided evidence to prove it, and he hasn't provided evidence to deny it.
Yeah. So I don't think he can, legally speaking, for some reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Unlike we were talking about earlier.
So Twitch is the only one that has to hold out.
Inappropriate can be many different things.
Yeah, it could have been a sex joke that had nothing to do with them too. You know what I mean?
Or it might not have been. And everybody's like, well, why would you want to meet up? What do you mean?
He said he didn't want to meet up.
The person
The
was
person even said
allegedly
it.
a fan. Like, so.
No, they weren't going to meet up. They never had. There's no messages, at least according to Dr. Disrespect.
But what I'm saying is allegedly there was talk about them meeting up at the convention, and so what you're saying is if you were a creator, you wouldn't want to meet your fans of whatever age, like.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but it's also kind of weird. But are they a minor? That's the thing. That
too, because there's still talk that it was a whole fucking setup from that ex Twitch employee.
Yeah, but that's still no excuse to be hanging out with a minor.
What
I'm saying is, they keep saying it's a minor, but there's no proof that it's actually a minor. And he said that, but he could have been being a smartass.
Right.
That's part of his character. It's part of his shtick. Right?
Like, I'm with you. I'm neither confirming nor denying.
So I don't know what actually happened. And inappropriate to a minor is a lot of fucking stuff, guys.
Right.
Like it's not just sexual
it's not just
anything.
Sexual.
Like
the convention interviewer. I was watching one of them. He was asking, should parents monitor the anime that kids watch? Yes, the fuck they should.
Yeah.
Not
everyone should be monitoring everything.
Right. Not
your
all
kids
anime
watch.
is made for the same age groups.
Yeah.
I do not want my 7-year-old watching Chainsaw Man or High School DxD. Those are two way different levels of inappropriate.
Yeah.
High School DxD is very sexually inappropriate for a 7-year-old, and Chainsaw Man is graphically inappropriate for a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
Both
Pretty simple.
are inappropriate.
Yep.
Very different meanings of, or very different ways of being inappropriate.
Well, like I said, it could have been a joke. It could have been anything. Like, you could have just had an off-color joke.
Right.
You know, that's inappropriate. Like, it is.
I'm not saying it was not inappropriate, but it doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. And the people saying, oh, you know, why would you want to meet up with a minor? I don't understand your thinking. That's like saying a fucking band member, that's like saying Taylor Swift shouldn't meet some of her fans just because they're under 18. Like, she is a creator.
Yeah, it's weird.
She has under 18. She has minor fans. You're saying she should never fucking talk to them or meet them?
Guess not. I don't know. It's weird. Everything's about this whole situation is weird. The one that isn't is definitely fucking what's his name?
Now should he meet up with them in seclusion and blase blue this that and no.
No.
That is weird. But if they were just gonna fucking meet up and if the kids, I mean, I would if it's a minor, like, of a certain age, I would hope the kids would be accompanied by their parents at the convention.
Yeah.
Like 17.
Who knows what it actually is, dude? 16, we don't actually 17, know anything.
16,
nothing
17,
has been confirmed, really, technically. 16, but also, it has. I don't know. It's weird.
16, 17 years old. Yes, you're still considered a minor, but no, I don't think you need accompaniment to a convention. You're probably going with a group of friends or whatever. That is your accompaniment. But, like,
yeah,
there's a certain age group where you should be accompanied by your parents regardless, or at least some type of guardian.
It's just really weird that, like, they keep saying minor, but, like, yeah, like, the whole fucking thing is weird.
To be honest,
it makes no sense.
Let's be real. The whole situation.
Now, I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong. Either way, it's just like crazy.
Nobody's providing evidence, yay or nay. Nobody's providing evidence that this actually was a minor. Nobody's providing evidence that he was or was not just set up by somebody who didn't like him.
Or, like, just the fact that, like, it was a fucking whisper, and by his story, he says he didn't want to meet up with the person.
Right.
And he never said he was going to. So, and we don't know which way that is actually either.
Right. There's a lot of unknowns for people just to be jumping the gun and saying whether he did or did not do it.
Yeah.
And calling him a pedo.
And look, I'm not saying don't be skeptical. Obviously, I think until, like, to me right now, I don't care about Dr. Disrespect. Like, I was never a fan.
I don't watch him regardless.
I get the whole act, all that. It's awesome, right? I'm not shitting on his act or anything. I'm just not into that kind of thing. So he seemed like a pretty normal dude to me. I mean, when they've interviewed him and stuff.
He seems like a normal rager, like video game rager.
Yeah, he just seems like a regular dude for the most part. Now that could be an act. I'm not saying it's not, but like even like when they interviewed him and he was being himself. Has he
done some other shit? Yes.
I mean, yeah, he cheated on his wife.
apparently twice. But I mean, yeah,
Like,
that's between,
sorry, like,
But honestly, if you really get down to it, that's between him and her.
well, also, it's not even just that. It's also like, dude, that's not what's at play right now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
So, it's two different situations. And I'm not saying that they might not be similar. I'm not saying that it
Now,
can't
he
be. I'm saying what.
I mean, it very well may be what everybody's making it out to be. I'm not. Neither one of us is saying it's that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But I'm also saying that nobody has provided evidence of either direction.
Yeah.
And for everybody
It's
just
insane.
to be like, and for everybody just to be like, oh, he's innocent or oh, he's guilty, you don't fucking know.
Yeah. I mean, I'll hear his day at court, but I actually have to have some fucking evidence from either or side.
Right.
At this point, like, there's no evidence to any of this. It's just something made up.
At this point,
Essentially. Yeah. Like, until I actually, it's like the
general
alien thing.
public,
Like,
except for Twitch and Dr. Disrespect, to everybody else, it might as well just be made up.
yep.
Because there's no facts or evidence to support either side.
Yep.
And I can just as easily see, like, I mean, I'd never, like you said, and I've never watched Dr. I've seen some clips on, like, Facebook and stuff, but I've never actually sat down and watched a live stream of Dr. Disrespect's. And I don't trust, sorry, I know we're streaming on Twitch, but I don't trust 90% of people in general.
Yeah.
Much less people who are not as big as Dr. He's a mainstream stream. He's a mainstream streamer. Like, he's a big name in streaming. Not the biggest, but he is one of the big names in streaming. There are going to be people who don't like that, who want to be bigger than him, so they're going to use anything and everything to knock him down so they can get his position.
Pretty much.
Or for somebody else to get his position. Not saying that's
or maybe Twitch just didn't want to pay a contract.
Not saying that's what happened, but it happens every fucking day to a lot of people. And for everybody to just sit there and say definitely yay or nay is ridiculous to me.
Yeah. I mean, there was more solid evidence that, like, OJ did it.
And he still got away with it.
And he still got away with it. And there's also times where it's the opposite. There was no evidence, and they didn't get away with something that he didn't do.
Right.
Like, how many, like, college athletes get fucked over by this? With, like, rape accusations and shit.
Or even
and they go to jail even.
Professional athletes.
Yep. It's insane. Like, it's there's no evidence either way. Like, that baseball player, MLB fucked him, dude.
Yeah.
He has, like, literal evidence to everything.
Right.
And, like, what?
Or that one, was it a high schooler? That his whole fucking life completely got just fucking turned upside down because of the rape accusations against him, and then come to find out a fucking couple years later that the fucking bitch lied.
Yeah.
And his life is still not going to be the same because there's still going to be people that fucking think that he did it, and he never fucking did anything.
Yep.
So, I mean, I cannot say with the evidence that has been given, which is next to none, that he did or did not do anything. All I can say is that he is Dr. Disrespect. In every video I've ever seen, he is the character that he plays.
Yeah. He's an exaggerated version of himself. That's all it is.
Like, he's got And he's got the nostalgic 80s fucking style, and that's who he
Nostalgic
is.
80s, early
And
90s.
he's a rager. Like,
Yeah, the whole point is that it's awesome.
right.
Just awesomeness all the way around. That's the whole point. He's
I don't
like
like or
the
dislike
pro
it.
wrestling. He's like the pro wrestling of like Twitch, right? Or streaming, video game streaming.
Right.
Right?
Like, I don't like or dislike.
That's what he is.
I really don't like or dislike him. I just don't care, honestly.
Dude, he even has made up lore. Like, come on.
It's like people who love or hate Ninja. I don't care. Yes, he's very good at fucking certain
I don't like
things,
Ninja for
but-
one specific reason. And it's not like because I don't think his audience is legit. I just don't.
I mean, that's entirely possible. But again, I don't care.
Also, I really just can't stand the fact that he went from being a professional Halo player to Fork Knife.
Yeah.
Like, dude.
And then left Fortnite when he wasn't as good as he was when he started. Like when people started being better than him, he left. And I think that's why he left Halo. It's because people started being better. You can't. I was just talking to my friend about this the other day, and if anime has taught me anything, there's always someone better than you at something.
Yeah.
You could be the greatest in the world and out of the woodwork because of training or hard work or even just natural talent. Someone is going to be better than you.
Yep.
You can't be the best forever.
Nope.
And it seems like Ninja wants to be the best, and if he's not, he just stops.
Yeah.
Like, you are one of the best. Just take it.
Yep.
You know,
I think he also hits a plateau point like way too fast. I think you know what I think it is. I think he plateaus and then he realizes that he doesn't want to put in the extra work anymore for that specific game.
And everybody's like, Ninja's so good. Sorry, but if you spend 99% of your time doing one thing, you're probably going to be good at it.
Yeah.
Like, if he didn't have video games, what would he have?
I don't know. I don't even know if he has any other skills besides video games.
Exactly.
No, he has some marketing skill at least.
Well, yeah, he can market himself, but other than, like, if it wasn't for video games, he'd just be a regular fucking person with good marketing skills. He'd be a marketer. Ooh.
Hey, marketers can make a lot of fucking money, dude.
More power to him. I mean, I'm not saying it's an easy. I'm not saying it's an easy skill. I'm just saying, who really gives a fuck about marketers? I mean, really.
Companies actually.
But
they care a whole lot, dude.
Well-known figures.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Is what I'm getting down to. Like, without video games, nobody would fucking know who he is.
Yeah. True.
He'd just be
like I don't know what other skills he has.
Another
like
fucking person out there.
Yeah.
But he's good at certain video games. He's not even good at all video games. He's good at certain video games.
Yeah.
Just like
I mean, everybody has their niche.
Just like that guy who plays Forza on the fucking simulator. That guy's a fucking beast on that fucking driving simulator. The hardware.
Yeah.
But aside from that, he probably is not very good at like first-person shooters or whatever.
Nah, I think driving and first-person shooters have too much in common. I think if you're a simulation racer, I feel like your first person shooter skills has to be okay.
I'm not saying he'd be.
I'm not saying you'd be
terrible at it,
great. Yeah. Like,
but
I'm not saying they'd be great, but they have to be at least like upper level, not professional, like maybe not even AM, but like upper level, like, because the amount of like twitch reflexes for racing is insane. Even those games, like, it's insane.
I don't
Like,
really.
let me put it this way.
I don't really watch streamers. Period. Honestly.
I mean, I don't either, but I mean, I watch like shows that are based around a group of streamers usually.
Right.
But I don't watch like
podcasts and shit. But I don't really watch like.
yeah.
I don't watch. I never really watched PewDiePie play Minecraft or fucking Ninja play.
I watch his videos on it from time to time.
Right. I've
like,
never watched Ninja play Halo. I've never watched Dr. Disrespect play anything. I think the last major FPS he was playing was Call of Duty. I never watched him play it. I don't watch a lot of streamers. I don't watch any streamers except for the ones I actually know.
Yeah.
And the only reason I watch them is just to support their stream. It's not even because they're streaming. It's just, well, it is just because they're streaming. It's not for the game. It's not anything else. It's literally just to support. I especially don't watch big streamers. You've got enough audience. You don't need me.
Well, that's not why. I just don't watch streamers because they're boring, dude.
And I also
most streamers are boring.
I never understood.
Even the most popular streamers are boring.
I never understood.
Like, they're not really talking about anything.
I never understood the because it really kicked off in Gen Z.
Like, I don't understand that Kai guy.
Somebody else. I never understood watching somebody else play video games.
Yeah, but I don't understand things like that Kai kid either. Or like Aiden Ross. Where they're just like streaming random shit. They're like talking about nothing.
And they're like, oh, it's the same as watching football. Not really.
I mean, it is, but it's not.
Right. Like, there are similarities, but I can't play professional.
The reality is, professional video games is for a very subsect of players of that video game.
Right.
So, like,
I can go outside and play football. It's not going to be on the professional level. Nowhere close. And I can sit in here and play video games. Not on the professional level. Nowhere close.
Yeah.
I'm probably okay at best.
Yeah.
But I have more fun playing video games than I do watching somebody else, even at a professional level, play the video games. I have more fun watching professional football than I do going outside and playing backyard football.
Yeah.
Is backyard football fun? Yes. But I enjoy watching the professionals play professional football more than I want to go out there and play backyard football. And I mean, if people, and there are people who, and like I said, it really seemed to start with Gen Z. Like they would constantly, rather than playing the games themselves, would prefer to watch somebody else do it. And
I mean, I can see the point. The reason why I watched the Halo thing, I watched you play Halo, was because I wanted to see what it was before I even decided to buy it. So,
right, but that's like a whole different. That's like they were just watching it because just to watch it, like watching it for like I would watch videos here and there basically to get pointers to try to be better
Yeah.
myself. But they would just watch like Minecraft videos. Just go play Minecraft.
Yeah. Well, a lot of kids use it as a resource to learn how to play Minecraft, too.
I know how to play Minecraft, and I still can't play to the level as a lot of people play Minecraft. I'm just not that guy.
No, I'm not saying there's not better ones, but like what I'm saying is that like a lot of kids learn how to use Minecraft through those like Twitch streams and that stuff.
But there's also a lot of them that legitimately just watch.
Yeah, I know.
And that is weird to me. If you're using it as a tool, as a resource, whether it be, I want to build something like that, or
Well, what they're doing is they're taking the knowledge. They're taking the knowledge from that guy.
But watching it just for the sake of watching it, that's weird to me.
I guess.
And there's a lot of people out there that watch streams just for the sake of watching them. It has nothing to do with trying to learn to be better or whatever. They just watch it for the sake of watching it, and that's just weird to me.
Yeah.
I would rather play, but I mean, I learn better by doing anyway. So watching somebody really didn't help me that much.
You could do it that way. You watch him do like a part of it, and then you do that part.
I honestly got better. I honestly got better at Halo by playing tactical.
Yeah. That's where you're supposed to start.
It took out all of the crutches that is the radar and shit like that.
You got to put yourself in situations where you're uncomfortable.
I also need better headset.
Yeah, that would probably help too, but
so I can hear.
To be fair, I think my multiplayer days are pretty much done. Like, to be completely honest.
I just play multiplayer, honestly, for the sake of playing multiplayer at this point. I rank, even in Halo Infinite, I rank about the same as I did in Halo 5. Like, I rank mid-gold. I don't know how good or bad that is, honestly.
Well, you also didn't play it as a high level as I did. So I was like Onyx regularly.
Right. But mid-gold isn't terrible. Bronze is terrible. And I feel like I do better in Halo Infinite than I did in Halo 5, just statistic-wise, and I still rank mid-gold.
Yeah. Yeah, in Halo 5 I was regularly Onyx, so unlike everything.
Now, most of the time, especially since they added it, I play Firefight.
Yeah.
Which is very not competitive
But
at all.
then again, when Halo 5 was out, holy crap, dude. Before Infinite was out, Halo 5 was fucking ridiculous for a while.
Yeah, it was.
It was like kind of crazy. Like people were so good for no reason.
I did better at MCC Halo 3.
Yeah, me too.
Halo 5. I didn't play, and I say MCC because I didn't really play multiplayer in the first 3 Halos when they were released individually. We had LAN parties. That was pretty much it.
Yeah.
I didn't go online and play Halo 3 on the Xbox 360 multiplayer a lot. I played with my friends, and that was pretty much it.
Yep. I was the opposite. I literally just fucking gunned everything down constantly.
Right. I hated free-for-all back then.
Like, I was so fucking good. I think actually my peak would probably be 5 because I was playing at a way higher level than I was at 3.
I think only one. The entire time Halo 3 was out, I think only one free for all match. One. And I thought that was pretty good. For my level of competition, I thought winning one was like, I was like the king of my world.
It does feel good to win them free-for-alls, man.
But, with Halo Infinite, I place at least top 3 in free-for-all all the time. But they don't have ranked free-for-all. It's all social.
They do.
Not in Infinite.
Oh, in Infinite.
Yeah, they don't have ranked free for all in Infinite. At least I haven't seen it. I very well may be wrong. I might have missed it because they rotate ranked playlists. But I haven't seen ranked free for all yet. Which in my opinion would be like the epitome of ranking in Halo.
Yep.
You weren't good unless you ranked good in free for all in the old Halos.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like if you weren't top 2, you were pissed.
Right.
Like you were angry. Yeah.
Most of it's double.
Yeah, Halo 3's ranking was bad.
I think most of the time when I see the ranked playlist, it's arenas, tactical, and doubles. And arenas includes regular Slayer. Very limited fucking times you actually get regular Slayer. You're usually playing CTF or King of the Hill, Search and Destroy, shit like that. You're hardly ever actually playing Slayer.
Yeah.
And God forbid anybody actually go for, even in ranked matches, don't go for the objective. No, just get as many fucking kills as you can. But that always pissed me off about objective-based games. When you fucking
same.
have no fucking objectives, but you have like 150 fucking kills.
Yep.
That doesn't make you good. Go play Slayer.
I mean, it helps, but it doesn't help that much.
Right. That doesn't really make you good at the objective games. Go play Slayer if you want to kill people. If that is your whole objective, go do a game that is the objective. But that's not how they ranked it, and that pissed me off too.
Well, to be fair, there are higher alert for different objective stuff.
Objective-based games should be ranked on the objective.
Probably, but it won't be. It won't be. Anyways, I think we're going to end the stream here. We'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. It's time for bed.
6.5 hours is probably good enough.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. See y'all later.